2. Well, actually, we'll see. We didn't have too many shares on it, but we'll see where it goes from here. Number 2 for me, number 1, Apple, then Intel, SpaceX, all hitting around, and then the iBit short as well. And by the way, that iBit short, look what price I wrote down here, guys. 36.70 iBit short written down at what time? 8 a.m. So now let's call up the chart here for iBit, and let's go have a quick look at what the high of the day was, Neil, on iBit. 36.70 right there. So again, we got out stupidly on that play, but hey, man, stupid is as stupid does, and we got out. We should have maybe held that a little bit, but we want to take our profits. Thought maybe it was going higher, but there's 36.70, man. Man, did we nailed it on that one right there. If you're watching out for Netflix, that's a show on Netflix. Nailed it right there. But yeah, that's iBit to the downside. Hopefully you guys are holding on to my own trades better than I'm holding on to mine myself. But we did good so far there on SpaceX as that's making a new move there. Darn it, I wish I didn't notice that about iBit. But hey, man, just gives us more confidence that at least the levels that we're doing, and as Neil said, man, the strategies that we're pumping out are definitely profitable ones. And you guys can, again, follow us every day and figure out how we are trading. There's JP Morgan right there, right up to the 200 period moving average. Nice move down today for JP Morgan. Wow, fell down $8 immediately off the open, found a base again, and then started to rip a little bit higher right there into the downside. So yeah, man, JP Morgan trying to find a bid there itself as well. But darn it, that's too bad about that's a little bit too bad about iBit there, but it is what it is. And then also on Intel, that's still going lower. This, again, a pretty big stock, only 2 minutes left. Then we get the midday. Absolutely nothing halting whatsoever here today at all. NXTC a little bit, 3 million shares. And then Ruby as well. That's it, man. There's nothing going on other than VEE. I don't think we've really, like I was saying, man, VEE. We'll wait to see what the midday guy's looking at that. But that hasn't even halted yet. STAK is a name that Sharif's looking at right now. 16 million shares done on the day for Stack. And I don't see it as halting yet today, but nice move higher there on STAC. So yeah, good one. Yeah, above VWAP. Nice little level there at $3. STAC, good little look there for Sharif. So
800,000 float.
Yeah, exactly.
And this,
16 million.
If you can believe this, it says it's 76%. Which, I mean, that doesn't sound plausible, but if that's actually true, that's insane, first of all. 800,000 float, of which 76% is short, is absurd. But there was just always try to follow rules in and out. Look at the bottoming tail candle. Remember I said here, if I didn't get out at low of the day, I would have gotten out here when it broke that top and probably got the same price. Look at the bottom tail candle on the 3-minute. Right, so then it opens, holding, and then breaks. That's the out on DRAM. So the structure is in on the topping tail candle, out on the bottoming tail candle, and then look for the next opportunity. But I don't know what that volume spike was. But DRAM, it must have been, I don't know, like Micron do something. Nah, Micron's the same thing. SK Hynix. Just trying to figure out if there was one of these that caused DRAM to maybe go the most. I don't think so. I guess it was just all of them catching a bid at the low of the day. SK Hynix resisting going SSR. Barely, just barely.
All right. Yeah, thanks, guys, for everything today. It's been good. It's been a good day. Needless to say there, as we look, ASML on earnings the other day was going lower. I don't know what's the plan so far today. Yeah, up today. So ASML was down yesterday, but back up today. So that should probably be a good look at some point here for ASML and some of the semi names. And then, of course, Marvell broke through $200. That seems to be down 7% every day. So watch out for Marvell eventually trying to catch a bid somewhere. Tesla, we haven't really looked at that today. I saw that it was under 400. Trying to go back up. There was a high take there on Tesla. This is actually, we got to go now, but this is actually a pretty good look on the top end there for TSLA. And just another update, man. I took another out at 135. We'll ring the register there for another $2. And now we'll wait to see how low SpaceX can go. And I'm going to put a bid, man, right down into here. The low of the day, 133.50. Then we'll see if we get 132.50 for SpaceX. But yeah, big day alert on SpaceX, big day on Apple, big day everywhere. It's 11 o'clock. Thanks, Fabian, Ramin, One, Sharif, Joe, Adara in the background. Thank you so much to Tiffany. Thank you so much to Andre as well. But we're gone. We don't know what's for lunch. We'll get it on the midday show. We're back at 2 p.m. For now, it's Midday Madness. See you then.
Cool sandwiches.
Yeah, that sandwich.
Katina Man was shouting out Ram Ram there. You can't do that, bro. They lost.
That's all right.
They lost. Stop, man. Sia was pointing out that Jude was being tackled unfairly. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That is your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif. And we got JC Trader, Brown Lightning, Andrew freaking. I see you, Adam. I see you. He was pumped. He was pumped that Argentina and Spain are going to play in the final.
Who, ADL?
Yeah. Adam James Broad.
Yeah.
It's going to be an all-Spanish final. The old world and the new world. The colony versus, the mother country.
Oh.
We'll go into that. Hey, wasn't it? Am I wrong there? Ronaldo, look at this guy, bro.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite Selly now, man.
We got Lemon Family. We got Akash. We got Big Wick Energy.
Oh.
Joseph, okay? It's Big Wick Energy.
They get it right.
We got Farm Trader. We got Zen Zombie, Lidware, Dan, UTT, Trout, 2009, Juan Ramos, Rex Banner, Ray Boss, Florida. Shout out to Trouts, 2009. Maybe he's picking up some trouble. My man Benton, come on, you Gunners. Who did we sign, Benton? I didn't get it on the wire. I need to know immediately who we signed. We were looking at Bruno Guimaraes or whatever from Newcastle, but they were asking way too much money, man. Hangry Wife. We got Dino Vincent. We got OG Darth Trader. Shout out to T. What's up, yo? Juan Ramos. Stone broke since yesterday. Ja P. Red Potato 007. We got Athena. We got Winnie Wanjiru. Okay. Danny Day Trizzy. Love the name, man. Shout out to Danny Day. And we got the OG himself, Luis frickin' Barbado from the Real Trading Office in Barcelona, Spain. Amazing trader. Shout out to Finch Jane. Argentina, he's yelling. Who else, man? One more here. We're going to go Grunfeld. What's up, my man Grunfeld? Lots of small cap gappers making moves here. Joey, you want to cover something or should I?
Absolutely.
Okay, go.
VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan. With VinFast VF6 vehicles together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. One more thing, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Because we cannot do this no longer. We must. Give a shout out to our good friends over there on TikTok. Bruce Wayne is in the chat. Especially when Batman himself is kicking around, we have to acknowledge that. Bruce Wayne, what's going on? Make it make sense. I like that one. You versus you, entrepreneur, Dan chat. We have Bravely, Quilly, protagonist. Uh-oh.
He's a
okay,
protagonist.
Danny, I know.
I like
Andre
that.
Weka, Kendrick Farrow. What's going on, everyone? Leanne, Mao, Lid. Okay, we don't like that one. Handyman, Jay Flit, Love and Hope, Jury, Random From, Annie. What's going on, Annie? DS. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? All right, Emperor, Tech, and Chris. I'll never do that again. Chris.
Don't backtrack, my boy. Own it.
It's too late.
Own it,
I have to
man.
accept it. All right, that's fair. I can live with it.
Yeah, you can. All right, guys. Let's get right down to work. Here we go. So here's what we're looking at, Tiffany. This is the 8, the trusty 8. Small caps that we got. Look, I was yelling to the Katina Man about stack because it was stacking a bid here through the $4 area last. Much like a lot of these small cappers lately, it didn't have the follow through. I don't know if this is the end of the story here, but we are putting decidedly lower lows and lower highs on the 5-minute ever since putting in that high day at 415. STAK in focus. It's above VWAP, but it is south of 4. And when you get this close to 5, I start thinking 5, but maybe I need to think again because lately the small cap gappers have been disappointing me in terms of their continuity to the top, to the high side, not so low side. If you're short, you've been loving life, right? Because a lot of them have been failing. You'll see a couple of small cap gapper names on there. Bottom left of your screen, RKLZ. That is an inverse leveraged ETF. We're going to be looking at that one. We got LCID as well, man. Somebody tell Lucid that the news was bad a couple of days ago, because it doesn't think so. It's being bought up pretty aggressively. Something tells me, my spidey sense is telling me we may not be at the end of this matters. When you get a buy up like this, somebody knows something, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on Lucid for some announcements coming in the next few days, because we're taking out area highs there, up 13.25. We'll see what Lucid's got up its metaphorical sleeve. Okay, so LCID, MAN, I like this one. 50, 197, a bit more expensive. A lot of respect for the volume weighted average price. We're putting in a gnarly looking upward channel now with respect for the 10 EMA. 52.19, we're above 50. Let's see if this one can kind of hold above $50. That's going to be a key level for me, especially with volume weighted average price, I think like 30 pennies below the 50. So if they overlap, I think that'll be a good technical area. Sorry, we're just going to keep going here. Then I'll get to the super in one. Mike P. D. Ryder, 11 to 2, 11 to 2.
I like that, 11
That's
to 2.
my guy.
Man.
He's our guy. Zena. This is one of my good buddy's sister's names. Z-E-N-A, Zena.
Like that.
That's what we call her. 164, Joey. Light volume on this one. This one had a good day yesterday, then did basically nothing for the majority of the day. But hey, it's doing something now. So we're going to keep it on watch. Let's see if it holds up and holds trend. Z-E-N-A and focus, or Z-E-N-A for my American friends out there. Sorry. DXCM, very expensive. Not really kind of down my wheelhouse here, but if there's nothing else to trade, I'm looking at 78 on DXCM. Reason? Super simple. Top end of the range of the initial bull flag. I perceive the bull flag to have broken out at 930 from that low of 73. Rockets up to $78. Holds VWAP, holds a 10 EMA, but look how many times we reject 78. That is, of course, until that monster candle on the 5-minute chart at 1045 rips through it into 79.15, 78 to 77.75, and buy area for me. Probably don't buy it though, because it's too expensive. GT, almost done here. Sorry, Joey.
It's all right.
We got GT over here. This one, I have so many jokes I can make. So many cars have GT attached to their
Snow
name.
Racer?
There's so many, bro. How about the Mustang GT?
Oh.
You know what I mean? There's so many. Ripping up here. Good move into 7.25, minus 1 penny, 724 high, 10 EMA on the 5 showing 715. VWAP at around 702, 703. Last but not least, MAT. M-A-T. Also ripped up right at 935, held 1450, 1440, pardon me, into 1468, kind of putting a bit of a downtrend now. But you gotta tell you the truth, man. I mean, none of them are looking as good as Stack. Because, Joey,
Yeah.
what am I going to say about this one?
Stacked market?
It's stacked, okay? All right, even though
stack
it's
market,
with a K.
Because Big Sean was there.
Big Sean, yeah.
Yeah, not the one to our right. The
Well,
other
yeah,
Big-
I know, the rap.
second Big Sean, not the Big Sean.
All right, Bovin says SkyQ is moving. So Bovin says I look, because Bovin's the OG, right? There goes SkyQ, Bovin into an area high. He loves these ones that do no volume, though. He is the no volume small cap expert. Bovin frickin' Patel from the great, fantastic state of Texas.
Oh.
People are going to hate me.
Wow,
All
we
right,
love
770, because a lot of people don't like Texas.
That's their
770, 370, 372 area high, Joey. Nice breakout there, SkyQ.
All right, okay. All right, man. We had some time. Let's rock and roll on what we had going on here today. Full disclosure, we got NVDL on right now. I don't know how much I'm in love with it. It just seems relatively weak, but we got a little bit of a pop right there. We'll take it for what it is. But SPCE, this is the inverse ETF for us. That's starting to slowly work. Now, I held on to this NVDL trade for as long as I possibly could, and will continue to do so just in case there's any form of a sustained bounce. But I have no issues getting out of this. Now, I'm sitting on approximately 10%, but this was my big attempt this morning. Now, compared to any other position, I had 3 times the amount on this specific one, and then unfortunately, we take the L, but what we're taking W's on right now, Sharif, is NVDL. We'll take a little bit off right there, but this loss, I just put, I risked quite a bit on it, and we take an L, and then sure enough, I've been digging myself out of a hole. But what we did have going on for us here bright and early was a couple of wins right out of the gate on this bad boy, and so just some scalps getting out when we were supposed to, and then we just take another scalp right here. So boom, boom, those moves. I was posted up around 31.86 for that move higher. Wasn't fortunate enough to get it. That's okay. We can live with it. For we are patient. And we got the levels that we wanted. So we may as well take a little bit more out right here.
Take it, Joey.
Did I catch the fill? I don't know. I did.
I don't know.
Let's go. We'll grab a little bit more as we pop up through this level. So, man, things are starting to cook up. I believe SSPC is definitely one of our better performers here today, as well as we're hovering around the high of the day, once again sitting on around 30% of that. So we have one losing trade and four winners, all right? But it doesn't matter. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, let me tell you something right now. We're going to get out of NVDA. We'll lock that in. Now, thanks to the boys to our right for giving this shout out. But there's something really important, and it's key for us to write this because it's not all sunshine and rainbows with ice cream, right? Because considering what happened?
That's a good one. I like the addition of the ice cream.
The ice cream, right? Because I mean, ice cream is associated with good times.
Oh.
Now I could have held on to this NVDA a little bit longer, but it is what it is. So what I'm going to get down to here momentarily is that I had significantly more on this position, to the tune where if you're really looking at a risk to reward, and we often talk about, hey, I have one winner and 3 losers, but my one winner almost eliminates all of those losers. That wasn't the case. It was inverse of that to me, right, for me today. Now, risk to reward is extremely key, but I just didn't have the size to kind of eliminate that factor and run into a positive risk to reward. So we take 3 wins on NVDL and 1 win on SSPC, and it just eliminated our losses, okay? That was just due to sizing. Now, that's just me. I don't want it to be like that.
He doesn't want it.
I don't want it to be like that because that's not correct. But I also have to take into consideration my risk measures, which made me size down, and then try to ramp up my accuracy, okay? I think that's really important to note. And like Sean was saying earlier, like Neil was saying, we will tell you everything, all right? We're not going to hide anything. If you ask us the question, we'll answer it, all right? So that's when this is today where I had an inverse correlation between my win rate and my loss rate. My loss was by far bigger than any of my wins here today. I just had to accumulate a bunch of small wins in order to eliminate that. Do I want it that way? Like I just said, absolutely not.
All right, man. I've worked into Lucid here. There is an area of support that I like at 660 on Lucid. It is the former area of resistance, I want to say from essentially 1020 to the breakout at 1045. And it's also overlapping with the 10 moving average on the 5, exponential always. So we're going to take a shot here on Lucid. It's up 11 3/4. I'll submit to you that's pretty good for a name like Lucid. It's not, technically a small cap gapper, right? Because it's got, I think, what is it now, 5 billion? $2.6 billion market cap. So not a small cap gapper in the strict sense, but clearly running like one, especially with this kind of chart pattern. So we're going to give this one the old community college try, and we'll see what we get. Silly no show. I love your responses to Joey. Yeah, man, we're having a good time, bro. His responses are pretty good too. Shout out to MF Dangerous. Yeah, video man. Exactly, MF. Because, he was trying to, he paid to jump out, and then he tried convincing the people about to push him not to do it. So it's like, why'd you pay, right? So the absurdity of it is not lost on me at all. So that's why we kind of do that. But anyway, Tiffany, we're looking at STAK over here, Tiff. And the reason we're looking at this one, because it's putting in some higher lows, but the higher highs continue to elude this. So does a decisive clearing of that $4 level. No closing prints above said $4 level. Now, let me tell you something. There's support at 340. Much for the same reason I see support at 340, I see it on LCID at 660. So here's the deal, Joseph Options.
Tell me.
We're going to build incrementally said position.
On stack.
No, on our, sorry, on stack. I'm losing it, Joey. Into 340, knowing full well that 340 level is below the volume weighted average price. We got 85s, 94 showing up here, let's throw a couple of beak wetters, man. Maybe one north of 4 and one south of 4. Just to get, there it goes, Joseph, options.
Let's go.
Through 4. It's having trouble maintaining above 4. That tells you that the short sellers are angry as hell, right? They don't want to see this above 4. Luis, what are you doing over there, man?
Where is he?
We need an explanation.
Where is he? Call him. Get him on the phone.
You get him on the phone. We had him on the phone yesterday, man. Why don't you ask him then? All right, get him on the phone immediately, says the Katia man. Katia is very disappointed about the price action on Stack. Shout out to my man. No, so we're building a position here incrementally. I want to defend that 340 area. I do see a lot of other support at 350, namely the volume weighted average price and the 10 EMA. But what I'm seeing is a breakout from 340. So we're going to give this one the old college try. We'll see how it goes. We got 379. We got a couple of beak wetters through 4, but we're still holding the majority of the position, and we're out of the money. So that's the nature of the beast. Let's go over here, though, to LCID, because that one's treating us well. Into 372 it goes. The spread is opening up to 2 pennies. Don't know why, but that is kind of the look there. So let's set up some more profit takers a little bit higher. But I also want to defend into... You know who loves that?
Ozan.
Exactly. He knew.
I thought it was made for Ozan.
I don't know if it was or not. I'm pretty sure it was just the cash cow, because that's an expression. It's made for SpaceX shorts.
Oh.
The Katina man said this specific animation was designed 4 years ahead of the SpaceX IPO specifically for when he takes it short. So shout
Don't
out to the
interrupt the
Katina.
Stone Cold.
Don't, my bad, bro. What am I doing? Talking on my own
No,
show.
no. Yeah, come on, man.
I'm having a good time, bro.
Was that you, Katina man?
It's for Ozan, man.
Oh, it's for Ozan.
Joseph always thinks it's for him, man. You see that?
No.
Joey? What's going on over there, Joey?
Guys, don't misconstrue my...
Tranquile.
Yeah.
Tranquile. All right, Joey.
We're sitting there, man.
All right, man. We're doing it live here again, Joey, on Stacked. As the bid is getting stacked again into the 80s. We got 79. We're wetting the beak here. We're looking for more. And Lucid's flipping the script on me all of a sudden. So we need to be careful with that one. But as we make money on Stack, there it goes again, Mr. Options, through the high of the freaking. Give me my money, man. There we go into the high of the day. Buvin, are you looking at this, Buvin? Into $250. I don't know why I'm eliciting Buvin into this, but like he has something to do with it.
Get involved.
But he's my guy, right? Shout out to my man Buvin. So there he is, Stack, boom, on cue, Buvin. Well done, my man. There it goes, Joseph Options. We got 75. We have the high of the day on this one into the high teens. We're looking for a little bit more, but as we make it on that, we're losing it on this one. Lucid coming back into the $0.50. Let's see if we can pick up some here. Joey, what are you looking at?
Good stuff, man. We take a little bit more off the top here on SSPC, guys. This is the inverse ETF for SpaceX. We got all out of that NVDL scalp. We took some off the lows, and I told you it's just been like, hey, man, it's really like this isn't ideal for me, obviously, as I was mentioning. I wanted this trade all the way down here, then wasn't willing to chase. I was posted up at the lower end of the range, and then it decided to go. Then I'm like, all right, maybe momentum and volume, as you can see, is starting to stair step up. Let's get involved for the break of the volume weighted average price, and then maybe we can get a little party on here with this one, but not necessarily, no continuation. But we're starting to form an additional base. Now, we will keep our eye out on SpaceX. I'm sitting on approximately about like, we'll call it less than 10% on this position now. I did remove half off right here. Why? Because that was correlated with $135 on SpaceX, and we've been consistently looking at that level. I actually have something cool to show you. Obi and I were talking last night, and dude, look at this on the 1 minute chart. I've never seen anything like that. Obi agreed like this. So this, Sharif, look at the, are you busy?
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
Bro. Give me one moment here.
So this is the 1 second chart on SpaceX at 135.
Okay.
I've never, you're not even.
You sorry?
Okay,
brother. You know how these small caps are. Let me have a look.
Look, I've never seen anything like this. This
What
is
the
the
hell is
1
that?
second chart on SpaceX before the 135 break.
So are those dark pools? What the hell is that?
Dude, it's some obviously crazy activity going on here. So someone just continuously defending it, and there's 1 million shares on the bid here at 135. And then eventually it just flushed. And then when everybody's like, oh my God, what's going on at that 135 break? look at this price action. It looks like it's some form of algo or small cap trader right here with no volume. That wasn't the case. And then boom, flush, hits the liquidity. Look at this candle. And this is 3 seconds. You have to take that into consideration. This is the 1 second chart. So this was some big time.
Big tune.
Yeah, big. Big time.
His Jamaican side comes out randomly. Anytime you mention like dance hall or reggae, right away.
You don't even understand, man. We got a membership promo. But yeah, man, in all seriousness, there's some really big time fishy activity going on at that specific level, guys. It was really great to see.
Guys, I got to tell you something. Quick reminder that Trader TV Live members on YouTube get mine, Sharif's daily morning research note every single trading day that I am here. We're talking about the big market stories, the key technical levels, the trade plans, how to get in, how to get out, what you're looking for, and what specifically we're watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, as the Katina man astutely points out every single morning. It is the price of less than a cup of coffee per day, far less, especially if you're going somewhere thrifty. And you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit the button join below this video to become a member, and I will show you exactly what the morning note looks like in 1/2 second. But I do want to point this out, Tiffany. We're printing up several storms here on STAK, as this has a 438 high. We've got, I believe, 430 something as the best print there. Now, it did close for the first time above the $4 area. I'm talking about the 11:15 candle on the 5-minute chart. That is the first time we actually closed above 4. This current candle has a higher low and a higher high, so I do not see any reason whatsoever, save and except for a big, huge flush down to get out of this trade. I'm looking for $5, guys. Now, whether I get 5 or not, maybe I'm being too ambitious in a market that hasn't been all that friendly to small cap gappers lately. We shall see. But I have a good buffer between my entry and the current price action, so I hate to use this word or this phrase, pardon me, rest easy. You shouldn't be resting easy because this is small cap gapper. Somebody with a big account can absolutely manipulate this in one direction or the other. You need to be alive to that, okay? What's going on over there, Katina man? The Katina man's got yet another dollar on the SpaceX short as that continues.
No, it's moving higher now, my boy.
It's moving higher, he says. He's out at 134. Shout out to the Katina man. Now, I want to bring in Lucid over here, Joey, because we're break even on Lucid, right? Like exactly break even. So decisions to be made. We've built up a decent position here on the high-end electric vehicle maker, but it's not showing me key technical signs. So I'm unsure how to, square the circle. And shout out, man, to Sunshine. Thank you, Sunshine, for joining. Shout out to you. You get my morning note every single morning, and that is going to be my cue to show you exactly where to go and what it looks like. So the way to get the morning note, if you are a member, right, you got to hit join below this video to become a member. You're going to mosey on over to the Trader TV Live homepage, right, Joey?
Show me.
And then you're going to see the tabs at the top over here. Home, video, short, live. You want to go to posts right there. Click that bad boy. And then you're going to mosey on down. You're going to see 3 hours ago it was posted. It was posted at 7:30. Members only. That's how you'll know this is for you here. It's going to say members only in green. I put a little picture of the first page, right? Typically, and then we have a little summary of what it is. You click read more, and there's the link. Hit that bad boy. Today, I think we have 14 pages. Yeah, 14 different stories, each with its own technical levels. You get the story at the top, very, very just brief explanation of the story. It's not the focal point here. The focal point are the technical levels and the trade plan. Under the technicals, you're going to get a 15-minute setup, so that's intraday, and you're going to get a 4-hour setup. That's for swings, right? And you're going to get 3 areas of support, 3 areas of resistance for both the swing and intraday. You're going to get a 15-minute structure and a 4-hour structure. That essentially shows you what you're looking at if you're looking at those respective charts, the structure of the chart. We often talk about that. And then the bias. Typically, you'll have multiple biases here, right? If it does this, my bias is this. If it goes above 122, my bias is bullish. If it's below 118, my bias is bearish, etc. And then you get the intraday plan, right? Watch this, and if it does this, look for this, sort of like an A, B kind of thing. You're going to get that for both the swing and the intraday, and the catalyst watch, telling you specific headlines you should be on the lookout for here. And then an execution mindset to summarize the whole thing, how to look at the trade, how to look at the specific name given the move. All right, let's go over here because we're taking prints here finally on Lucid. It's treating me well here, Joey, but it's not giving me prints. There we go. We're going to take it out there. And then we did get the print on stack into the high of day, but it's flushing again. Joseph options back down into 4.
All right, so yeah, good out there, Katina Man, at that 134 marker as we're starting to come back in pretty aggressively here. And I mean, there was every signal displaying that we were going to turn around. So maybe we have to just listen to that voice in the back of our head. We're all out of it now, right into the volume-weighted average price, and we had a small fraction. Obviously, we give back some unrealized, but I was like, man, I'm already short. This would have been really nice to go long right here off of this level. And then there you go. There's a bunch of 1-minute prints, and you can see the buying pressure really start to step in on NVDA as we continue to move a little bit higher. Grabbing that base, man, was a good opportunity. So let's keep an eye out on that one. Nice out, Katina Man. No, Ozan. Why would you ever want to do
Joe poor again? That's crazy talk.
Well,
Ozan.
I mean, you don't have to do it
Can
again.
I say something?
Yeah.
He's not as sarcastic in person.
In person?
No.
Yeah?
He took me by surprise. Watch out, guys. Stack is flushing. Stack is flushing. It's bleeding its own blood. Careful.
All right, man. Yeah, watch out. That one's not so stacked
He's actually
man.
quite
a humble individual.
Yes, but also highly intellectual.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
I think, don't they say, I mean, it's not in every case, but the more the ability you have to be sarcastic, then maybe, I don't know. Anyways, I'm not going to go down that
I think he's sarcastic. That's his, like, online persona.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And exactly, yeah, it's his online persona.
Get it, Ozan.
Get it, Ozan. So, yeah, I mean, there it is. Tesla.
I love when the Katina Man is here and he listens to our banter, bro. He's always chucking.
He can chime in any given moment, man. Let's see what he's got going on. Katina Man out of the SpaceX. Anything new cooking up there, brother? I was looking at Google not too long ago. Guess what? Google.
Katina Man shorting the market.
Katina Man shorting the market. Yeah. Well, guess what? Google went from negative to positive. That one. Bang, we like Google over here in this neck of the woods as AAPL now up 1%, heading right back towards the high of the day. Why am I not displaying this to you guys? As you can see, we'll head over to our watch list and see it's full of energy here today, man. Listen, we don't want to crash or anything along those lines, so we're gonna try to ride this out.
Hold on, I got a question.
Yeah, how many coffees today?
You're brilliant, bro. You already know me.
Yeah, I'm so good at that.
Because you set up at it already, right?
I'm good with that. No,
yeah, you're pretty good.
Only 2, man.
Only 2?
Listen.
What time is it? Oh, yeah, you're good.
No, but I won't be having any more, man. I won't be having any more. I had to calm down on the caffeine intake.
You guys believe that guy, man? He says he's not going to have any more.
I'm serious.
All right.
So hey man, it is what it is.
Joe.
But you know what's not hot today, Shree?
What's not, Joey?
That SanDisk down another 37% here today, man. You know what I say, and it's complete exaggeration.
He's exaggerating.
Absolutely sucks to suck, and I'm not gonna say that it's sucking, but right now it's not performing that well, down 37%. I mean, we're not too far away from this stock being cut in half, and I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we do have a 40+% pullback that'll put you around that $1,100 marker. Well, guess what?
Yes, sir.
You buy some. No, I'm not. This is not financial advice. Do not listen to what I say. But for me, I said I was going to roll over my picks. Sharif, I'm sorry, that's no longer the case. I ain't going to make it that easy.
You're not going to make it easy?
Heck no.
All right, Joey, so what do you got in store?
You'll find out tomorrow.
You're going to find out? You're not going to let anybody know ahead of time?
No.
It's over.
It's over. Because there's no way I'm going to make it that easy around these neck of the woods. And I'm not going to excuse my competitive nature. But anyways, what we have going on here is I do believe we're going to get a little bit deeper of a pullback, guys, in some of these memory names. I like DRAM. We're already down 30%. But Sean was talking about it bright and early this morning. Is you have to pay attention what's in the core holdings. So let's do that right now. And good thing we already have it up on the screen.
Oh.
Now, a lot of this is fixed income, Sharif.
Okay.
All right? 28%.
You mean the dividend aristocrats like that, eh? They like that fixed income love.
Yeah, but within an ETF.
Oh,
yeah. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, You think you're getting complete exposure to some of the holdings? Well, a lot of this is government bonds.
Horrible.
Right? 30% of its holdings are government bonds.
I never understand that. If I want to hold government bonds,
then you would.
I'd hold government bonds. I'm buying DRAM because I want to get RAM exposure.
Exactly.
Why do they do that?
I don't know, man. It's a great question. And it's the exact same thing with the MEG. So watch out. We like DRAM, but a lot of it is held in bonds and treasuries, all right? Now, Megs, before we send it over to the desk, because we got Big W back in the house, glad to have him back here today. Same thing. Look at this. The MEG 7 ETF is 60% fixed income, guys, all right? So that's something that we need to and like, this is crazy. 22% equity? Like, come on. It makes things, I mean, that's why they're not as volatile, obviously, which makes a lot of sense. But you also have to really dive into what the holdings are. And at times, I'll have you scratching your head, like, what is going on here? Let's send it over.
Hold on. I wanna mention one thing before we send it.
Absolutely.
So Juan and Adara are going to do, of course, the Euro close. But Juan, we need your commentary, sir, on yesterday's game. Please give us, your view on yet another disappointing knockout.
Sorry to interrupt you, but look at the flooding in Texas. Love goes out to
catastrophic flooding in Texas.
I just seen Dallas. Dallas was raining.
That was Dallas, eh?
Yeah.
All right, so let's send it to Juan and Adara.
Yeah, what do you got, Juan?
Yeah, pretty much yesterday's match. I only watched the second half, so I saw all the goals. But in all honesty, I think England dropped the ball because they were leading and they decided to just park the bus the entire game. And I'm like, come on, you don't give Argentina the chance to freaking counterattack or pressure you that way. I think they dropped the ball. There were some calls that were 50-50 that went to the other side, but I think England, they weren't going there to win. They were there to try get the draw, try get the penalties. I don't know. But Argentina, Spain, and Spain is my #1 pick for the tournament. So let's hope for the best. Anyway, let's continue on to the European markets. Here, closing a little bit mixed tech sector volatility as well as escalating Middle East geopolitical tensions, overshadowing some of the corporate earnings from the region. If we take a look at the indexes, stocks Euro 600 down by 0.18%. In negative territory, because of IMF, International Monetary Fund, they had a downgrade for the 2026 Eurozone growth outlook from 1.4% to that of 0.9%. And that's mainly due to that of the Strait of Hormuz standoff, as well as some high energy costs. Inflation also sticky near 2.9%. That's from the IMF. If we went over to Germany, the DAX also down by 0.72%. They're leading the softness route in the European region. Tech shares mainly continue to struggle. We see among the biggest decliners in the region, chipmaker Infineon Technologies down 1.8%, Siemens down by 1.3%. And then in France, the CAC 40 also down by 0.46%. Total Energies, they dropped by 1.6%. The company warning that LNG earnings would decline due to softer European demand. However, their Q2 was higher than expected, the profit. So that was mainly supported by a surge in energy prices based on the Middle East war. And finally, in the UK, United Kingdom, FTSE 100, the only leaders for the region, even though they've got a little bit of a healthcare drag, the UK GDP rose by 0.1% in May, which is a rebounding from that of 0.1% contraction in April. So right now it's a 3-month growth to a robust 0.7%. It's the fastest pace in over a year, so well done to the UK, the only green from the sector. And despite all that, right now it's a sell the news technology. There's a hangover there. TSMC's record 77% Q2 net profit jump. Mainly all the tech bulls struggling overnight. We saw Kospi down by 6% overnight. It's dragging all the European chips shares down. ASML, they had some good earnings. They were leading by about 2%, but then now trading flat. ST Microelectronics as well as BE Semiconductor all falling between 2 and 3%. So investors pretty much looking for profit taking following a massive first half rally. So yeah.
Yeah, sell the news in tech. That's the theme. We'll see more tech names, I'm sure, at the 3:30 p.m. segment when Juan will go over the Asian markets. Back to the midday.
Much for that. Great information, Juan. Thank you, Adara, for that. All right, guys, we're still holding Lucid at $0.75. We have 54, but I need to bring your attention to the seller at the 3/4 to 4/5 of a dollar, because we have been eluding a 680 breach here, let alone a 680, maybe even like 679. We haven't been able to get there in a while. And despite the fact we're above VWAP, the 10 EMA, whatever, we are putting in lower highs. So there is a bit of a downward push right now on Lucid, and I'm not liking the look of this one's jib. But Bovin has a solution for me. Shout out to my man Bovin. A new one has emerged. Probably not that new, but bull flagging. This is very range bound. So my suggestion for anybody who wants to trade IQST, which is the ticker of this monster, is to pick it up towards the low end of the range. It is generally putting in higher lows, but by the same token, it's also putting in lower highs. So we find ourselves with a compression pattern afoot here. So my suggestion, pick it up 120, high 1-teens. You're wetting your beak into the high to mid 120s, so for 10 to 15 pennies. And as always, you're saving a piece for that dream should it close above that trend line. Okay, so IQST in focus. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Adam, such a crazy amount of emotions. We call it passion, brother. Absolutely, man. I mean, I'm obviously not from England. I've lived there. I went to school there. I love English cars and I love Arsenal. So I have a lot of connections to England, and England was my horse. Now I'm horseless. I'm without a horse. Now we're gonna have to, just choose Spain here, because there's three Arsenal players that play for Spain, and there are 0 that play for Argentina. Moreover, I'm not one of those people who subscribes to the theory that I'm supposed to champion the team who eliminated me. I go against that completely. I hate the team.
Oh.
Right? No, I don't hate. Hate's a strong word, but I'm definitely not cheering for them. So we'll have to see how the cookie crumbles, man. But before we go into the finals on the 19th, we got the 3rd place match game, which will be, of course, between England and...
Who lost again? Brother, you're asking the wrong dude.
France, Joey.
Thanks for the save.
Come on, Tiff.
Thanks,
Let him
Tiff.
make his own thing there, man. Let's go. No, we're kidding, of course.
What a
all right.
save.
Let's get right down to business. We got Todd here from Red Light Holland, and we're going to speak a little bit.
China.
Pardon me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love it when Todd's on.
I love when Todd's on as well. I love the space, and there's a big deal today between Eli Lilly, and Todd's here to talk about it.
Yeah, let's just get right into it. A little bit of an intro there already. Thank you very much to Todd Shapiro, co-founder, CEO, and director of Red Light Holland. Thank you for being here with us again on the show. How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm great. Thank you so much for having me. I didn't realize you guys are turning into a sports center over there, but it's good to get the soccer updates as well.
Well, let's get right back here into the stock updates, because I know one of the stories that was probably one of the biggest stories of the day, especially for the health tech sector. Eli Lilly plans to acquire Atai Beckley, which of course is in the psychedelic space. So what does this acquisition mean for the psychedelics industry as a whole, especially given Eli Lilly's dominance in the pharmaceutical industry?
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. I mean, listen, Eli Lilly moving on Atai Beckley shows really now how big pharma is treating psychedelics as a real acquisition category, and obviously a long-term mental health solution. And we couldn't be more happy for the entire sector as a whole. And also what it does is it absolutely reinforces Red Light's pivot recently, where we acquired Filament Health. And while that is a synthetic asset over at Atai Beckley, we are a natural extraction play. And there's been many exits for these sort of naturally occurring drug candidates of pharmaceutical grade that have been acquired by bigger pharma companies as well. Some of them happened in the cannabis space in the day, like Jazz Pharmaceuticals and GW Pharma. So this is the exact narrowed focus path that Red Light's on right now, and we couldn't be more pleased with the fact that the entire sector as a whole is getting lifted here. And really, at the end of the day, it's going to help human beings all across the world.
I found the structure of this deal really interesting, and I wanted to get your thoughts as someone in this sector. So basically, what's going to happen here is Eli Lilly, they're going to pay $2.8 billion upfront, but they can actually pay an additional $1 billion to AtaiBeckley if the company reaches certain milestones for development or regulation. So I guess, how do you feel about this structure of deal, specifically as it relates, of course, to your industry, the psychedelic industry, where we know that regulation and trial results are really important factors?
Yeah, it's a brilliant point you make. And listen, at the end of the day, they have to protect shareholders and the results of the drugs, especially their DMP candidate, their results still aren't proven out. So as they climb and get closer, we've gone through a phase 1, we're approaching and considering looking at phase 2s. In the meantime, we supply over 80 plus clinical trials across the world with our PEX-10, our psilocybin drug candidate. And I understand on Eli Lilly's perspective that until a drug is absolutely proven out, you need to protect yourself. So great on AtaiBeckley for doing a lot of the legwork to get to this point. And essentially, we all hope and we all believe that there will be good results coming. And, we feel the same with the long-term growth of our company too, that will prove out great results. And in the good news for us, supplying clinical trials, which we've done with PEX-10, which I've mentioned, our patented, formulated, 3-year shelf life, stabilized drug candidate, we are getting great results already. We've seen them in cancer distress. We've seen them in helping with cocaine, abuse and helping people wean off cocaine. We've seen it in a lot of post-traumatic stress disorder. So we are already getting great results through other clinical trials in academia and some of the compassionate use grounds. So we're still in this infant phase of psychedelics in the sector. And most importantly, I want to see all the companies grow. And a company like ours that I feel is tremendously undervalued, trading under TRIP on the CSE and TRUF on the OTC. And obviously with the pivot to filament health, we think that, as in terms of we're world leaders too. And the stock might not implicate that right now, but we believe in the long-term growth and future of the company.
Well, I want to say congrats on those results. And I also want to zoom out a bit because I found this whole point really interesting. We know over in the U.S., the Trump administration has made positive announcements related to the psychedelic related treatments. And with growing support now from the government and from these major health companies like Eli Lilly, I guess, what do you think is going to be the next frontier for the psychedelic industry in terms of recognition and support? I know you just mentioned that it's growing, but what do you think would be the next really big step?
Well, obviously, it would be mass distribution of drugs and verified drugs. So once we get past phase 3s and people are using them as long-term health solutions, whether it's treatment resistant, like they're trying to AtaiBeckley, or some sort of stimulant methamphetamine disorder, which we're looking at aiming and doing. We're also looking at microdosing models, which is longer residual value. There's a lot of different studies. David Nutt has done them in the UK, which are looking at microdosing, and perhaps people do these sort of longer, more hero dose facilitator based, but then you have a microdosing model that helps support that down the road to continue being in this, better place. So at the end of the day, it's a great question. And like that's why I mentioned earlier, we're still early in drug discovery. But there's no question with the big companies, and especially this acquisition, and then smaller cap companies like ourselves, which are doing a lot of the great legwork on the natural botanical drug candidates, that this has to get to a mass audience, and doctors have to also open up their minds and hearts to the stigma of psychedelics. It's still kind of interesting sector that people are still, feel like they're a little bit archaic in how they pursue them or look at them. So most importantly, the science has to do its work. And then, helping people will be the predominant feature for many of the companies. And that's what we're blessed to be able to be doing right now at Red Light. And by the way, when I say Red Light, we originally went on the rec model. And then we realized over the years that was going to be a tougher model to prove out, like cannabis. We did believe in it early on. We made this pivot to filament health. And right here on this show, but with Brendan, I had predicted that you will see the Trump administration, and this was like 2 years ago on Remembrance Day, with RFK Jr. and Joe Rogan talking about expedited measures into researching psychedelics. And they did that, obviously, we saw a few months back. And now with this big acquisition, it validates the entire industry as a whole, and we're only going to see movement upwards for the whole sector. So it's a really big day for us as a company, but most importantly for humankind. We always say one small step when you're microdosing, but one large step when it helps mental health. And that's really what it comes down to.
Thank you for zooming out and going over that for us. I understand that the midday guys have some questions for you, so we'll get right into that. But first, I want to know, you already mentioned a lot of updates here. Are there anything that you can kind of tease out or hint at us for what we might be able to expect next from Red Light Holland right now?
Yeah, well, first, foremost, I think tomorrow I'm going to announce the big reveal of the name change. I'm just getting legal approvals, and it's got to go through the exchanges, obviously. But what I can tell you is that is significant because we were a polarizing company. We went that rec approach. We collected amazing data, by the way, from consumers in the Netherlands, which was really supportive in our filament deal and where we're going now. But the name change is really focused on biotech and drug discovery. So that is significant, back to stigma and back to that polarizing nature of the company. I think people will really see this clear and narrowed focus that we do have since the acquisition of Filament Health. And for those who don't know, by the way, Filament Health has a level 8 Health Canada's dealer's license. They're a laboratory that is in Vancouver, Burnaby, BC. They've done incredible work. The team over there has done great work, and we've added some incredible work to the team. We continue to supply in clinical trials all across the world, anywhere from Imperial College to University of California, San Francisco, to right now we're doing a veterans trial in the Netherlands. So, the continued path you're asking for, sort of like where can I lead you, is we're the #1 global leader in botanical drug candidate supply for clinical trials and compassionate use, and obviously looking to how we get into a phase 2 and the proper phase 2 and an affordable phase 2, candidly, because the treasury is only so big, so you don't want to get to a point where you're running out of money before you get the results. But there's a lot of interest on the company, and there's a lot of conversations being had. Obviously, not insinuating at any exits or anything at this point, but there's the patented. The 13 patents, the 13 families and 76 patents that we have are very valuable in our opinion, and you can never take that away from us. So the formulations, the stability, people can try to copy. Who knows if there's people even infringing on our patents at some point, but we're the very real deal, and Filament Health and Red Light and soon new name change will make a dent in this industry, we believe.
Well said. We're going to send it over now for some more questions and talks with Joe and Sharif. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on, and a big day for you guys today and the entire industry. So let me congratulate you first on that. I want to go right to the regulatory environment, Todd, right? This is, I don't want to say it's an uphill battle, but it's definitely not the traditional, form of medicine that we're all used to, right? So I want to ask you something. We're seeing good amount of support, I feel, from the Trump administration. You and Adara spoke about that. Of course, RFK leading the charge there and his views on that. But what are you seeing from other regulators? Todd, I'm talking about the Europeans. I'm talking about the Canadians. How does that look? And then the second part of the question, too, is, give me your take on this. Does Eli Lilly, the big heavyweight that they are throwing their hat into the ring through this acquisition, make things easier for you?
Well, candidly, I'll start with the Eli Lilly question. We're a naturally derived botanical drug candidate, and there have historically been drugs not in psychedelics that have sold out to big pharma, and we've talked about those, a little bit earlier. Jazz Pharmaceuticals, Oxuna, I believe, is one of the companies. Johnson & Johnson, I think, has looked at some natural botanical drug candidates, and not just in psychedelics, of course. Like there's estrogen drugs, there's cannabis drugs, there's stuff that have helped with Parkinson's, et cetera. So why I bring that up, though, is it could be a hurdle, right? Like, I'm a candid CEO, and sometimes the synthetics versus the naturals are a battle. But luckily for us, we're seeing a big distrust in big pharma and synthetics. And I say that as a company because that's good for us. Good because people want naturally derived medications, and we're seeing a younger generation really fight for that. Distrust has happened with the opioid abuse and the Sacklers and stuff like this. We've seen a lot of COVID vaccine issues for people now, and a lot of that is coming out years later. So that's provided a lot of distrust. And of course, there were a lot of debates as that went on. But now the science is backing the fact that there's a lot of damaging results from the vaccines. So the distrust in big pharma is something that, maybe we can capitalize on because we are naturally derived, and people want that. And psilocybin, of course, that psychedelic compound within magic mushrooms, now doesn't become just like a magic mushroom. It becomes a standardized drug. And so we see that going in the right direction for our company. And in terms, remind me of the first question. Sorry, my head.
No problem at all. The regulator, Todd. So, I feel like you've got a friendly sort of business environment now with RFK at the helm, Department of Health and Human Services. But what's your interactions with other jurisdictions and their regulators?
Yeah, we talk to regulators all over the world, and that's backing by the fact that we just shipped stuff to Europe today in Scandinavian countries. So we are really bullish on where regulators are looking at that. And why it's so important is, yes, the conservatives really push forward this approach, especially for veterans and to help veterans. I've said it on the show many times, there's north of 20 veteran suicides a day. So that is one of the big focuses right now. But at that point, no one can argue it. And when I mention no one, it becomes a bipartisan issue. You're not going to have like a liberal or Democrat start to fight a conservative or Republican on an issue that's helping people and saving lives. So expediting this executive order that the Trump admin has done has been really, really like a positive momentum feeling for the sector, but also for everyone involved. No one's kind of crapped on this push. Whereas a lot of people crap on a lot of stuff that Trump pushes through. So we're also seeing a conservative MP in Canada really tabling a bill right now. And while the conservatives aren't in power, I'm in Canada, by the way. Corey Torture is his name. So he's tabled a bill to also help with psychedelics for veterans. And this is the type of stuff that's happening in many different countries. New Zealand has opened up a market now where doctors are actually allowed to prescribe standardized medications based on psychedelics. So we have a distribution deal with a company there. And hoping to have doctors eventually prescribe our pills, which, by the way, we produce in 0.5, 1 milligram, 5 milligram, and 25 milligram. We have the widest ever distribution of that variance of range. And no other company in the world can touch that right now. And also our formulation and our patented shelf life stability is really bar none superior than any other. So we just want to work with these regulatory bodies, and we hope that they're understanding it. And I think, really to answer your question, the interesting thing is I just think as younger politicians come into play here, they have a much more open mind to these types of hopefully, treatment-resistant depression healing drugs or post-traumatic stress disorder healing drugs. And they come into it with a fresh perspective. And I think, that's the most important thing about living in 2026 now is that we're getting some individuals that aren't afraid to kind of say things that you might have been afraid to, I just lost my headphones, but like you might have been afraid to say years ago. So people are coming out now, and it's really important to help humans across the world. And there is a mental health crisis going on, so the time is now. And with that being said, I still think we're like in the first and second inning. This is not going away in the psychedelic sector. And again, congrats to Atai Beckley and team there for getting this big acquisition with Eli Lilly. It just, honestly, it just validates everybody's hard work.
Fantastic stuff. All right, yeah, we're going to wrap things up here, but I just wanted to make one last point here before we do. I believe you were in some local Costco's as well, too. Is that not correct? How's everything going along those lines?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. So Red Light's really done a very strategic kind of review of everything that we're doing. And I mentioned earlier, we're having that name change. So we're actually going more sort of this drug discovery biotech focus. We had a brand called Happy Caps. It still does sell. It's still in stores. But, a sort of a bigger corporate update will be coming. We're pivoting it away from a lot of that rec play, and even the rec play in regular mushrooms like shiitake, lion's mane, oyster. We had a big mushroom farm in New Brunswick, Canada, that we actually shut down operations on. We really want to just focus and become a drug discovery company. We believe that's where the blue sky opportunity is for investors, candidly. We all see how like this sector, when things are on fire, what it can do, and not just the psychedelic sector, but to the drug discovery sector. And we're seeing it in biosciences again. Like there's a lot of attention. Stock market's been crazy. I mean, you guys study it every day, and I'm also like, not necessarily a day trader because I don't have the time, but I'm a big investor myself. But this is where I think investors can really have an opportunity to hopefully, 10, 20 times, an investment, whereas the consumer-facing packaged goods industry is much more difficult because you're based on true financials and where that can go, and that model of just the cost per acquisition for a customer, and then obviously your lifetime value. It was a difficult one with inflation and tougher environments for consumer spending. So I think this big focus, and again, always do your due diligence and speak to financial advisors, but we believe Red Light with the acquisition of Filament Health is set up really good in this drug discovery space, and that's where there's real opportunity. So that's more of the focus now.
Perfect. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much, Todd. Looking to forward conversations. Both Sharif and I and the whole team love it when you're on. Thank you very much, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, you guys are. Who do you have in the finals, by the way? Who?
Let's go, Joey. Who do you got?
Vamos, España. Vamos.
It's been incredible, guys? Yeah. Like, it's funny. I'm sorry to personalize this, but like I used to be in radio, so I love talking. But I'm not like the biggest football, soccer guy. I'm more of a hockey, kind of traditional football guy.
Of course,
but
big hockey.
Man, has it just been some of the most entertaining sports that anyone can see. And what I love about it too is while the world is so divided, like these types of things just bring everybody together. And I always relate that back to our company as a mental health company. It's really nice to see humans. I know there's a lot of defeat and a lot of anger, but like celebrating together at the end of the day for such a good sport.
That's what it's all about. All right, thank you, Todd Shapiro, guys. We will talk soon. Have a good one, brother.
Thank you, guys. I do appreciate it.
Ciao.
All right. Thank you very much to Todd for that. Very, very informative stuff as always. Every time he's on, I'm learning something new. Wish him the best, and I can't wait to find out what the name change is going to be.
Yeah. That's interesting.
That's going to be a big one there.
Be a big one for sure.
All right. Here's the deal. There goes Stack. Back through 4. Down through 4 again. We're back into this one, Bovin and everybody else. I don't know why I'm isolating Bovin. We're in at $0.75. I missed $0.75 by 3 pennies there. I had to chase it. Into 4 we go. Wet the beak a couple of times. Now I'm looking for a high day break. So let's see how this cookie crumbles here on STAK on the NQ. 37 million shares. Doing well on it, man. Good day today so far anyway. Let's not jinx it. But looking for a high day break here into 438. We got a bit of a range here, guys, for anybody who cares. About 4.25 to the high side and about 375. I want to say maybe a little bit lower, 3 2/3 to the low side. It's been ranging since the breakout candle at 1045 with, again, 425 to the high side as a general rule. But the high of the day is 438, but it's been almost no time there. So that's what I'm looking at now. We'll see how this goes. Cars Wow, 88.23. Look at SpaceX, almost all-time lows. 134 on the dot. Options, man. And this one continues to bleed its own blood. And that means $9 more. And Joseph Options dip trade will be triggering on this one, man. And yeah, this is not a good look, of course, on SPCX. But that's the nature of the beast.
I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if we see $100 on this thing. $100,
especially
post earnings.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
You're going to see how much money this company is bleeding.
Well, don't forget. They're kind of EWS now. Don't forget about Elon Web Services now. Some good money coming in.
Did you like what your guy Chamath had to say about that?
About what? About EWS?
Pretty much.
What did he say on
you know how we use the analogy with prices of oil, a barrel of oil.
Course.
So how Elon is selling you that barrel of compute for $1, Meta $1.50, Anthropic depending on the tier $30 to $59, and how everything along those lines works.
Commodifying compute,
right?
Which is what we were talking about. I think we've been talking everything, and that's why when the data center people come out there, and I respect everybody's opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. I think that everything you do going in the future is going to be determined on how much compute you have, whether it's new models that you're building, engineering designs, military applications, everything under the sun, pharmaceuticals. I think a lot of that is going to be determined on compute. So we'll see. Bovin's back in at 96 pennies here on STA, 396 on STAK. I hope he prints up a storm. Shout out to my man Bovin. We're looking for more Jay Lee. SpaceX was destined to fail from the start. The way it was set up, in my humble opinion, means it was destined to fail. Thoughts, Joe? Look, there was a lot. There was a lot there. I see what you're saying. There's a lot of people who want to get out of their position. So there's going to be, I don't want to say a permanent ask or a sell order on SpaceX, but there's definitely people who are going to look to wet their beak. We made this point earlier. In the Austin area, there is almost a shortage of these $1.5 million to $2 million homes because a lot of people are cashing in on SpaceX and they're looking at, redeploying that money into real estate. We'll have to see how long that lasts for, but it's interesting.
It's very interesting. And don't forget, after the report as well, too, you're going to have a lot of people, as Sharif just mentioned, after the report, you're going to have all those people who have the ability. You're going to have a boatload of shares that are going to be unlocked. And you're going to probably see some more downside in his name. I'm posted up at 134 on this thing for potential bounce. It went without me here, up of 40 cents from that marker. Man, oh man, that would have been a nice trade. This has been the narrative of my session so far, even though we're slightly green. It's just a couple of post-ups, and they're just not getting filled. So 134 flat. That way I would have been out at 130, 133.70, we'll call it. So let's see if we get an additional low move lower here. Now, bro, go SpaceX swing here at 134 level. I'm trying. I'm posted up at 134. I don't want anything else other than that, my friend. Nice indecision prints. Look at this double bottom at 133.72. What a thing of beauty right there. And then Tesla, we tried bright and early this morning. Now starting to form somewhat of a bull flag, but let's see if we can get a nice little pullback here and then maybe an uptick all the way back up to 135. That would be ideal. But if we don't catch this fill, I'm not going to be chasing it all the way up here. So, yeah, we'll see what we got going on with that. We'll head over to our watch list one more time. I think Shreve said it's pretty quiet there over in small cap land. We'll head over to the mega caps. We'll head over to
not much.
Nothing crazy. We'll head over to some of these banks, right? Like we have JP Morgan down about 0.5% here today, topping into all-time highs yesterday. Morgan Stanley over here, a little bit off of those highs, reporting the other day as well, too. And then here's Goldman Sachs continuing to stack it up, but still slightly off. Hey, listen, I think it's a good opportunity to get involved with this. There's a couple of names that I believe are completely solid dip buys. These memory names down 30+% respectively. And then we also have some of these banks at one point were down big time as well, too. So, yeah, good dip buying opportunities to come. Let's send it over to the desk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's take a look at the three major averages and also how the IWM is doing and dive right into what's going on right now. So we have the SPY down 0.16% on the day. The triple Qs are down a little over 1%. We have the Dow doing pretty not bad today, up 0.22% at the moment to be precise. And the IWM also closed to the same level as the Dow right now, up on the day. Let's take a look at one update that I have for you right now. Lulu. So Choice has downgraded Lululemon to sell from hold and also cut its price target to $94 from $115. That's implying a roughly 20% downside. Now, Joseph Civello, who is the analyst at Choice, has said that the weakening card spending data, declining brand momentum across social media channels like TikTok, Google Trends, as well as recent PR missteps and growing competition, as well as larger sales that are based in China, have all pointed towards the direction that growing challenges may be more structural for Lululemon than cyclical. So with that, you have Lululemon up on the day, however, 1.3%. And before we send it back to the guys, let's send it to Neil to see what is his lesson for the day.
Thank you, Sia. Well, the lesson is when you have a big event, you need to key in on price action in that day and not forget about it. It's equally true of earnings. It's equally true of preliminary earnings like IBM. But it's fractal as well, because you got to be able to think about that on even like small cap gappers. So it's the kind of thing that you can apply everywhere. I'm going to use 3 examples, and at the end of the day, I find it really helps with directional bias, waiting for turns, recognizing and not fighting trends. So the first one is the most extreme example, and that's going to be IBM here. Everybody knows by now that the preliminary earnings dumped the stock in the letter from the CEO. First day, the initial push down, you're like, okay, well, that's the first level. On the gap down when the letter comes out, what happens? It holds first bid. At some point, you're always going to bounce somewhere. Does it hold that low? It's an obvious no. Okay, so then you've got another low of the day. Does it hold that on day 2? Again, an obvious no. On day 3, an obvious no. And this is where it gets important. It's program buy from the open today. But while it's a program buy, it's still made lower lows at every single point. So as strong as it's been today, boom, lower low. Next day, lower low. Unless, again, another lower low today. Even if it were to close breaking 215, breaking 220, it still would be in the bottom of the range, having made lower lows every single day. And therefore, you can't even say the shorts are in control. The longs are in control. The shorts have maintained the semblance of control, at least until you break the 230. So looking short on IBM will have been a winning trade. And obviously, if you're a short this, you probably got out once and you're looking for another opportunity. But it's hard to have lost with it. You can use this kind of a notion to your advantage. And the place that you can use it to your advantage sometimes is what happens when it does hold higher lows and the trend is in your direction. And this is where something like V comes in. We've seen it time and time again. When you have that first day action, in this particular case, boom, breaks out. The next day, obviously with small cap gappers, oftentimes you will get that pullback. But what happens? It holds afternoon support and makes a fresh high. On the day that was the red day, remember yesterday was a red day for V. This is the down day. What happens? Holds the higher low. And when it does this, it shows you that it's still a bit of a buy. And you can have a little bit of buy action in that you can try to take advantage of because the structure has actually held the buy better than it looks. And that's on the face of, if you just only looked at this day, you couldn't possibly come in with any kind of a bullish tone other than the fact that it gapped up. And it's the same way you could look at that IBM and not really be thinking, oh, is this still downward trending after you see a buyback like this? It's not necessarily indicative. And I'll give you one last one here because I don't think we've talked about this stock today, and that's going to be PayPal. They get the deal news. Even I at the look in the pre-market in the open, I told you I think it's a short. At the open, profit taking, not a certain deal accepted by the board, all that kind of stuff, and it did flush, right? And then the first push in the open show and the morning show definitely lost the level, came back, but then it put in a higher low. That's the bottom, and it held a higher low. So what is this one? Again, holds a higher low. Today, holds the low again. So despite the fact that it was profit-taking there, it ends up being a long setup unless it breaks 54.50. Remember that to yesterday's price action and buyers and sellers, when there's a big news event, this is what you got to go off of. Things have changed in the stock. So what's the reaction from day one to day two? Where are the key price levels? Is the bid holding? Is the offer holding? And then let that lead you into the next day. It's a good way to not be fighting the trend if you don't have to be. So I hope IBM goes up. I hope this is a turn. But it's kind of been a short till it's not. PayPal showed it even despite being a sell at the open and trending down for the most of day one. It ended with the structure of higher lows and then showed you higher low in the morning, which never broke. Structure long, and that's what it's doing. And the similar thing with V. In the midst of a gigantic pullback day, big pullback, monster pullback day, it lost 50% of its value from the highs. But when you zoom out, the structure of the long actually ended up holding when you zoom out, if you go back to the opening of when this thing started to move. So sometimes that can help you with your early directional trading, but just understanding what's the overall trend since the event happened, and don't fight that. Because it's a heck of a lot easier to be with the trend than it is against the trend. And it's not always so simple as looking at your current 3-minute chart. Sometimes you have to look at how things have been since things changed on that individual stock. I gobbled up the lunch already before we send you guys back to the midday. It was just a little spaghetti and meat sauce. So it was solid, man. I mean, it wasn't spectacular, but it was tasty. So pretty happy with it. I'll have my vegetables in a minute because you got to eat your vegetables, everybody. We'll send you guys back to Sharif and Joe. Go get them, gentlemen.
We're going to start here, though, with USO. Keep an eye here on USO. We did get a little bit of an uptick over the last couple minutes. I am seeing some comments here coming from the advisor to the supreme leader of Iran saying that, quote, damaging Iran's infrastructure will lead to the total collapse of the regional energy supply chain. So some oil-related threats coming here out of Iran. Just be aware, guys. Also seeing Google and Intel-related reports here. Keep an eye on GOOGL and INTC. Intel apparently saying that they're exploring Google Cloud-powered solutions that help teams streamline marketing and communications workflows. Interestingly enough, both companies are reporting after the bell next week on Wednesday for Google and then Thursday for Intel. Back to you.
VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales this week. VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM they launch an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan using VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them trading on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Shout out to the great folks there at VinFast. So it's super interesting there. Let me just set up something here, Assassino. Don't put it quite yet.
Okay, well, you said that what
happened, Joey?
While you look into that, here we go. We were trying for a long here on SpaceX, right at some key support levels. 133 looking like it's gonna break. I mean, you're just watching the bid continuously drop here. I got out of dodge on this one, and we went full risk on this one. So yeah, it's AC Slater to SpaceX for me here today. I'm not going to try to look for any form of a long. Maybe Tesla can give us a good opportunity just below the volume weighted average price. But yeah, that loss right there, not fun, giving back the majority of our gains on the session and then some. But hey, it is what it is. We always have a little bit in the fight here. We always have a dog in the fight. So we'll see what we got going on, man. So the short was definitely better. That VWAP bounce was really, really good, but there's no way I'm going to be going long all the way up here. I'm going to be looking at Tesla for a potential rebound.
Anytime I read the phrase
Supreme
leader, I mean, can anybody else help but get this image in their head? Aladdin this, Aladdin that. I mean, like, anytime I hear the term supreme leader, I'm thinking of this movie, man. Shout out to the dictator. But you see this?
What?
Ali G.
Yeah, he's back,
made an appearance at Wimbledon, man.
Yeah, I seen that.
So to me, my spidey sense says maybe, just maybe, we might see like a reigniting of that. Right?
I love his alternate personality, man, his alter ego.
And the British slang that he uses is awesome,
it's
right?
So good.
Watching some of these old
the best part in The Dictator is when they're doing the race and he can't
pass him, Joe.
You can't pass him.
Everybody gets clipped.
Man. That stuff had me dying. Like,
it's really funny, man.
That type of humor. Borat 2 was kind of garbage, but
it was. Look, yes, it was not as good as.
Obviously,
but I thought it was good, man. I mean, like, come on, I love America. Like, come on,
I love USA.
I love USA.
Yeah.
There it is, man. All right, we did really well here, Joey, on STAK. We did take this at $0.75 as we showed, and then look at this resting order rocket. It popped up in a 340. That is technically a new high, breaching the prior area high of 338. And that's where I took the print. I took the print at the high of the day, what used to be the high of the day at 38, obviously cleared into 40. So it's still doing the same thing, though, guys. So I'll submit to you the trade, the range trade, that is still there, right? You're finding a lot of support at the volume-weighted average price. Now, it is below $4. I do apologize. The charts today, maybe they're taking the early week off here. I don't know. Thursday? What's going on here with the charts, man? They haven't done this in a while. Yeah, that's exactly it. You know what it is, Assassino? I blame Windows. Okay? Yeah, I blame Windows. But the charts are not complying at the moment. But I can kind of show it to you down here. Let's look at this. This is the 5-minute chart. You can see the range. And so this is what I'm seeing. I continue to see the same thing since the 1045 breakout on STAK. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. But the trade is crumbling before my eyes now here on LCID. I'm 4 pennies out of the money. I got back into this because it keeps putting in higher lows. But I thought I caught a good entry right around the mid-60s, but it's continuing to put in lower highs rather than just higher lows. So I'm not sure how this cookie crumbles. I defend into 60 pennies and then I stop out if it loses that. I'm going to send Sharif now. Where are you sending me, man?
Where are you sending? Who's
I don't know, Adam. He's sending me somewhere, man. I have no idea. He's sending me maybe to, what was the theoretical or the mythical country that he was
talking about yesterday?
No, in The Dictator.
Oh, I have
there
no
wasn't
idea.
there. What was the name of the country? Clearly, he's supposed to be an Arab dictator, which is definitely, obviously not the problem there. But the problem is which country he's referring to. I think he didn't want to offend anybody, so he made up his own.
I forget.
Right?
I forget what the country's name is.
Wasya? Wadia. Yes,
Wadia.
yes, Wadia.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You guys are great in the chat, man.
Yeah, great. Undefeated.
Fantastic. Bovin says TOP is moving. Bovin says we look. Let's have a look. Bovin, it's not doing any volume, brother. 1.34 million shares. Just because you can trade these ones efficiently, Bovin, doesn't mean other people can. No, I'm kidding. Look, Bovin's good at these ones, man. It's dropping in volume. It's doing barely 12,000, 13,000 shares per 5-minute candle. It's making a big move. It's at 250. There's no complaining about that. It's just it's hard to manage risk on some of these ones, especially on the prop first level.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking at there, Joe.
All right, good stuff. I mean, I got 5 cents worth of risk on this Tesla bounce. I mean, it could be a bad day where Elon Musk's company aren't doing your boys any favor as we're starting to pull back in a little bit here. But what I've seen is just a nice indecision print right south of the volume weighted average price. This is what I'm looking for, just the devil's in the detail. Now it's just a matter of time if this is going to work out or if we're going to continue to slide. The 5-minute time frame not really giving me that confirmation, so we have to get out of Dodge as soon as that candle's breached, and that's exactly what we're going to do. End up taking a small loss. I put the exact... Okay, I was going to say, man, with the I put the exact same size on with this TSLL trade that I had on the initial one here. So again, this is going to be our largest position. Second, obviously, this being the first of the intraday session. And as soon as this fades, then it's like, all right, we go 0 for 1 on SpaceX, we go 0 for 2 on TSLL. Obviously, we don't want to count ourselves out just yet. And then we've been crushing it on, or sorry, we had the long on SSPC, so the inverse on that, and NVDL. Definitely working us wonders on today's session. So maybe we just have to stick with that because it does look like we're going to see some more downside here on Tesla. So we're just going to be, again, guys, we flipped from we were red to green, and then now we're just back red. So we don't want to hold on to this for too long, just in case we're not going to get any form of a rebound. And it's an additional down day. And this is what I said, one second. This is what I said to Ozan bright and early this morning. And I have to literally listen to myself. Look where we're sitting at on the daily. This is a breakdown day. I don't see any form, like it's a consistent downtrend, so we might not get that additional uptick that we're looking for, which is totally fine. We just find something else, and maybe it's go with the flow and head towards the shorts, but we're going to head to 130 on SpaceX. I have a hunch on that one. All right, see ya.
The IWM is currently up 0.21% at the moment. Let's take a look at 2 tickers that I have picked up for you right now. ATAI, that's up 33% on the day. You know the story with Eli Lilly. It's entered the psychedelic. Eli Lilly has entered the psychedelic drug race after it's announced that it'll be buying Atai Beckley outright for a transaction. And we will be discussing this much in depth in the news segment. So please stay and don't go anywhere. AMC Entertainment down 4.1% on the day. It's announced today that it will be reporting results for the second quarter that's ended June 30th. On Monday, 20th of July of this year. So with that, AMC down 4.1 and ATI up 33% on the day.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Yes, Bloom Energy bleeding its own blood. Yeah. Well, I'm involved in this too, Sia. We did wet the beak, but we're still holding the majority of the position. Bleeding into 200. Farm Trader bringing my attention to this one. I don't really like to look at my portfolio during the show, but this one looks like it's headed to 200 to 190. And I say that because that's the 200 exponential on the 5, so let's see. Also, the weekly has been factoring in a lot on my long-term time frame. So this one could see 180 as well, man. Like we could lose 200 if 190 or 200 doesn't hold. This could see 180, maybe even down to 175. And that's because look at that. Look at all those topping tail candles there on the weekly on Bloom Energy. Now, it could flush, right? So be careful with this one, all right? And set up stops that jive with the price action, with key levels of technical resistance and support, right? Like if you're going to put your stop in a willy-nilly area because that's where you're out of the money, or, you know, that's where you got in, whatever. I mean, the market doesn't really care about where you got in or where you're out of the money. The market typically cares about key areas of technical support and resistance. So if you can, keep your look on there. AI is dead. Data centers are dead. Burn it all, says Adam. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He's entitled to his opinion, man. I don't agree. But
I mean, I believe it's very much alive, but
well, Your friend Kathy Hochul.
Yeah. Over there in New York.
Yeah, not like anybody really wants to build a data center in New York.
Yeah.
So.
I thought that was your friend.
My friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we're having a good time. All right, still involved here in LCID.
I didn't sound like it.
In LCID, looking for a move up. What do I got? I got 72, showing me 69. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. I'm also keeping a close eye here on STAK. It's above $4, or sorry, it's above the volume weighted average price, south of $4. And I don't really know how this is going to go, other than to say, look, it finds support at 3 2/3. It finds resistance generally at 4 1/4 to 4 1/3. So do with that information as you will. But to me, it's not the right time to enter right now. If it gets above, 4 and stays above 4, we can get involved. But I don't have anything on this one. There are others, though. So let's bring those in. Some new ones here being called out by the chat. Astute. IQST, shout out to TT Mass. He pointed this one out to me. I told TT Mass I wasn't liking the look of this compression pattern because it's becoming even more and more narrow in the price action. So it's gonna have to resolve itself one way or another. I'm just hoping it resolves itself to the high side and takes out that 1 1/4, maybe even 1 1/3. So IQST in focus. What else? TGHL. Yes, someone brought this to my attention. Whoever you are, shout me out again because I didn't give you credit for this one, but I didn't have eyes on TGHL, nor would I trade it quite yet. It's still, just recovering now from the failure of VWAP, which is at 135.
Oh my
I
God.
definitely want to see a clearing here of 145 or high 140s. Let me make my case. Double top on volume, mind you, at 7 and 705. Good amount of volume there. 2.4 million shares traded on 7 and 1.5 traded at 705. So ample volume, not as ample as the implied balance open. We did 3.4 on that and about 3 on this one. So what I want to see is a decisive clearing of this very obvious technical level of resistance that we have a lot of trouble closing above. So we had the trouble yesterday with that same area. We got above it, failed, and then started using it as resistance again in the pre-market. But there was enough volume, I guess, in the implied balance open to push us up into 170. But down we went, right below 145 again. So TGHL, definitely looking for a 145, hold or breach for me to mosey on into that trade. I'm out of the money again here on LCID by 4 pennies. I don't know, Joe. Let's look at this a little bit more here, man. Let me bring this in. Let's look at the 15 on Lucid. Yeah, the 15 is not really giving me a signal to get out either, man. It isn't. This is a bull flag on the 15. You can split this however you want. On the 5, doesn't look much different. Just the lower highs are more pronounced on the 5. But by the same token, you have higher lows as well. So I don't know exactly how to maneuver here, but I know where my out is. So that's kind of the look there. TGHL is not updating because we don't have that on the side watch list. Okay, good. 140 here for TGHL. So that level I was just speaking about, 145, only puts us 5 pennies away. Time to load this up on a trading screen and get a gander of what the Sorry,
okay,
brother.
let me cover this.
Go ahead,
here,
brother.
Steve. Yeah, all right. So there it is. We'll take another stop out on Tesla. I mean, it's just not turning around. There's consecutive 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35 minutes of straight selling, breaks through the low of the day. That's it for this name, man. And I mean, we were talking about putting the most size of the session on these 2 trades. Now, that's it. My tolerance, I'm still in it. How? How am I still in?
You might have had more shares, just flatten out.
Yeah, I did. I definitely did. But anyways, aside from that, so yeah, I mean, there it is, another loss on it, and it's just not finding a rebound. Now that I'm out, it's probably going to bounce. But what kept happening is right here at 1189 on TSLL, just rejecting. There's a couple of strong spikes, but hey, my patience and my tolerance for this name has worn thin. So what I got to do is maybe head over to the small caps or just sit on my hands till this 2 or 3 o'clock hour, right? Because right now, we're just chopping around. We have NVDA not doing too much, a nice stair step lower and consecutive lower highs here. The NASDAQ's heading towards the low of the day, and then Tesla. So when I find myself getting what they say, Sharif, and what you say is when you're trying to scratch that itch and you get the jitters and you're just getting all fidgety, that's it for me. So it's me just being self-aware on the fact that, all right, if I'm going to get that frustrated on these losses, which is totally fine, we're getting out when we're supposed to.
Exactly.
But we're not getting any form of a rebound that I was looking for, and the 5-minute time frame is confirming that. So we'll pass up on these two names. We'll go 0 for 2 on Tesla. SPCE was definitely a better trader on the day. And then we had NVDL, which is continuing to sell a little bit here. So we'll be patient. We'll head over to our watch list and find something else to trade. There are some more indecision prints, but I believe they're just displaying themselves without any form of confirmation. There's no reason why I wouldn't go long there, and I think that's just something to realize and accept that it's like, all right, you took the chance just in case there was a bounce. Now I was a part of this liquidity grab, and then now we're probably going to make that move a little bit higher as the market is really struggling to find a definitive direction, even though, like I said earlier, pre-market lows, we are about to crack the low of the day. Makes things a little bit more difficult, but 5-minute candle starting to display itself. Maybe I should have just been a little bit more patient on this one.
Have you looked at the price action on Nebius lately?
No.
Whew. Okay, let me ask you something quick. Have you ever been in? Have you ever owned a NeoCloud, like a CoreWeave, a Nebius, anybody else?
No,
who's in the NeoCloud game?
I mean, I own Google.
Yeah, of course that's NeoCloud as well, but it's also like literally an ETF.
It's everything,
right?
yeah. But no, I mean, I would rather just go with the big dogs themselves, like Google, like the Google and stuff like.
But it's less of a pure play, right? So
it is.
So what I'm trying to get at, okay, is Nebius here is bleeding its own blood. We were at 300 like 3 weeks ago. We've almost lost half the company's value in a few freaking weeks. Let's drag 300 down to the current price action. We're down 41%. I'm not saying this is a technical area you buy when it's 40%. No, I'm just saying, this is on sale here, and I could be interested at some point because I've never owned any of these NeoClouds. Now, my point is, I'm going to wait a little bit more here. 170 is an interesting level for me. And the reason I say that, take a gander of that April area high where we kept rejecting 170. Now, the problem being is that 170 is also 20 bucks away from that 200. So if I was to get in 170 in the long term and or swing, I would get in only a partial position with a view to adding more at that 150. Now that 150 hits, the company's lost 50% of its value. I don't know, and however it hits 150 a month. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of crazy price action here on Nebius. So I'm interested at 170. In fact, I may throw in a couple of resting orders in and around there with a view to adding into 150. Guys, I have to digress because stack is, the ask is getting stacked here. To the downside it goes. Stack, bleeding its own blood, losing the range about which I spoke, which is about 2/3 to 3.5. It just went to 340. It lost VWAP. And if it loses 330 to 3.25, this could be bad, because I say that 330 to 3.25, looking at this area right here, that is an area resistance, a bull flag, top end of the range. So stack in trouble. Bob B. Trader, SOXS. Well said, Bob. I'm just going to answer you by showing this. No green names for the second day in a row in the world of micros, in the world of semis. It has been a tough look, but we know how these ones trade. They take the escalator up and the elevator down. Now, a lot easier said than done, but these are the opportunities if you are bullish on the space that you should be buying. Never financial advice. ASML was green on the morning. It's above 1,800. I would say it's probably one of the stronger names because only down 0.5%. Everything else seems to be 1% upwards. In fact, most of these names are high single digits. Better than yesterday, though, when we had a lot of mid-single digit red. I'm talking about Sandex. I'm talking about WDC, Assassino, and all these other ones. Let's go to the super chats. Thank you, Bob, SOXS. Let's just look at that one quick. Assassino for him.
What an absolute.
It's all right, brother. This is SOXS, right? So obviously it's not been good for the shorts on the semis on a general basis lately. Intraday, of course, it's good. But here you are, man. You're starting to make a rounded shape, and we could get a bigger pullback in the semis, especially if this comes back into the 50. Intraday, Bob, You have support at 51.50. That's a good breakout area. So should this fail 52, Bob, and drop into 51.50, could be an interesting pickup there. Let me know how it goes. Shout out to you. Stack's in a lot of trouble, Bovin. It's losing everything here. It's at 340. So watch out for that. Thank you, Mopar for life. Short interest up to 30% on NBIS.
Wow. Thank
you for that information on Nebius, man, because we were just speaking about it. Shout out to Mopar for life coming in clutch. Hey, man, I respect, of course, the institutional short sellers because, you know, they know what they're doing. Like, you have to assume, especially if they're using big boy money like that. But yeah, look, you know, if there's more short interest, usually it just means more of a parabolic move up if they're caught off sides. But I see your point there. Thank you for that. That's good information to have. Joe.
Yeah, all right. I have definitely an uncomfortable amount of shares on this one.
Oh boy.
So, yeah, absolutely. But that's what they say, man. You got to get comfortable with being uncomfortable and see if this one's going to work.
I agree with that.
And head back in towards the volume-weighted average price. I wasn't going to allow this to turn around on me without me participating. And if it takes an additional attempt now, I have 33% more shares than what I had on the previous two positions. So that's what I mean. Slightly uncomfortable with a couple of upticks up into 192, but we want to try to hold this bad boy into 95s. So yeah, I mean, who's gonna carry the boats and the logs, Sharif? You know who said that, right? Huh?
What?
You know who said that?
No.
Who's gonna carry the boats and the logs? Goggins, man.
Goggins?
Yeah. You know how he's always doing this motivational.
Oh,
like
my days, bro. I was lost there for a second.
So man, oh man, yeah, it's tough, man. Elon and company not doing your boy any favors here. Bright and early this morning, a small V-shaped reversal style pattern, but there's clearly a seller right in this neck of the woods, and that's going to be around 389.25. If it breaks down, we're definitely going to have to get out of Dodge on this one and accept the losses for what they are, and then we'll definitely be chilling. I know we have an hour and a half left in the show, but you won't be seeing me. Just as a self-realization and just a self-awareness of where we're currently sitting. We don't want to just give away all of our profits for the rest of the week on just one bad day because we decided not to control our emotions. So it is what it is. If I want to punch keys, then maybe I will just head over to Simulator. But what we'll do is we'll hold on to this and we'll try to keep that confidence to see if we're going to get a little push up in Tesla. The one thing, let me tell you what irks me, guys. Here it is. Time for your favorite segment. What grinds Joe's gears here today?
Yo, that's actually a pretty good segment. What grinds our gears, where we can, it can be like just the airing of grievances.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Any grievances we have?
So, well, maybe we'll set that up. Loose. The grinding of the gears segment
like
here.
That, Joe. That's actually a good idea,
bro.
Going
on. Yeah, I mean, because we definitely have to let loose in a while. But it's like, hey. Okay, boom. It's like all the way down, and then we have this buy program. I understand that this bull flag fails, but then not a buyer in sight. Like it's just gone out of style or something along those lines. So that's my little rant of the day. It's just like, where are you guys? You can step back in for a couple of minutes. That's all we're asking for. We're not Sharif. We don't ask for much around here. So
here we go again.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
This guy started here. He was like 3 weeks, 4 weeks deep, something like that, right? Like he was just started.
He was asking for an animation.
And then he's like, he was asking the production team for something. I think he wanted an animation or something. Yeah. And like he just like, I don't ask for much around. He's like, bro, you've been here like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? And then it became a recurring thing where anytime he asked for something, he would just preface it by saying he doesn't ask for much around here. So shout out to my man. Just before we send it to Sia, I know we got to send it back up, but I want to point out LIMN for the small cap gapper incline, and people who don't really care about trading literal penny stocks, because this is 17 pennies, 1873 high, showing 17.5 right now. It's up a decent amount here. What's the percentage, man? About 53%. This is not everybody's cup of tea, but keep your eye out on LIMN. We're going to keep an eye on it, and while we keep an eye on that, Sia's going to tell you about this.
The SPY currently down under the 0.32%. Let's take a look at the sectors, what's going on here. So the electric tech, you have NVIDIA. To the downside, 2.24%. So NVIDIA-backed startup Fireworks, which is a company whose cloud service runs open source AI models for software developers, is now valued at $17.5 billion in its latest funding round. Apple, we also have another story with NVIDIA, which we're going to discuss in the news segment, so stay here, don't go anywhere. Apple up 1.1% at the moment. AVGO sliding to the downside, 3%. MU down, AMD is down, INTC, Cisco, GE. You have SNDK continuing to slide just like yesterday, very close to 11%. You have WDC down 10.3% at the moment as well as STX and Marvell down 8% and 8.5% respectively. You have tech services, Google trading flat at the moment. You have Meta down 1.5% with Microsoft also not down, but up 1.5%. Oracle's down 4.4%, whereas Palantir, Netflix, and PANW trading flat. Netflix is reporting after market, so be cautious of that. Take a look out for that. Finance trading flat, BRKB flat, BAC flat. JPM down on the day, 0.5%. Visa, MasterCard, however, a little bit of a strength here. MasterCard's up 2%, Visa's up 1.7%, close to 2. GS, Goldman Sachs, down on the day, 4.6%. MasterCard also down on the day, with Citi also down very close to 2%. Retail trade, you have Amazon trading flat. Walmart up on the day, close to 2%. Costco is doing good today. Was a bit of a flat sentiment yesterday with Home Depot as well. Home Depot is in the green, up 1.7%, and Costco up 2% with TJX up 2.4. Producer manufacturing, I would say the first half of the sector is a bit bearish, whereas the latter half a bit bullish, not too bullish. AMET down 2.18%. You have CAT down 3.8%. LRCX down 4.4%, and GEV down 3.4%. Consumer non-durables looking like a bull today. Lots of green across the sector. KO, PG, PM, PEP all up in the green. KO's up 2%. PM up to over 2.5%. Health tech, you have relatively strong strength here. Today, Lilly up 1.6% on the day, and J&J up 1.1%. Lilly is up as it's entered a psychedelic drug race with up to $3.8 billion. A Ty Beckley deal outright buying at $2.8 billion. You have consumer durables, Tesla down on the day 1%. Utilities, a bit of a mixed sentiment with process industries as well. Energy looking like a bull of the day as well. You have XOM CVX up over 8% on the day. Health services, UNH has reported today, which we will be discussing in the news segment. UNH up 3.2% on the day. Industrial services, non-energy minerals, a bit of a mixed sentiment with communications. TMIS, VZ up over 2%. TMIS very close to 3%. And transportation, finally, Uber up 1%, UNP up 3.3%, and you have CSX down 2.7%, up 2.7%, UPS up 3.4%. Strong look here. Before we go back to the guys, let's go over to Adara.
I want to be brief here, but I just want to mention ASML. Ming-Chi Kuo, and this is interesting. This is the second day in a row where he's had some kind of content here where he's basically talking about a company's results or updates and then saying, oh, guys, I called it. So he just did that here with ASML. As you can see, a little bit of a pop and then fall back. You're only about $6 or so here in ASML. He's basically saying that ASML's Q2 earnings back up his predictions he made earlier. He said the same thing about Apple yesterday with regards to how predictions he made about them heading into the WWDC about a month ago proved to be true. So yeah, just be aware here, Ming-Chi Kuo kind of big upping himself. Not much of a move here in ASML, but I wanted to make you guys aware he's posting again. Back to you.
Yeah, shout out to Ming-Chi, but with all due respect to the man, it's a monopoly, right? So if you want to get your hands on some EUVs, there's only one place to go. It's really that simple. So if there's demand for it, you can only go to one place. DUV, obviously a little bit different. You got Fuji in there, some other players, of course, the Chinese also, if you believe some of the reports, producing their own DUV. Now, there are unconfirmed reports, of course, that Huawei, as well as other Chinese companies, SMIC, specifically, not SMCI, SMIC, look into it. They've developed, apparently, an EUV machine. If you believe the reports, which I don't, the caveat to that is that they're not scalable. So it's more like a science experiment that they can't really replicate because they can't get the materials, right? ASML is not just ASML because it's good. It relies on Carl Zeiss, many other suppliers. The German mirror manufacturer, they make other things as well, of course, like optics for cameras and whatever. But it's not ASML that goes at it alone, right? So yeah, some food for thought there. I'm watching ATPC. Been talking to the guys in the chat about this one. There goes the breach of 4, but no decisive move. I'm not really sure how to get into this. I got to tell you the truth. Because I was telling Bovin, I'm like, oh, I want a clearing of 4, and here it is above 4. But there's no decisiveness. A little above 4, a little bit below 4, goes to 408, comes back down to 4, holds the level. Sometimes it fails like it's doing now. So I'm not really sure how to trade this. I perhaps can build a position into 375. There was this sort of shelf, resistance shelf that is at around 375 that I could use as my exit area, but I don't know. I'm not feeling awfully confident in this trade yet. Shout out to Richard Knapp, 5451 ATPC. Boom! So you must be long from way before there, Richard. Shout out to you, my man. Hope you continue to print out multiple storms. It looks like it's going well for you on the other side of that screen, and more pleased for you I could not be. And I also want to tell the LIMN traders, there goes LIMN back into the high of the day. We could see 20 whole pennies here in moments. 1876 high. I did give you guys this one after somebody else in the chat gave it to me. It is a good looking rounded bottom. We still are suffering though from that 7:10 a.m. high where we got to 1888. The high of the day right now, the official high of the day during regular market hours is 1876. So we are still below the pre-market high. Watching ATPC again come back down now into 390, and this candle on ATPC on the 5-minute chart looks like the hottest of garbages. Nope, bad English there, but whatever. And here it is. It is failing into a topping tail candle, and here it comes again. So this is not a good look right now on ATPC. I'm going to steer clear of this one for a minute. Perhaps it's headed back down to VWAP at around 370 to 365. We shall see. Man. But I don't think it's the right moment for me. Hangry. Hey, Sharif, are you interested in a long-term NOK? I am, and I did consider it. Today it's getting clipped. I see that 8%. Let's look at the daily on that for Hangry. Just pretend that I am Hangry. Come with your next point. What are you trying to set up for? Are you trying to set up for the fact that it's coming into the 200 right around $10 and perhaps could be a good buying opportunity here? Make your case to me, Hangry. I've shut it to you. RG Shirayev, CPHI. Yeah, I've been watching that one all day. Bovin called CPHI a while back. And I've been displeased with the price action. It's a little light on vol. $1.18 is the current price. We have only done 4 1/3 million shares on the day for $1.25 name at 12.40. It's kind of light, but I'm going to keep it on watch. Thank you for that. Yeah, no other tags there. I thought maybe there would be a couple of tags, but there it is, man. Man, have you seen MP Materials? I don't know what to do with this thing, bro. It's down 10% today. 9%. What am I going to do with this thing, bro? What am I going to do with this thing? Like, I have to have some sort of mineral exposure. It's just, I don't want to DCA into an oblivion into this thing, man. My days. Who else is caught in MP with me, man? What am I going to do? Anyway, Hangry, they are heavy in photonics. And pioneers of the next gen cellular tech. We're talking 6G, I guess, Hangry? I was just thinking buy and hold for a stock for years, my guy. Yeah, I don't dislike that at all. But my conversation with Ozan was, and he has a lot of experience at Nokia. He worked at Nokia for a while. Shout out to Ozan. And Ozan, chime in here if I misstate any of this. I don't think we're going to have huge 6G adoption immediately. Seems to be more enterprise than commercial, which may not be a bad thing, right? Higher margins for B2B than B2C. So I don't know. I don't mind it so much. Like Ozan's position was, 6G is going to be super low latency. So you're going to be able to theoretically run data centers remotely without a hard wire. I don't know how, quickly they're going to be able to do something like that, but that's kind of the look there. Shout out to Benton. I actually bought a position in MP 30 minutes ago. Okay. Shout out to you. Perfect time to buy, Benton, when it's getting clipped 9 1/5 on the day. Andrew's in with me. 07 RKP, she's in with me. 510 as well. You guy, 33, you guys are in with me. So it's a tough one on that one, man. And I don't know what to do about it. I like the company. I like the space. I like the company because it's vertically integrated, okay? So they have the entire stack all under one roof. That's great in theory, but the price action is not supportive of my theory, quite frankly. So I don't know. What are your thoughts there,
I have
brother?
no idea, man. I told you I'm in a nail
Yeah,
biter.
yeah. All right,
I'm in
brother.
a big time nail biter right
I've been
here.
trying to give you some time.
Yeah, I know. No, I appreciate it. I'm willing to go, man. I can ramble on a little bit here about what we got going on. I said in the chat, this is definitely the nail biter of the week. If it breaks this level, I have to get out of Dodge on this one, and then we'll sit on our hands. But every time the bid steps in, it just gets immediately met by some form of defense. And then we're not climbing any higher. There is some nice indecision prints below VWAP, which I really like and gave me some conviction behind this trade, but no one's stepping in right now, just making an absolute horrid. And I mean, Sharif, you know how they say the plank is like sometimes when you're doing the plank at the gym, it's the longest minute or 30 seconds of your life? Well, I can tell you this right now. This has been a long one here. It's either it's going to break down or it's not, or it's going to work for us, and it doesn't seem to be the case. Like any form of buyer wants to step in on this name right now. So that's really unfortunate for our circumstances. But then again, it is what it is. We'll just talk it through and we'll see what we got going out. Timeout, Joe says, "But why would you time me out?" I didn't say anything bad. But yeah, let's see, man. If we can hold on to this for as long as we can, and if we get a nice little pop back in towards the volume-weighted average price, we're definitely going to be sitting pretty in Suntan City. That's for sure. But if it breaks down, as soon as we get anything south of this level, could be a liquidity grab right there, and I have to accept my fate for what it is because we don't want to take too big of a loss on this one, considering the amount of share size that we have. And it looks like it's going to head there right now, guys. So we'll have to take that loss, unfortunately. But hey, it is what it is unless we get a nice little pop right here. And we're getting the 1 minute candles opening up at the lower end of the range. This isn't necessarily what we want to see. And every time, like, just focus on the tape. I'm watching the tape. You have those strong upticks, but they're just immediately met by in between and at the bid. And then now you have a 1 minute candle opening up on the south side of things, which is not that good. Now let's see what you guys got going on in the chat here. Yeah, I know I have to call Elon and say, man, what's going on? If you have access to real-time options data over there, I will strongly suggest build a gamma exposure for Tesla. Yeah, of course. What do you think we are? We're running some... of course, we got actual data over here, my boy. What else would we be rolling on? All right, so there it is, another uptick. What are we doing? Yeah, what kind of question is that? My toast off 30. Nice, man. I said to Arun, I'll look at something here momentarily, but I really want us to focus on this trade, as I believe. Yeah, there it goes. All right, that's it. That's about it here for me momentarily. 1 second here. We're going to go over one more thing. We'll take a look at the options chain to see why there's so much resistance at this specific level. I'll pull it up because I got to keep my eyes. Actually, I have my secondary chart in which we can use, but we'll keep our eyes on. There it goes. Yeah, this is annoying. It's just that time frame where there's not much going on. I know as soon as I get out, which I'm going to right now, it's going to probably turn around, but it is what it is. Let's take a look at Tesla and see what we have from an overhead resistance standpoint. We don't want TSLA. TSLL. We want TSLA. Those guys just absorbed my liquidity and then turned the price around. That's insane. Anyways, 21,000 here at $400. I know you were looking at that level there, Ozan. We're trading at 388 right now. So yeah, nothing crazy from an open interest standpoint. See ya.
The pound performing rather strongly against all major peers right now, trading near multi-month and 1 year high against the US dollar and the euro. Sorry about that. I'm just going to pull up the chart here for you, GBP. Yeah, so multi-month and 1 year highs against the US dollar and the euro, holding a strong, rather 2 month peak driven by a rather softer US dollar sentiment over here. Let's also take a look at how the Japanese yen is doing against the dollar right now, remaining historically weak, I would say, hovering near 40-year lows against its major peers like the USD and as well as the euro. You have the USD JPY pair currently up on the day 0.25% at the moment. Let's take a look and see how the dollar is also doing today. I would say trading near 100.7 right now, up about 0.28% on the day, stabilizing from a recent slide to the 3.5-week low over here. So the DXY currently up very close to 0.30% on the day.
Thank you for that, Sia. If we can throw that super, Tiff, any time you're ready, we can cover AMPX. Thank you so much for that. Ruchi Shah, 5, 222, 52.22. Let's put in AMPX. So can you take a look at AMPX? Any long entry? I would say no, right? Currently, you're below $10. You're at 990 low. So unless you're able to immediately reclaim that 10, which is an important level of psychological support, I'd say no. Moreover, there really hasn't been a bid on this one. Like, look at this. Look at the green line there. The green line is the 10 exponential moving average on this 5-minute chart. There has been no decisive taking whatsoever of that level at any point in the day, pre-market or subsequent. It's been a tough look. 12 2/3% bleeding down. Amprius Technologies manufacture, market, and develop lithium-ion batteries for mobility products, including aviation, EVs, light electric vehicle industries. Batteries are primarily used for existing and emerging aviation applications, including unmanned aerial systems such as drones and high-altitude pseudo-satellites. It offers high-performance silicon anode batteries and under its silicon anode platform to supply the aviation. All right, so interesting space. Let's throw the daily on this. Take a quick look here. Okay, so interesting setup. Not good that we're below the 200 or the 50. Let me throw the weekly on here super quick to see where the 200 on the weekly is. It's all the way down here. So we're below the 50 as well. Look, this is getting close to losing all the trend. If it loses this area low, I'm talking about $8 relative. If it loses that, it's in a lot of trouble, okay? Yeah, this is the weekly here. So kind of, I don't want to say a rounded bottom. It's not really a rounded bottom. More maybe a cup and handle with some convoluted structures there on the right. But, $9 pickup. If it goes all the way down, it's at 988 right now. If it comes into 9, I'd be looking for a possible rebound with my stop below this area low right here on the weekly. That is the week of December 29th of 2025, the low of which is $7.71. I would put my stop below that if you can handle that kind of move down. AMPX, look, love the space, right? Especially with drones and other, important sort of conveyances now in focus, especially militarily, right? I like it, but the market has other ideas at the moment, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway, I'm involved in this LIMN trade. I've wet the beak a couple of times over here into that 19 general area. It is 19 on the dot, high a day. I'm looking for a little bit more, man. I'm thinking 20, especially with a lot of resistance at 19 with higher lows. It feels like an ascending wedge pattern here on LIMN. It's up 61.5%, but I know it's not everybody's cup of tea being an 18 penny stock, but that's what's moving right now, man. I told y'all this morning, the pickings are slim. The pickings were slim yesterday. And now my profits are slim because here comes LIMN into 18 pennies. Looks like it may be holding up at the 10 EMA. Let's give this one an opportunity to dip down a little bit more. We can see if we can pick up some at 17. I have some at 18 here, but oops. I'm going to put 17. Let's go 17.3 for a buy. Actually, 17.5 looks like a good area to buy, but in any event. That's my look there. I'm still interested in ATPC, though. It's finding some support here, guys, at the 10 EMA. And it's about to breach prior bar high in the 5. So 1245 high is 383. We're currently showing 382. Let's see if we can get into a bit of a move here on ATPC, especially if it can come and take out that $4 level again. I wouldn't mind giving this one a try. So we've got the setup here properly on LIMN. Now it's about whether I can maneuver into ATPC, and there goes LMIN, taking out all but one of my orders. Didn't get the dip trade, but there it goes through 19, 19.5, 1940 technically is the high of the day there. And it continues to kind of try to mosey on up. Let's go. Keep moseying, baby. Let's go. We're waiting at the $0.50. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. 45 showing up. There it goes into 50, and we're still not printing on this one. So let's see if it can cross above 50. There it goes, Mr. Options, through the high of the day into 1960. We're looking for more. We're looking for 19.8 now. Let's go. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. Let's set up there. And then we're going to set up at 20, Joey, right? So in case that 20 seller comes in, we want to be able to wet the beak. So LIMN in focus, ATPC, not taking out prior bar high. I don't get it. Simple as that. Your opinion on JBS. Thank you. Shout out to Bam Bam 001. Bam Bam. I'm going to go ahead and say that's too close to Ram Ram.
Ooh, Bam Bam. Isn't Bam Bam from the Flintstones?
We're gonna have to block him, Joey.
Oh.
I can't have Ram Ram and Bam Bam.
Oh, I like Bam Bam.
I like Bam Bam too. It's actually quite safe.
Bam Bam is from the
Bam Bam
Flintstones.
Bigelow.
Yeah, what is that from again?
Wrestling, my boy.
Yeah,
you don't know Bam Bam.
Dude, Bam Bam used to be my favorite.
Hold on, Joey.
Yeah,
Bam Bam Bigelow.
man.
He'll drop a headbutt on you from the top rope, man.
Remember this guy?
Look at this guy. May God rest his soul. He passed away almost 20 years ago.
Look at that widow's peak he's got, man.
I think that's a tattoo, Joey.
Yeah, but who would Bam Bam Bigelow?
Yeah, it's a tattoo, my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bam Bam Bigelow and his little fire out leotard there he's
Bam
got
Bam
there.
Bigelow.
And you know what his finishing move was?
No.
He went on the top rope.
Yeah.
And he dropped a headbutt.
Oh,
on
yeah,
you with his head.
Yeah.
Right, because the tattoos made it hurt more.
Yeah. What was your boy?
Nobody got that.
What was your boy Rashiki's finishing move?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, Rashiki?
Yeah.
He like smother you with his butt. You like that, Joe? What the hell is going on over there? Anyway, man, shout out to Bam Bam Bigelow. Yes, rest in peace, Joe Mill Joe. Yes, he is. He's no longer with us, but man, he passed away in 2007. That's almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, man, a lot of it are Rashiki.
In a minute. Wow, man. Unreally. Rashiki.
Yeah. Rikishi or whatever.
Rikishi. Yeah, his kids. Aren't they the something twins? Remind me, guys, in the chat. Aren't Rikishi's kids like that tag team? The twins? What are they called?
Not the Hardy Bros.
No. The chat will get it in a second here, but I forget their name, man. The Usos. Thank you, I Grow Fighting. Yes.
Scotty Too Hotty was definitely up
Scotty
there.
Too Hotty was awesome,
Yeah,
man.
obviously.
Shout out to Scotty Too Hotty. There's a dude at my gym. His name's Scotty, and I always call him Scotty Too Hotty.
Hotty?
Yeah, of course.
Right
He
on,
likes
man.
that. All right, Sia, we're sending it back up to you.
Let's take a look at the crypto markets, all in the red right now. We have ETH down 2%, we have Solana down 1.2%, and Bitcoin down 0.4% on the day. So Visa has launched a new enterprise platform that brings stablecoin issuance, wallets, and payment movement into one Visa-managed environment operating for banks, fintechs, and also crypto companies. So this Visa stablecoin platform that is also called VSP will be giving institutions a way to mint, burn, hold, transfer, and redeem stablecoins without assembling each piece of this infrastructure separately. So this service will begin with OpenUSD, which is a dollar-backed token introduced by Open Standard and connects these flows with Visa's network, risk, as well as fraud systems. Visa didn't move much on this, but new news over here with Visa launching a new enterprise platform, bringing stablecoin issuance, wallets, and payments into one secured Visa-managed transaction.
Thank you again for that, Sia. Great information there. Keep your keep a lookout for that, Joey.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Do you mind? I know you're in something right now.
I am, yeah, but I was just going to say I'm thinking about getting into ATPC if it can continue up here because it looks like it's curling above that prior area, Joey.
Right.
I think 385, 386 on ATPC gets me in.
Cool. Yeah, let's go over some options activity here, guys. We got some time to kill. Once again, I'm not going to apologize or anything along those lines, but just be aware there will be. Well, I'm not going to because I was going to say sorry for not taking anything, but I'm truly not because I'll be in the chat around 2 o'clock and then we'll see what's going on from there. But we don't want to dig ourselves too big of a hole. I mean,
why are people yelling about Ford, man?
Is Ford moving?
I don't know. Why people keep saying F? Fail?
How many people are saying it though?
Man.
It's down 5 cents.
Nothing.
It's down 5 cents.
Doing anything? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's not even doing anything right now. Hit the do something there, Assassino. Back to my unapologetic ways. It's obviously being highly sarcastic. Yeah, let's take a look at SpaceX options chain here today.
Trolls in the chat.
Yeah, big time trolls, man. All right, so $100 maybe on this thing after they report earnings. There's no way. Okay, yeah, these are underwater now, so whoever's been writing those are just probably going to get absolutely decimated, as Sharif would like to mention. But where's that next level?
Where's it
in
at?
that massive size of open interest? That's at $100. All right, I believe that's totally obtainable for this name, and even south. Like if we go back in the history of all the previous IPOs, there's only a couple of select few that have been holding on to their key levels and their opening price, their issuing price. All right,
Get it, Ram.
I don't know if SpaceX is going to have the ability to do that. I know Sharif likes what EWS. Yeah, I mean, hey,
Elon
man.
Web Services,
Yeah,
baby.
Elon Web Services for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, everything else within the company might just be a little bit of bleeding its own money there at that point. But we'll wait and see, man. Anything can happen in the street. Considering I'm thinking, hey, we might tank off of the report. It might decide that it wants to go on a nice little run and find some form of a recovery. Now, what I will mention is that I think it's really important to note with specific underlying assets leading into the earnings report. Now, you want to watch the price action from a day-by-day standpoint. Why? Because leading into the report, the chances are of some individuals knowing something are relatively high. We're not going to mention any names or anything along those because I truly don't. But you see some strength leading into that report, then that might be a signal that, hey, there might be some good numbers that you weren't expecting selling into the report. Now, it's not always the case, but I would keep an eye out on something like that. Yeah, Microsoft is moving here today. Let's pull that name up. We'll head over to our watch list and
Pull up.
It's definitely been one of the better performers today. Is it overdone? Like, and this is exactly what I'm getting at. What happens if Azure's numbers come in better than expected? Right? Like, this is a name. Yeah, is right, Sharif, because look at
Question,
this,
bro. Legit question.
This is a name that's down 27% off of its all-time highs and has almost no participation in any form of rally over the past year and a half. Could we see a rotation, maybe into some Microsoft? What is that going to lead me into? What's that next name? Oh, yeah, you guessed it. It's Meta. Meta trading at 19 times or 20 times forward earnings, where Zuck is now starting to sell you barrels of compute for $1.50, something that he probably should have started a long time ago, but at least he's come to the realization that his AI tools aren't performing how he wants them to do, so what's he going to do? Provide cloud services, which is something I was speaking about for quite some time.
One thing super quick?
Yeah.
Apparently, Joey, I haven't used it yet, so I can't speak from personal experience, but word in the Twitterverse is MS2 is pretty good. 1.1 or whatever.
MuseSpark 2?
Yeah. Or what is it? Is it 1.1 or 2? Something like that.
So what?
MS.
So what I was reading up on MuseSpark and what I've seen is that it's really efficient from a power use standpoint. Like it uses significantly less than some of these other AI tools.
1.1, yeah.
So MuseSpark is really, from a compute standpoint, is really efficient. Like it doesn't use, exactly. It doesn't use as much tokens as some of these other features do.
Said.
And that's what some individuals are looking for as we continuously grow within this space.
That's a fantastic point because obviously energy is a huge bottleneck now. We know that. But the benchmarks are also showing that this is good at coding. It's good at inference.
Hopefully.
There's lots of things that they've made improvements on. I'm not pounding the table on it. Apparently you can download it, by the way. Try MuseSpark on Vercel. Guys, do I have to do like some GitHub whole thing here to get MS 1.1, or is there like a downloadable program? I haven't looked into it yet, but I know a lot of these like frontier models, these newer models, like you got to go through GitHub and doing that whole thing. And so let me know if you guys have done that or what. Where is the Twitterverse? Amy Lou, yeah, it's more metaphorical. But yeah, to be honest with you, a lot of people are saying good things about it, brother.
That's good. Well, you would hope that would be the case because think about how much money Mark Zuck has not only on like buying all of these GPU, CPUs, but poaching talent from other companies, right? Like it's like, hey man, at some point you're gonna want to see some high quality and competitive product, which we didn't see for quite some time. But you also don't want to rush the process either. We've seen what Zuck had to say at that town or that meeting that he had, whatever. Remember, he's like, hey, we're not progressing how we want to.
Yeah.
All
hands on deck, you're talking about?
Exactly, and just how kind of the sentiment around the company was really starting to deteriorate, but things may slowly turn around for Meta, and I think that will definitely be displayed within the stock price.
Has he done anything that well other than social media? He didn't come up with WhatsApp, so don't tell me WhatsApp, right? He bought that.
No.
Right? No, honestly, guys, has he done anything like and dominated in any other area other than social media? One could maybe think marketplace, groups, but that I would say goes under the social media umbrella.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, what has he done that's been stellar that isn't social media related?
Meta glasses.
I don't know if those are stellar, man. Are they? Like, they sell okay. Say that again, Fabian. Data mining. Well, yeah, social media and advertisement, that's kind of, yeah, it goes hand in hand, but you're absolutely right.
Speaking of advertisement, do you have chat gupt, as you would like to say, on your phone?
I do, of course.
What happens now when you type in a prompt?
I don't know. I haven't used it in a while.
Type in a prompt, my boy.
What do you mean?
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Can we do it live?
You do it live, man.
We're going to do it live.
Watch what happens now. Something that I've been, as you would say.
Okay, what should I say?
Anything. It doesn't even matter. Just type in anything.
Okay.
And something that I've been pounding the table on for quite some time.
Yes.
This is the first time as I was using it bright and early this morning is what I've seen.
Okay. We're doing it live right now.
Just type in anything.
Chat. Man. Okay.
How are you?
When is Donald
there you go.
Trump's birthday? I don't know why I asked that.
But that's all right.
What are you worried about, bro? It gave it to me. What's the problem?
Okay, you're not getting what I'm getting.
What are you getting?
What you have now after the prompt is a digital ad at the
I'm not getting the, because this is premium, brother.
You got the premium, so so me with the other individual
works.
Right, but if I just type something in at the lower end of the range.
Let me see. So there's ads now, huh?
Yeah, there's ads now.
Let me see it.
Let's see it. All right, let's.
Well, your internet signal is weak. That's why.
Well, I know
you're not on
I'm
Wi-Fi,
not on the Wi-Fi.
But I don't know why, but that's all good. You're paying for it, and the way she talks in the car is so realistic. Randy's talking about the voice activation in the car when you're going back and forth. I gotta echo that, Randy. 100% agree with that. The app for the new Apple CarPlay is fantastic. It works very well. But hey, I mean, you know, this is kind of the thing. Randy's going to chime in. Come in, Randy. Tell us exactly, because you have a really long drive to and from work. So I'm assuming this really does help you.
It's super cool. It's so realistic. It's like having somebody in the car with you. Now I've got it on CarPlay 26.4.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Randy. But where'd it go now?
Oh wow! So
ads
I'm
paying the premium
one.
and I don't
Same
get
with
the
me.
See how it's stepping in there?
Yeah.
Hey man,
I didn't know that made it on there. I didn't know. Thank you for telling me.
1 billion, so just under 1 billion monthly active users. Is this something that can be a positive outlook for Sam Altman and company, raking in that digital ad revenue, just like your boy Zuck is doing over there on Instagram?
I think it was going to happen at some point.
It had to
the freemium model, right?
It had to have happened.
The premium is $25 a month up here, and to me, it's worth it. And again, the realistic, lifelike voices and the tonality and the way that the thing speaks to you in the car. Because of course you can't read. It's CarPlay.
Exactly.
It's absolutely entertaining. Yep. Number one, it's informative. Number two, it's really well done on this version. What is it? 4.6 now.
Something like that, 5.5 or 5.6, something like that.
So I'm impressed. I was rather taken with how well it was done.
And you can do genuine learning on there. So if you have time, again, you know, the accuracy of LLMs is what always kind of makes me hesitate a little bit, because what I do is if I'm going to rely on something, I'm running it through multiple LLMs. Otherwise, I'll go fact check specifically, because you know how it gives you the results, and then it has the link under the result for where it pulled that. So I'm doing either or. You can't do that in the car.
So I can't run Claude in the car, and I can't run Gemini yet. Gemini's coming to CarPlay at some point, but at home I'll bounce between the three of them and just see what answers come out.
Exactly.
But all the time in the car, ChatGPT on CarPlay is
it's up there. Agree. Thanks, Randy, for that.
I said, well, Randy, if you buy a Tesla, you can get
you can get Grok.
You can talk to Grok all day.
Randy is. Look, man, Randy, he's not a fan of Tesla, man.
Not a fan of Tesla.
You know, he's made his opinion known, Joey. Right? So, all right, guys, we're in ATPC. Oh, let's get to that super.
Why? Why would you do that?
Well, what do you think? Wrapping a tree.
Well, it means he's great. That means. Oh, no, okay. Well, not. I thought he meant. I didn't know he meant like. I thought he meant literally. Not.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah. I was like, is that what
Like,
the
why
kids
would
are
you
saying these days? Right?
Dude, sorry to go completely off track. The one time that I seen a vehicle wrapped around a telephone pole was one of the most destructive things I've ever seen.
Well, you don't want me to show you that video yesterday, sadly,
On
on the 401. You should have seen that Mercedes
Yeah.
GLA fly into the back of this car. I played the video in slow motion. He never touches the brake.
Wow.
He never saw him. He went into him at full speed. He got airlifted, and the car he hit, the two occupants died.
Yeah, and he's still alive.
And well, you know, I'm not gonna. No one wants him to die, but like.
No, but I'm just. That's
right?
a genuine question.
Yeah.
Like, is he still?
No, he. I think last time I heard he was airlifted. Anything on Netflix? Thank you, DJ Vinny, for the 148 super chat. Of course, we are waiting for the flakes after the bell today, and let's look at the chart. I'm going to show you guys the weekly. This could be good or this could be bad for Netflix. Let's find out. So this is the daily chart on Netflix. As I've been kind of just trying to make the point lately, I feel like this is setting up as a head and shoulders pattern. It's got all the right ingredients. Whether or not it manifests and loses the level of $70, we'll have to wait and see. But you're preceded by an uptrend. Check. Left shoulder, right shoulder. Sorry, head, right shoulder. If you look at it on the weekly, kind of a similar look there on the flakes. You're getting a lot of defending, though. You can see at the $70 area. That $70 area is the 200 simple on the daily. So Netflix for the last, I want to say, 4 weeks has now been locked into a range of between $78 and $70. And just, I guess, by happenstance, that high end of the range is the exponential 200 and the low end of the range is the simple 200. This is, of course, after they did the split back in November of last year. Let's see how Netflix does, man. But I think, you know, one slip up here probably gets them into some trouble. Now, if they do fail, if they do lose, then they're losing one of the most important key levels, which is 70. 70 is an area of resistance going back to when we really sold off at the end of 21 and we dropped on Netflix. We lost 75% of our value. From the moment Jerome Powell went to the Hill, said inflation is not in fact transitory, and then we never stopped bottoming out, Joseph, until May of that year. Then we started slowly moving up. But on that bottoming process, we lost 75% of our value. Not we, Netflix. So if you lose that $70 area, I think that that's very, very bearish. Now, where do you find it? Where do you find support? Probably 50, right? Given what we topping tailed there on the week of, what week was that? July 17th of 2023. We'll see. We won't have to wait long, though. Netflix does report after the bell. Ray Presidente, 4607. He's dropping 10. Chat, thank you for that. Curbing free speech. He was pretty good at that. I'm not going to forget that. I'm not going to forget that. And I stopped using a lot of his products when he did do that. I won't forget that.
Zuck.
Thank you very much for that, Assassino. F-Cell getting clipped today. This is a swing that we have. Let's have a look at the sell. Bloom Energy also getting clipped today with the sell.
What's up, Katina, man?
What's going on there, Katina, man? Let's flip the...
How is it out there? Is it still smoky?
It's actually nice weather today, despite the fact that it's like... It is worse.
Feels
Guys,
better?
it is... Okay, then I've probably already been stopped out of the majority of the position here because it lost $20. So that's where my stop was. My stop was below $20. I think I only have like 15 or 20%. I'll have to double check. But I did have my stop below that $20 area, so much already been stopped out. Possible bounce. We're down 14% on the sell. We're finding support here generally at 17, but we're still below moving averages. VWAP at about 18.15, give or take. Let me know how it goes. I mean, the sell I don't trade intraday. It was a swing trade, and it looks like I'm out of the majority of that now. We'll have to see. I'll update you guys tomorrow on that. Joey, what are you looking at?
Good stuff, man. I mean, it's 112.
Lucid's losing VWAP.
Yeah, Lucid's losing VWAP.
IQST breaking out.
We were looking at the options chain here not too long ago. I thought we were going to hop into the news segment at this given moment. So other than that, as from an equity and trading standpoint, I don't have anything going on. You've seen what we were dealing with here on Tesla. I don't know what happened from this point. Yeah, it's not really doing anything right now. So it looks like it could be a potential consolidation before we make an additional low. I would be surprised if we make that pop higher. With that being said, it can most definitely happen. Yeah, SpaceX broke Katina, man, all the way to the downside. Yeah, there you go. Bang on that one to the south side. Who hit the fail?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
That wasn't me. I didn't move my hand.
But we'll head over. We'll look over here on SanDisk, right? Like SanDisk down 10% again yesterday. At the lows was down 15%. This name's putting in a new low here. Same thing with Western Digital to the downside. Seagate. And then DRAM has been an absolute dumpster fire, unfortunately. We're talking about a lot of it being in U.S. Treasuries. So SK Hynix, off of that 194 high, you're down 20% on that bad boy. And SNDK, you're pretty close to 30%, which I think is a good opportunity. 40%, wow. Yeah, I mean, as I redo my picks, this might be one of them here. SanDisk, or I might have to take... No, I'm very worried about it there, Katina, man. Is this, Tiffany, I like Taiwan Semi 2 down 15% off of the all-time high. She's got her picks, brother. Yeah, you can see it on the board there. But yeah, Taiwan Semi, speaking of, let's do the news.
Hold on, we have to cover these super chats. So do this one first, and then I'll do the one after.
Thoughts on buying SKHY at this level? Buy for me. I literally just talked about SK Hynix. Again, wait for a little bit more of a pullback, guys. There's a lot going on, obviously, with this ADR stepping in. Quite a bit of noise, so I'd be more patient on this one.
All right, thank you, Nick, for the $2 super chat. Sharif, can you give your thoughts on stock? I don't like it, Nick. Right now, it's holding structure from the wrong way. So lost the trend that we spoke about, 3 2/3 as support. It was about 4 1/3, 4 1/4 as resistance. That's now switched up because now we got down to 3 1/3, and now we're using 3 2/3 as resistance. So unless we can mosey on up above that 3 2/3, and even more so than that, Nick, we need to get above VWAP. I don't trade this. It's lost the structure. I don't want to crap on it too much because it's still holding prior area resistance as well. I'm talking about the bull flag from 1020, 1025, the high of which was 330, 333. It's holding that as support. But by the same token, it's holding this area of support. I'm talking about 1130 to 1145 as resistance. So unless it can take that out, I'm not looking at it personally. And Lucid just lost the bid. It is heading down. It's heading down aggressively, 6 1/4. It's lost VWAP by 25 pennies here, which was a little bit below the 650 area. So LCID on the way down, but there goes ATPC through $4. Be on the lookout. If it can take out 412, this one could possibly test the 4 a.m. high, which is 485. If it does that, my bias will be 5. So ATPC should be in focus here for the small cap gap or incline. We'll see exactly how this cookie crumbles. We're going to start the news segment with Sia, but before we do that, we're sending you to Adara with news.
Yeah, I really quickly want to talk about some comments made by Dallas Fed President here, Lori Logan, saying that, quote, modestly higher interest rates would better balance the outlook and risk. So she's suggesting that a rate hike could be needed. As we know, the CME FedWatch tool for a while now has projected that we'll get a rate hike potentially in September. She also said that some policy restriction is needed to help inflation get back to 2% because she said, quote, inflation does not appear to be heading sustainably back to 2% on its own. I'll tell you where we're headed with Sia to start the news segment.
Thank you so much for that, Adara. Let's quickly dive into the news segment. Let's start by talking about TSM that reported a 77.4% jump in its second quarter profit year over year. Now let's take a dive into what's really going on here in the numbers. Revenue stands at 1.27 trillion new Taiwanese dollars, which is amounting to $39.45 billion versus new Taiwanese dollar 1.264 trillion expected, which is around 39.15 billion around USD. Net income at 706.56 billion new Taiwanese dollars versus 632.64 billion new Taiwanese dollars expected. Now, the company has forecasted third quarter revenue between $44.6 billion and $45.8 billion, while operating profit margin of 56% to 58%. Now, TSMC Chairman C.C. Wei has said that TSMC will invest an additional $100 billion in Arizona to meet strong customer demand. That will bring its total investment in the state $265 billion. CFO Wendell Huang has said that the company has also raised its budget between $60 billion and $64 billion for this year as it continues to invest heavily in to support customers' growth. Now, net income for also the 3 months that has ended in June has come in at record for a fifth consecutive quarter, has surged 23.4% from the prior quarter. With that, you have TSM down on the day, close and inching to 3.5%.
Okay, so first time ever they actually realize revenue on their 2 nanometer process. That is a big deal because that's as good as it's going to get for them. You hear other fabs possibly working at a 1.5 nanometers, but there's no commercial scalability for that at the moment. It is 2 nanometers. So the fact that they realize revenue, check for me on that. But that doesn't come without a cost. To scale the 2 nanometer process, they got to expend in CapEx, grow out their fabs, and that's going to eat into their margins as they have to expend more money to build that out. So their margins are going to drop from 67.7 to 66. So you got to be looking out for possible profitability squeezes in the near term. Also, I want to mention there's a huge shift in their product mix here. They previously, before the AI boom, they had been focused almost, I don't want to say entirely, but a lot of it was based on mobile. That mobile segment has dwindled now to 22% of sales and fell 4% year over year, whereas their HPC, their high performance computing segment, continues to rocket up from 61% in Q1, now 66%, a 5% jump quarter over quarter. I like that, but it does show concentration risk. So if there is a bubble of sorts, get ready to get clipped on this one now that their product mix is so heavily in one direction. Moreover, I want to talk about this non-operating activities. So apparently they made about 95.83 billion new Taiwanese dollars in non-operational activities. So I did a little digging. What the hell kind of non-operational activities are they engaging in? They're making them that much money. Well, it looked like they had some Vanguard International Semiconductor VIS ETF, which they made a clean, a light, and not so big of a deal $2 billion on. So what I'm trying to say is that's a one-line item that's not going to reoccur. And then last but not least, Joey, everybody and their mother's cousin wants to know how much you're going to spend on CapEx.
Yeah.
With the Arizona fab under construction, this fab here, that fab there, 52 to 56 billion, Joey, is what they're guiding for 26. They didn't guide 27 and 28. Analysts, though, very convinced it's going to be markedly higher.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at $60 to $64 billion in street. That's 7 to 14%. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm all worried about the capital expenditure. I'm not, because they wouldn't be spending this money if there wasn't any form of return on the other side of things. And that's exactly where I stand. A good opportunity to get involved with this name, almost down 20%. Absolutely. This is just another instance where you're coming out with fantastic numbers. You have double-digit growth across the board, but yet the stock is selling off. This is a prime time, in my opinion. Will I be buying TSM? No. Will I be buying anything along those lines that are correlated with TSM? Absolutely. So I like this play a lot. It's going to get you at a discount, in my opinion. And listen, if you go down the food chain and you head into the fabrication of everything, they're right at the top of this. A lot of this is not going to work without TSM here. So I like them for the foreseeable future. And again, down almost 20%. Why not look to dabble in a little bit right now?
Well said. Adira put that up on the screen. Carolyn Levitt has began her press conference in the White House briefing room. So, get ready for some possible wild cards here as we send it back up.
Let me make one more point here, because I think it's been the exact same narrative, and I forget who mentioned it this morning. They just made the statement just like, hey, when you see these major names who are at the forefront of this structural change that we're going through in the world, I think a lot of it is just fear-mongering and noise. Fear-mongering may be a little bit of a strong word, but a lot of it is noise. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see TSM continue to climb and make multiple new all-time highs by the end of the year.
All right, man.
Cosmos 3 Edge is what we're going to discuss now. NVIDIA, there's been a lot of headlines with NVIDIA today. We're going to discuss it. Sit tight. So Cosmos 3 had been launched back in May of this year, and now NVIDIA has unveiled a new model for AI model for robots and vision AI agents that deepens its push into physical AI market in Japan. So this new model, Cosmos 3 Edge, is a so-called world model which has been designed to help systems perceive and at the same time navigate physical environments in real time. It's a world model that can learn from wider range of inputs. This is compared to large language models, this is also called LLMs. This regional expansion will basically take center stage during CEO of the company, Jensen Huang's 2-day visit to Japan. Now, where NVIDIA is also, as we do know it, trying to expand its physical AI footprint. Now, this is coming according to NVIDIA, saying that they will be doing so by forming a coalition with the local industrial giants that will include Fujitsu, Hitachi, and Kawasaki Heavy Industries that are intending to join. NVIDIA down 2.5% on the day.
Yeah, I like this Woven City, smart city development. It's apparently a subsidiary of the Woven City AI vision engine. Apparently that Toyota's been brewing up there. The cool part about it is they're using old NVIDIA technology. So it's nice to see NVIDIA still has a customer for the H100, right? Because recall, the Burry, his thesis was that the usability of these chips would be like 2 to 3 years or whatever the hell he said. He was obviously wrong about that. We know that for a fact because we see CoreWeave using 2022 chips and charging 125% of the price that they were charging back in 2022. And you're getting another little look at why he was wrong. You're getting brand new purchases of H100. So clearly they're usable and they're usable for more than a few years. So what is this sort of Woven City all about? Well, apparently it's a multimodal vision language model. It analyzes camera footage, vehicle data, traffic signals, all in real time to kind of actively predict and prevent pedestrian vehicles incidents at intersections, which I don't mind. So sort of a smart city setup. Now that obviously comes with privacy concerns. We know about that. And then apparently they're also leveraging NVIDIA's Omniverse and Isaac Sim to build end-to-end digital twins of the physical manufacturing line. So it allows them to verify factory robotics, optimize workflows, and then they're running actual physical crash simulations virtually before they ever try them in real life, so that they don't have to spend as much money with all these demos. So I like this kind of push with NVIDIA just to get into the, some let's just say, what's it called? What am I going for? Non-data center revenue. You know what I mean? Something like
hyperscaler style.
Automotive stuff.
Yeah.
I like that.
You like, yeah. I mean, listen, over the previous X amount of reports, we've seen that this was a segment in the company that was actually growing, not at the biggest or the fastest clip rate, but it was steady, all right? And that's what you want to see, Sharif. Did you mention that Japan plans to purchase 27,500 of next-gen Rubin AI chips? Which I
did not mention that. Thank you for mentioning that.
So, I mean, it's not the most amount, but this leads to my next point, to the fact that, hey, with the hyperscalers, and what I'm referring to here is the Amazons and the Googles who are starting to build their own custom chips. What is that next source for NVIDIA? And that can lead into this sovereign AI, which we're starting to see at forefront right here. There was another point. Oh yeah, and I like that you brought this up because we had this conversation last week. Sharif,
okay, let's go.
Is the Sega point, where it's like Sega actually fronted Jensen a couple million.
This morning.
Yeah. We were talking about it a while ago. I remember telling the story how Sega fronted Jensen some company just before he was about to go bankrupt. Now it seems like he's heading over there and looking to return the favor. So I like this one a lot. Sovereign AI, I believe, is that next step in that next big thing here for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I see Los Polos Hermanos. He has 750,000 subs on his Substack. I get that. Some people were predicting, they don't know exactly how much he's making IRL, but they were predicting he made about 145 million. You wrote 150, same difference there.
Your boy?
The Burry. Apparently he's cleaning up on his Substack.
But that's why he's doing, I think in my eyes, crazy things like shorting NVDA.
Well, he's making money on Cat right now. He's hurting me.
And he's making money on AMAT, your boy AMAT too.
Well, Amat's not my boy, but
yeah, all right, well, it's my boy. All right, boy.
beg that on me.
Yeah.
I've never bought AMAT in my life, but I'm not saying it's a bad company.
Watch out, AMAT button. It might be one of my picks.
Sega.
Play some. That's where NHL
Send it back
'98,
to
man.
her,
We
bro.
play that on there.
NHL 98, eh?
On Sega, yeah.
I played it on the computer.
Katina, man, someone blocked you.
Someone blocked the
your
dollar
bang
club
there.
there.
Oh, he hit the dollar? All right. All right, man.
$6 in the money. He's in a late position right now. It's not that big of a
keeps
deal.
calling me
No,
all the
but
time, man?
guys, I got to point out that ATPC is breaking out. It's ripping up now, 437 high. It's still below the pre-market high, which I mentioned was 489, but it's really getting up there now. So ATPC on watch for the small cap gapper inclined. Send back to see you.
UAL has reported its second quarter earnings, but fuel costs are weighing in on these earnings. They have come ahead of the Wall Street estimates. However, fuel costs being the one thing lagging over here. Now, adjusted earnings per share at $1.99 and total operating revenue of $17.67 billion, beating Wall Street expectations. UAL has forecasted third quarter adjusted earnings per share between the range of $2.50 and $3.50, compared with analyst estimates for $3.60 per share. It's estimated full-year adjusted earnings of per share between $9 to $11, which is on the higher end of the range of what it had forecasted back in April, which was the range of $7 to $11. Now, it had cut its January forecast after U.S. and Israel had attacked Iran in late of February. United has also said that the higher fuel prices can potentially add nearly $6 billion to its expenses this year compared with what it had at the start of the year 2026. Second quarter fuel costs have also skyrocketed a whopping 84% from last year to $2.3 billion. UNH is down very close to UAL is down very close to 2% on the day at the moment.
I agree.
Right.
I agree. All right. I want to mention one thing here that's very bizarre. I personally haven't seen it, but now I have. Their GAAP EPS, which is typically lower, almost always lower than adjusted EPS, was actually higher. Their GAAP EPS was 246. Their adjusted EPS was 199. How the hell does that happen? Well, apparently, the positive spread was driven by tax adjustments and a one-off operating special credits rather than any sort of day-to-day ticketing. So that's a one-off line item that won't happen again unless, they get more tax benefits there. So that's the first thing that I want to mention. But I also want to mention that they're heavily upgrading their airplanes, and that's taking CapEx. So it's not just, the hyperscalers who are spending on CapEx. UAL is going to spend a cool, light, and not so big $1.6 billion to upgrade their airplanes. That dwindles down their free cash flow, and that's something you need to keep an eye on. Also, everybody wants to make the deal that, it's premium travel, it's first class, it's business. That's really lifting up the earnings here. That's incorrect. It's corporate travel. That's what boosted traveling rates this quarter for United. And then also, last but not least, Star frickin' Link. They're putting now Starlink on 450 airplanes, and they're targeting 1,000 airplanes by the year end. So that will benefit them, but it will also hurt them. Let me make my point. Obviously, it's great to have an in-flight experience, and more complimentary I could not be about Starlink in flight. However, that actually increases their cost. If you listen to the Ryanair CEO talk about why he doesn't want to include Starlink on Ryanair, he goes by penny about the drag costs that are going to, and the increased fuel costs, everything that comes with that. So they've got to make it up somehow, some way through increased ticket prices or increased ridership. So I like the Starlink move, but it doesn't come without a price, Joe.
Absolutely. Sharif, let me ask you this question. What do you think was the best segment, the best performing segment here for United Airlines?
Corporate.
You mentioned that. And bang, to the tune of 16%, the platinum revenue. Where is the majority of where's the money coming from? We've seen this from Delta Airlines. We've seen it from other companies saying, hey, we're really not even making any money off of the basic economy. And that has been the lowest growing and the slowest growing, only up 11% from a revenue standpoint, where the platinum was up 16%. Now, guess what? These guys are also getting an $6 billion bill right there. That's $2.3 billion higher, more than last year, 84% year over year. is a big time increase in fuel costs, just absolutely chewing into the margin. I'm surprised that this stock is only down 2.2%, but that is not a pretty price to pay. And you mentioned Delta Airlines has their own refinery, which isn't necessarily the case here for United Airlines.
No way. This is huge. Go to Adair.
Keep an eye here on MSOS. Marijuana Moment reporting that Senate Democrats are filing a bill to fully legalize marijuana under federal law. Again, a lot of updates needed, but either way here, MSOS in focus. Again, Democrats in the Senate filing a bill to fully legalize marijuana under federal law. I also have to really quickly mention here some comments that were made by a Fed speaker here, Fed Schmid specifically, much like what we saw from Fed's Logan before him earlier this afternoon. He's saying that recent inflation data is encouraging, but it's too early to place too much weight on it. And he said that at this point, he's just really focused on inflation, which is proving persistent. He also disagrees with some certain Fed members' decisions to look through some price rises because he does not believe that inflation shocks are inherently temporary. So again, a little bit more hawkishness coming from Fed's Logan earlier and now Fed Schmid.
You misled me about the state of Texas.
I know, but brother, I didn't know though, man. I know.
What a misleading.
Yeah, brother, listen.
I relied on you.
It's not like that in Dallas, though.
Yeah, the Fort Worth's a lot different.
I think so.
Bro,
was that sarcastic?
Yes, of course it's sarcasm.
Brother, I'm telling you, do you think that I would be like, hey, man, hold on.
I don't think you were committed enough to your cause when you were down there. So you were like, oh, yeah, let's see what was going on. And then you didn't really do any digging.
Wow.
How could you do that?
So what happened in Dominican? Huh?
No, you were on point with Dominican. You were on point with Dominican.
That's what I'm saying, man. Dude, I'm telling you, I went to a couple spots, and one time I was on the street, I'm like, hey, where's this? And matter of fact, some person overheard me, and they're like, what do you think this is, New York?
Well, it clearly is.
Yeah.
It clearly is.
That's
you
what
want to know the truth?
Yeah.
The spot was right beside a police station. How's that?
No
and
way.
I can show it to you on freaking Google
that's
Maps.
Crazy. Dude,
literally in front of a police station.
On
I'm going to show it to you right now.
Listen, Deep Ellum, it's all like where you need the registration.
No, it was not like that at all. I'm just saying. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Did you go to Deep Ellum?
No, I wasn't. I didn't even go to Dallas.
Yeah,
I didn't even go to Dallas.
I didn't go. So maybe it's a little bit different. Different jurisdiction.
Yeah, actually,
think about it, right?
Because think about
Think about Mississauga too, right? Mississauga is limited on some of the stores here, right?
As well. Yeah, you're not wrong on that. Yeah. We're completely just we're digressing. Let's send it back to CN and speak about the next story.
UNH is our next story. Posted second quarter earnings that have blown past estimates and also raised its full year outlook. It's expecting 2026 adjusted earnings of $19.50 per share, the range of $19.50 per share to $20 per share, which is up from a previous outlook of more than $18.25 per share. It's maintaining its full year revenue guidance of greater than $439 billion. CFO of the company, Wayne DeWitt, has said in an interview that he expects the company to do better, quote unquote, than that, given the second quarter beat. Now, earnings per share are at $6.38 adjusted versus $4.90 expected. Revenue at $112.03 billion Adara versus $110.85 billion expected. Second quarter net income coming in at $4.48 billion. I apologize. Or $6.04 per share compared to $3.41 billion or $3.71 per share in the same period a year ago. Revenue has climbed to $112.03 billion from $111.62 billion in the same prior year quarter. But UNH has also said here that comments rising healthcare costs are forcing insurers to raise premiums and adjust benefits, which is contributing to membership losses in both the Affordable Care Act exchange plans and privately run Medicare Advantage plans. What's your take?
Yeah, this is a tough one, honestly, for me. And I know this is something that Sharif was speaking about earlier today. I'm sure we'll speak more about again here. But the thing with UNH is, like, when this company is doing well, then understandably, some people have concerns about it doing well because, okay, you're making money off of people's pain and people's suffering. And I think that really came to a head, obviously, in early December 2024, when unfortunately the former CEO of United Healthcare was, had that fatal shooting happen to him, right? So I don't want to use too many words here, just YouTube monetization, but you guys know what I'm referring to. And I bring that up because I think that was really a nadir, a zenith, a low point here for United Health's public image, and understandably so, because it raised the idea of these people are making tons and tons of money off of other people's pain and suffering. And so for a while here, UNH kind of faded into the background. The earnings were disappointing. We had investigations. We had the surprise resignation exit there of Sir Andrew Whitty as CEO in mid-May 2025. And then once you get Buffett getting involved in that company, albeit briefly, starting in August of 2025, you start to see the stock and maybe to a lesser extent, UNH's image start to turn around. And you start to see these earnings reports that people are actually responding positively to, at least initially, for the first time in a while. So I think it's interesting. I feel like with UNH, it's almost kind of like a you can't win situation, because if we're doing well, then understandably people have maybe some concerns about it doing well. And if it's doing poorly, then obviously, as an investor, company's doing poorly, not a good look. So I think it's a tough one. And it's something I was just thinking about, so I wanted to get into a little bit here. I hope that makes sense. And I just think it's a perspective on UNH that I think is worth addressing and acknowledging that it does exist. So yeah, that's my thoughts on UNH. This infographic, not out yet. It'll be out tomorrow. But another UNH infographic that I have should be out within the next 11 minutes. So stay tuned.
All right, here it is. So this was the spot right here. It doesn't look like this. I guess they fixed it up. There's the Texas flag. This is the spot, literally.
Yeah, there's the NARC station right there.
Literally. I'm not even kidding. It's right there, and the police station was right there. So clearly, it's not, they're not looking at enforcing anything.
No, I guess not.
Right? So I saw that. So Adair brings up a great point. I need to mention total customers for UNH fell to 48.5 million, severely missing the consensus FactSet estimate of 51 million. The blowout margins, though, were not driven by expanding coverage. How could they? They've missed the amount of numbers, but rather aggressively shedding what they're calling low margin, unprofitable Medicaid and commercial members via what they're calling, quote, strict pricing discipline. Their medical care ratio as well, a very important point. Sometimes we talk about margins for these hyperscalers, this and the other. Consider that to be their margin. Absolutely stellar, 86.7% medical care ratio. That's operationally one of the highest they've had in the company's history. So important to point there. Also sequentially quarter over quarter, it's expanding. So the new CEO, if you're an investor, you like what he's doing. Perhaps if you're a customer of UNH, maybe you don't like it, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have much to say on this one here, but other than that, like we covered this on the previous quarter when we were talking about it. The CEO, maybe even before the report release, came out and said, we are literally going to start cutting benefits. We're going to start dropping customers and doing all these things that no one liked whatsoever. And sure enough, here it is, the stock. I seen some price targets raised over here, dropping 1 million Medicare members. And I mean, hey, it's been on a pretty decent run over the past little bit. So that's all I really have to say. The company warned us that they were going to do this thing.
Oh, yeah, they were very off. Remember last time we told them out, we're like, why would they use that kind of language in the earnings or on the call?
Yeah,
but they're just basically saying how it is, right? And you don't like it, you
go
kick rocks.
There's the
door, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How about it? Let's send it back to Steve.
Let's take a look at GE Aerospace. So GE Aerospace earnings reported $12.63 billion in revenue for the quarter ended June 2026, representing a year-over-year increase of 24.5% over here. EPS has come in at $2.02 for the same period as compared to $1.66 a year ago. Reported revenue comparing to Zac's consensus estimate of $11.86 billion, which represents a surprise of 6.5%. The company has delivered an EPS surprise as well of a little over 8.5%, with the consensus EPS estimate being $1.86 total revenues. Now, commercial engines and services standing at $9.73 billion compared to $9.13 billion average estimate based on 3 analysts. Total revenue of defense and propulsion technologies at $3.44 billion compared to $3.19 billion as average estimate based on, again, 3 analysts. Reported number represents a 34.3% change year over year. Now, commercial engines and services equipment revenue at $2.3 billion versus 2 analyst average estimate at $2.15 billion. And finally, commercial engines and services revenue $7.43 billion versus $6.94 billion estimated by analysts on average. With that, you have GE today down very close to 6%.
All right, 24% headline number increase, fantastic. But their non-GAAP, operating profit fell by 130 basis points, about 21.7%. Really, the reason was hefty supply chain investments, a dilutive mix of lower margin products and physical engines that make a little bit less money. Also, 41% corporate overhead spike. So the company, when it split, was pitched to investors as we're going to be this lean company, right? We're going to be hyper-focused and we're going to be a pure play in a sense, but that really hasn't happened. What you're seeing is administrative costs are up, corporate and other spending costs ballooned by a massive 41% year over year. They're paying about $386 million in that category. So the pitch to investors, at least so far, hasn't materialized about them being kind of this leaner, more efficient company. That hasn't happened. And another part of the segment here that concerns me is their defense revenue. At a time where the world really is becoming more of a dangerous place, you'd think that they would be increasing that number, but that's not what happened here. Actually, their defense segment grew by only 16%. Compare that to the commercial engines, which grew at 27%. So why is defense lagging in this specific environment? Last but not least, their services and their replacement business is huge for them. It is one of their highest margin products that they have. We're talking about replacement parts for aging engines, and we're also talking about the actual servicing. They make big money off that apparently, and they brought in 43% jump in free cash flow as a result of that. $3.03 billion was not driven by building these new engines and shipyards and anything like that. It was really driven by this higher margin category that they have. And just before we send it to Joey, I want to mention that ATPC just got into 484. 489 is the pre-market high. So it's by no surprise that we're finding some resistance here at this 480 level. Be on the lookout for a 5 break and take here on ATPC. It's already up 80%, Joey.
All right, guys, despite raising its outlook, some supply chain issues here causing a little bit of a 20% increase in delays. So there's a couple of delivery delays and slower production as well, too. But there's a couple other issues. I like the fact that Sharif brought up the increase in orders. So that's up 17% in total. You do an average of between the 27 and the 16% there. The stock has been up 17% on the year, dropping about 2.2. So nothing, or 2.7% here today. So nothing crazy to write home about. Now, is this the name that we often talk about? No. Personally, the fact that it's still growing at double digits, the only issue being is the delays. I think at some point, GE Aerospace will be just fine. Let's send it back to Sia.
Let's take a look. SKHY and the AI sell-off right now. So SKHY and Asian semiconductor stocks seem to have sold off sharply after weakness in U.S. chip makers spilling into global markets. SKHY down on the day, inching close to 12%. Decline has been driven by valuation concerns and headlines, including New York's temporary pause on new large-scale data center projects, which also reports that CoreWeave is exploring memory price hedges. Adara.
Yeah, my thoughts on this are more from like a trading perspective, and I don't often like to get into like my trading here because I don't really think that's my place. But I do feel like I have some perspective potentially to add with these memory names, given that a lot of them now, at least like, Micron briefly above 1,000, SanDisk still above 1,000. So I kind of want to opine on these from a trading perspective. I think if, be very cautious, obviously, but I think there have been really good scalping opportunities with these that I want to address. So obviously, and I don't often put my chart up here. This is all I've traded all day, just SanDisk scalps. But so obviously, you miss on this first trade, lost like $13 a share in this trade. But then when other opportunities set up, risk pretty tightly. In this case, I got in around $1,490, risk to like $1,500. You can get like a $25, $30 move on this, right? So the point I'm trying to make is I know this isn't feasible for everybody. We're very lucky in a prop floor to have the risk where I can take these kinds of plays. But I did think if we're going to talk memory, we're going to talk weakness in memory, I wanted to just address, I do think there are trading opportunities here. I think if you're looking at it from a scalp perspective, if you're being careful, if you're respecting your risk, I don't think there's any reason to be afraid of, $1,000 tickers as long as you're trading them appropriately. I'm not trying to shill. I'm just trying to provide my honest perspective, and I hope, gives a little bit of a perspective for why I think these types of names are playable and why I think you can take advantage of these opportunities, even given the price, because the opportunities on these types of stocks, specifically these expensive memory names, has been immense as of late.
Listen, there's a reason why South Korea put a halt on using some of these leverage products. We talked about it from a population standpoint, how many actual individuals are retail traders over there and getting involved in the overall index, SK Hynix, Samsung. It can be a big time issue, especially when this index is just concentrated within 2 names, all right? SK Hynix and Samsung, as I mentioned from before. Now, Sharif, what I want to point out is I believe, and listen, the run that this name was on before, the worst case scenario was diluting the shares and then also getting American institution and investment involved with this. That just, to me, displayed a peak. Why? You diluted, SK Hynix raised the money most likely that they needed to. Now they're starting to dump off a little bit of shares. Not only that, you have a bunch of leveraged individuals in South Korea who are now, we know that 2% up, 4% down, that's horrible for your actual holdings if you are looking to day trade. And then that's why you're seeing this name actually climb 30% off of its all-time highs in half the amount of time that it took to move that.
You're not wrong. I'm going to take just the
40%.
Pardon me?
It's down 40%
from on the Kospi.
This is SK Hynix.
This on the Kospi.
Yeah, yes, on
that's
the Kospi.
The Kospi listing.
Yeah,
okay.
On the Kospi.
So it's interesting here. We talked a lot about the volatility. We mentioned to you that the Korean market was actually a limit down on one day, and let's just be honest about it. The Korean market, the stock market that is heavily influenced by 2 companies, Samsung and SK Hynix. Of course, LG's in there as well, but it's not as big. But with volatility, usually comes a reason why there's so much volatility. And in this case, it's the view of the Korean regulator, the Financial Services Commission. Get it, Katina, man. That these ETFs and options are creating irregularities in some of the price actions. So what they've decided to do is they've decided to restrict retail trading from trading these single stock ETFs, typically leveraged. And what they've done is they said, look, we're temporarily suspending the launch of any new single stock ETF, quote, until market conditions stabilize. Don't know what that means, but that's their quote. Then, for the ones that already exist, they're going to triple the financial entry barriers so that you have to have a minimum cash deposit in your account of about $20,300. That's about 10 million, it tripled from 10 million yuan to 30 million. And additionally, you cannot use any of the stocks that you have in your portfolio as collateral to say for that $20,300 that you're required to have. And then also, to discourage kind of rapid retail trading, the minimum trading unit has been moved up from 1 stock to 20. So you have to take bigger positions, and we can read through that. You have to have a little bit more money. It restricts who can trade. And then there's a total marketing blackout as well. So any securities firms, asset managers, whoever, you're now under a blanket ban prohibiting them from even advertising or hosting these promotional events for single stock leverage products. Very specific here. It's not all ETFs, and they have to be leveraged. So interesting, because that's not something we see from North American regulators to be so interventionist, but that's not North America, and they have their own traditions. Thoughts?
Dude, I couldn't agree more with anything you said. And I was talking about just the amount of retail involvement within South Korea in these specific names. No wonder the regulator has to step in, because people are going to be losing their shirt. And then some. Dude, we're down 40 at the lows. From peak to the local low, you're down 43%.
Right away. You lost half the value right away.
If you're on a leverage product, you now need an insane amount of return in order to just get back to break even. So if you're over leveraged in this scenario, then it's almost game over for you. You're liquidating.
Oh yeah. You're immediately margin called. Everything.
It's almost game over. Now, my major issue with this being, I'm getting heated, and I got to calm down a little bit here.
I like that.
Is that this is no longer a story about a bottleneck within memory storage. This is now starting to flow over into, hey, we have too many over-leveraged individuals. We've diluted the shares. They've raised their money. So it's a much bigger thing now, which is going to add in my opinion, a whole heap more tomfoolery into the underlying asset because it's no longer about the fundamentals. It's about, hey, we don't want these people to get rinsed. We don't want these individuals to lose everything, which causes more issues within this. And that's why I stated from the beginning of this whole ADR coming to market was this is a bad story, in my opinion.
I agree.
And that's why I didn't get involved in any of these memory names.
It was definitely frothy.
It was extremely frothy.
And you always wonder why they want to come to market when we're in the midst of the froth. Like, you can't blame them for trying to take advantage of the market hype. But typically, this is what happens when you're already up 1,005% on the memory names, and then you want to take a shot at North American markets. You're gonna.
I mean, like, that's a sign, and I think a lot of people have said, like, hey, when you have these things, the IPOs and these ADRs coming into the American markets, is that a sign of froth? So I hit the old Justin Trudeau. And, I don't know. That's how I feel. But
you should start jumping around now with your hands behind on your side there. Like,
somebody said something hilarious about that the other day. But no, we're talking about the moon landing, and someone did the comparison. But no, in all seriousness, the trader in me also was looking at this stock, who's been on 1,000+% run in the past year and a half, is down 43%. So. Like, what do you do? I just think there's too much noise, and there's other other opportunities.
It's not fake, bro. It's not fake. It's not fake. See ya.
Another NVIDIA story has announced an expanded partnership with Toyota to power the automaker's next generation of AI-defined vehicles using NVIDIA's accelerated computing, AI software, and simulation technologies. Now, separately, Japan has also unveiled plans to purchase 27,500 next-gen Rubin AI chips for its new government-backed AI venture, Noetra, that's aimed at building domestic AI infrastructure and at the same time reducing reliance on foreign technology. This will bring together companies like SoftBank, Toyota-backed Preferred Networks, and NEC, reinforcing that governments are increasingly investing directly into sovereign AI capabilities. NVIDIA continues to be in the red, down close to 3% on the day.
Yeah, I commented about this one at the top, Sia, so I'm going to pass it off to Joe if you have any comments about this one.
No, I'm in the same boat. This is a segment within the company that you've slowly seen start to grow year over year. I think that's just going to be the exact same path, a partnership here and a partnership there. Next thing you know, you're Mark Zuckerberg teaming up with Kylie Jenner, the UFC, and all of these other things where you're growing the segment within the business. So, I mean, I don't mind it. I just believe it's going to be another strong revenue stream for the company. Send it back.
Yeah, no worries. Let's talk Amazon next. And we have Amazon announcing that longtime AWS executive Dave Brown will be leaving the company at the end of July after nearly 19 years with the company. Dave Treadwell taking over leadership beginning the 1st of August. Hi, Sean. Transitioning. So this transition is coming as AWS continues benefiting from surging AI demand with also cloud revenue that's growing 28%. Last quarter, enterprises increasing spending on AI infrastructure and services. We're seeing a lot of this. Amazon up 0.3% on the day.
Apparently, this dude worked at Softy before. His formative trading was 27 years at Microsoft, where he worked on foundational enterprise software like Windows, Xbox, the Net framework. So we'll see, right? Obviously leading AWS. He's been with the company nearly a decade. I'm talking about Amazon, but he did spend quite a bit of time at Microsoft. What else am I wanting to talk about here? Apparently, there's a custom silicon relationship. So throughout his tenure, the outgoing AWS CEO, Dave Brown, he worked hand in hand with engineers and execs at Amazon's custom silicon division for the Gravitron, the Trainium, all the different chips we've been talking about. But since Treadwell has spent his career with the software platform architect, his leadership kind of changes a major relationship gap, that's tightening kind of how integrated AWS's hardware and software kind of design roadmap will operate. So I like the fact that he's coming from sort of that engineering background, because there's so much overlap now between chip design and cloud, right? So I do like that. I don't know too much about him more than that. We can do a little digging, but he's not the CEO of the company. He's the CEO of a division of the company. Again, AWS, albeit as important as a division as you can have. Yeah, everybody looks at the e-commerce division, but that's not what makes the majority of the money.
Not right now. Not right now. There's not much I can really say. Sorry, guys. I was focusing on something else. We'll send it back to Sia for the last story.
Last story for the day in the news segment. Microsoft has reportedly been telling its sales teams to prioritize the company's in-house AI models over offerings from OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic as part of its fiscal 2027 strategy. Now, according to Bloomberg, executives are positioning Microsoft models as faster, cheaper, as well as better integrated across the Microsoft ecosystem, particularly for Copilot and Microsoft 365 customers. Microsoft is currently up, inching close to 2% on the day.
All right, let's have a look at this one. So what do we got here? Let's load this up. This is the morning note, by the way, guys. We're looking through the morning note here. So let's go mosey on down to Microsoft. What do we got? Sales team prioritize in-house models. Why are they even advertising for Google and Anthropic? I have no idea why. It makes sense why they would open AI given the relationship there, but they also have an investment in Anthropic. They're positioning Microsoft's models as faster and cheaper and better integrated, maybe across the Microsoft ecosystem, but you got to be ensconced in the ecosystem to take advantage of that. I would submit to you that Copilot is not as good. Nobody even talks about it. It looks like the shift is after a move to reduce their dependence on OpenAI. We've been talking about the fragmented nature of their relationship and the fracturing relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft, not least of which because OpenAI has been diversifying their compute away from Azure, and they've made deals with many others, including some of their competitors. I don't know how you feel about this, but I could have seen this coming a mile away, right? We talked about Nadella's relationship with Altman.
Their move with Xbox.
The move with Xbox, right? But we've also talked about, OpenAI shopping around elsewhere and not really wanting to be beholden to the whims of Azure, right? Azure that was the biggest sponsor from the top.
I think I can completely agree on that one. Listen, but we consistently talk about the leapfrog. Microsoft has a lot of data as well too. Like we talked about just the power of search that Google had and how it can help with Gemini. I'm not going to be looking at this any different, Sharif, from an Edge, like Microsoft Edge standpoint, right? Like if these guys can get it right, we don't want to talk about monetization, but if you go down the list from total monthly active users, we have Copilot on the lower end of things. So if you ask me, if this happens to go right, because there's still a lot of people within the ecosystem, I think it has a chance to leapfrog or really head. Don't dunk on it, man. Or like to really gain some ground, dude. I'm being serious. I think it can gain some ground. Yeah,
man, I just loaded up a webpage,
I know what
man.
You wanted
oh my
to do.
God.
I know what you want to do is dunk on it. Why else would you have done it? Listen, you can't count them out, in my opinion.
You would never count on Microsoft. That's a stupid thing to do, right? Because they have a lot of money, they have a lot of engineering talent.
Exactly. And if they put all of their data to use as well, it can really help gain some ground for this tool. Pull it up, man. Do something with it.
Have you been on this website before, Assassino? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs down! Fabian, where is he? Have you used Microsoft Copilot before? That's what I think.
Ask Juan.
Juan, have you used Microsoft Copilot before? Once. Tiffany, have you used Microsoft Copilot before? No. Katina, man, have you used Microsoft Copilot, brother?
Oh,
it's an LLM, Katina, man. Have you used it? Neil. He has once in his life.
Crazy. Did you ask Ram?
I'm scared to speak to Ram sometimes, bro.
Yeah,
you gotta get her in the right mood.
All right, Sia.
Sia, have you used Microsoft Copilot? Adara, have you used Microsoft Copilot?
Never. I don't want to. I don't care to.
Exactly.
All right, well, cool. That's why I don't mind standing against everyone else who doesn't want to use it. I'll happily use it, even though I don't.
Go, baby. It is, it's lagging. Like, I wish them the best.
So is MuseSpark.
Right? MuseSpark, yeah. Shout out to MuseSpark, right? Shout out to MuseSpark, right? No, MuseSpark's actually, if you believe some of the reports, Again, I
it's
haven't
picking,
used
but
it.
it's
I haven't
still
used it,
it's
though.
still
But you
lagging.
don't hear the reports positive about Copilot. It's not like it comes out, look, oh, it did so well on the benchmarks.
Oh yeah, no,
Do you hear that?
Absolutely not. No.
Anyway, all right, guys. It's been real. Thank you guys for joining us today. We're 2 minutes over. I think we had 2 minutes from yesterday. Now we have a couple in the bag there. We can just take Friday off.
Tomorrow is Friday.
I think we'll just take Friday
Brother, I'm
off.
telling you, at 159.50, we better be sending it over to those guys. To those guys.
All right, the Katina man is demanding
he's
that
gotta
the
launch
production
show
team
right
cut
now.
our mics, send it over there.
Eddie,
So
I'm
we're
not
going to give him
giving
what
up
he wants.
Exactly. I'm not going to give up to any pressure.
We're going to mute our mic.
Proudly
That way you
use,
can't hear us. And we're
Copilot.
Take care.
Let's go, Copilot.
The thing is, I'm tired of
What's
these
wrong
guys
with Copilot?
because they do random things for 2 or 3 minutes, and then they're like blaming
Yeah.
us somehow.
Like it's somehow
we
our
owe
fault.
them for that, So shout out to Joe. As much screen time as he wants, he can have.
I don't believe nobody's used Copilot.
I have. I thought I didn't even know what Copilot was.
Okay, I'll be
Like,
straight
I
up.
thought it was ChatGPT.
I'll be straight up. It basically is
Oh, I use
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT all the time.
Haven't you ever had I forget what happened, but I was at home and for some reason something reset and Chrome wasn't my main browser, and I had Edge open
That's
and
a
Edge
problem.
opened up for whatever reason.
Yeah,
and I
that's a
was
problem.
doing something, I was like, oh, so I just did and I ended up using because that's what you're
Why
on.
are we talking
because I
about
was in
Copilot
Edge.
anyways? Because Joe's.
I don't
Joe picked
know.
Microsoft or something over there.
I don't know why we're talking about Copilot. Because we shouldn't be talking about Copilot.
Yeah.
That's not very interesting. You know what is exciting and interesting, though? The updates
Origenics?
that we're getting out of
Okay.
Origenics, everybody. That's ticker OGEN, much better than Microsoft. On NYSE American, the company's now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. And the focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Want to shout out to ticker OGN Origenics. Brain first. There you go. So thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. I can tell you, I don't want to call the IPOs a dud, but neither one of them was big enough. Oh, this is not even the one we're in. Neither one of them was big enough to warrant the opening print. The nuclear one did a liquidity grab and then went higher. CSQR, if you took the opening print, you basically... Actually, I don't think I've ever seen a situation where the opening print is the literal high of the day on the IPO. There's not even a wick above it, and it's just been trending down ever since. I was going to put a stop order breaking down through 20, and I probably still will, but I'm basically short this through 50. But all the other shorts close. This is the one. If it breaks $20, I am going to look for a breakdown short. But again, I've never seen a situation where the opening print was literally the high of the day. It's a first. IPO market fizzling.
Yeah, that's happened before, I think, for IPOs, but maybe not.
Maybe not one that I've been paying attention to, I guess.
That's the thing.
Smaller ones.
We're just playing around about Copilot. I mean, I think Microsoft has been really a nice mover here, right? I mean, back up into the 50-period moving average. So, using Windows products, there's still so many people all over Windows, man. Excel and all of those products continue to be, well used in the industry. And I think Copilot and Microsoft does have a runway to go back up to the upside. So, look, to your question, you can clearly see my positions. So when will it end? I mean, all you can really do is have a plan, and we talk about that every single day. And where our plan keeps on leading us to is the profit land. And today, there's SpaceX short, there's the NASDAQ short, there's IBIT short, there's Intel short. So we had the space, IPO short, we had the overall market short, we had crypto short, and then we had the chips short. All of these, obviously, today with what's been happening, are going to be ringing of the register. I mean, including IBIT. I mean, we were short the names that we wanted to be. We got stopped out there. 70 holds again. We were at the gym. We didn't see that trade. I wish we would have. All the way to the downside there, would have taken that one more time. But there's the trades, man. And then, if we're going to talk about short, let's talk about the TQQs right here. This is actually going to be P&L1 today, shorting the market, right? And so there it goes to the downside. And it's calling stick with your conviction, stick with your game plan. and the rest is history. When you go down to the downside, I mean, we did real good this time, waiting for lows of the day to get out and then waiting again for consolidation to get out. So, not too much nonsense in between here, just running things to the low end of that. And then, I started the show off by saying like how much I love trading SpaceX, man. And SpaceX today, just an absolute monster short. We both called this short. Nice move to the downside. There it goes, absolutely bleeding all over the place. 131, new low, all-time low for SPCX. Those of you that have been calling like, do not buy this at these levels, congratulations. I mean, it's been so far so good on that call, man. You guys have absolutely nailed that one to the downside. I mean, even Joe waiting for 125, like this has been a brutal.
Probably gonna get it.
Yeah, exactly. This has been a brutal move down. But hey, man, join every single day. Make sure you go check it out. The sticky note, if you go back and look, man, I mean, it's every day we've got on some pretty hot ideas. And, today just worked out to be that way. It's Thursday. Any day that ends in a Y is a fun day to trade. And today's just another one of those days. So there we go, man.
It's those days that don't end in Y you got to watch out for.
Yeah, exactly. And SpaceX right now, just an absolute monster today.
Yeah, there's plenty of monsters around. I think it was a perfect day on the board. Close. Like I'll be dead honest. It's the first day that I've lost on SpaceX. We got breaking news from Adara. We're gonna go a quick second. I'm not seeing USO moving around. We'll get back from the desk in a second.
Google sharply dropping to the downside, seeing reports that their Gemini launch is going to be delayed as their tech falls short of their goals. Again, GOOGL to the downside. Google Gemini's launch reportedly delayed due to tech not meeting their goals. If I see any more details here, I'll let you know. Back to you.
By who not meeting their goals?
I don't know. Anytime Google goes down, it's just a buying opportunity. Like it might not be a buying opportunity right now, but I really, really like Google, man. And I want to know what Tiffany's picks were.
I didn't hear that.
Fabian, we need to show what all these picks are. Somehow we'll get into Fabian's there because I want to make sure what people are picking here moving forward. But there it is, 363 going lower right now is Google. So wow, yeah, it looks like a delay of Gemini. I guess it's 4.5, I guess 4.5. Yeah. So nice downside tick there for Google as that's getting taken out right now and a little bit lower there. We'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Google moving forward. I'm going to refresh my stream service here and get that news for you. But as Adair just mentioned there, it looks like there's a delay here in their release of Gemini. I don't think it's like anything to worry about, but it's not my problem right now. Google's a huge holding of mine, and I think it's just been doing real well. And we'll wait to hold it. And if we get an opportunity to buy some 340s on this, I mean, look, things are going to get delayed, and just part of the game. And I worry that the large language model, we just talked about Copilot and everything like that, that the large language model business is a little bit, potentially oversaturated right now. Okay, well, I can't see those picks right now, but maybe we could zoom in or something on those. I have no idea what people's picks are.
If I squint really hard and lean in, like maybe.
Okay, here we go.
Well, now after we land.
Ooh, someone took SpaceX. Do we know these people's names? No, we do not. Sean, chat. Oh, chat.
How did we
has SpaceX?
How did we determine the chat?
And I have Micron? Okay.
How did we determine the chat?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out. Andre, okay, let's see who has what. Okay, Sia has Bloom, JP Morgan, Chase, and Nvidia. I like that one. Scroll up. I want to see all this stuff. Scroll up. Randy's back? Oh, God. Okay, Randy has SanDisk, Exxon, and Nvidia. Okay, Fabian, Taiwan Semis, ASML, Broadcom, Micron, and that must be a Chinese name there. KXIAY. Okay, we'll go to that. Bloom Energy there with our good friend Sia over there. Andre, AMD, Embraer, and I don't know if these are longs or shorts. I assume they're all longs. Deere, I like Deere.
That is our assumption.
Deere and Amazon.
You have to say you're going short.
Yeah, Neil has XLF.
I haven't even given my other two. Yeah, XLF,
and WBD, Warner Brothers. Okay, Tiffany, Nvidia, Apple, Taiwan Semi. All right, CrowdStrike, JP Morgan, Walmart for Joe. Adara the same as well. She has Adobe. Yeah, I see Adobe there. Good one. They're short on
That's
Adobe.
That's a short, yeah.
And remember, I think all of these are going to hit on July 17th close, right? So we're going to all these picks are coming in tomorrow, about 24 hours from now. All the prices will be locked in. Okay, one, Microsoft, Broadcom, Eli Lilly, and SpaceX and NEE. Okay. A lot of us taking the same picture, which is good. I like the Broadcom play. I like Eli Lilly. That's been mine.
Yeah, we're discussing Broadcom, how it was the only thing that wasn't really down chipland yesterday.
Yeah, Broadcom's a strong one. And that's it, I guess. Okay, great.
Hold on a second. Just for my question is, and I'm asked out loud, maybe you don't know, but maybe for Fabian, how do we determine what the chat is going to be? Like, because I thought we didn't have a methodology that we were going to be able to pull that off with.
We don't have to even have that.
We don't. It's not we don't have to. We did last time.
I think he's
saw
looking
it
at
there.
the ones that are always asked about. I think it's like a net look at there, which is why Big Bear AI was on there last time. But I see nobody taking crypto, so I don't know, man. We'll have to wait
next
to see.
Next year, 2027.
Yeah, we'll go on with crypto.
Possibly. By the way, I still haven't seen in print this alphabet. Oh, here we go. Finally. I restarted my thing and now I see it. Because you're still headed lower on Google here. Almost to 360, 361 it looks like we got to, and then tag the bottom. If you zoom out, we just lost a 50-period moving average. If you zoom out, you've basically given up almost all of yesterday. Almost. Not all, but almost all of yesterday. The breakout was at about 360, so there is some range where, at least theoretically, it's not complete doom and gloom. We've seen this before, where you have like the negative story delay, whatever it might be. All times it'll be Apple. Sometimes it'll be like, oh no, it's one source talking about it, and they refute it a couple of days later.
No one took Apple. Also, nobody took Apple.
That's a good point. But you know what? No one's ever taken Apple.
No.
No one's taken Apple.
Maybe I'll take
That's
Apple.
untrue.
I haven't decided my next two.
Apple was someone's pick last year, for sure.
It was?
Off the top of my head.
I don't remember.
It was
Okay.
either Joe, Sharif, or Brendan. It was, I knew it was one of those three. So yeah, Joe did pick Apple and Meta last year.
Okay. Whatever, man. I'm getting old.
How many times did we do this? I thought we only did this. Last year. Yeah. When I took Palantir. Yeah, that's right. We'll see which one can go higher here today. I was debating, a few different names, but we'll add Micron. I mean, I'm listed in there as Micron, but I don't know. We'll have to wait to see what happens there with those picks coming through in the next couple of days. But Micron right now, pretty interesting to see where that winds up going now. Downside, trying to break lower. And damn you, Brian Shannon, damn you. I was thinking about selling this thing there at 560, 550, but as we always say, man, don't listen to us or anybody else. Do your own thing. And there it goes, man. AMD finally now breaking back down below. I was getting nervous about this thing up there, but we do want to try to hold on to some winners. And I checked my account, man. It's like I'm under 1% of my holdings are AMD, so it's not the end of the world. Big part of my holdings are Google, huge Microsoft, huge Meta, all the Meg. I actually looked up. I'm up over 1,000% on NVIDIA. Like, it's absolutely insane where we finally started to buy some of these names. Obviously, we wait to see. Who cares what's been happening in the market? You're always looking forward to what's going to happen, right? So you're trying to figure out what the next NVIDIA is. What's the next SanDisk? What's the next WDC so far and so forth. So, yeah, right now, Google's trying to, yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, the most mentioned tickers there. Yep. All right, so there it is, man. Google going to the upside right now, 364 and change. I don't know. We'll see if 362 winds up holding. But yeah, news there on Gemini being delayed, starting that to the downside. All right, this is a halting name right now, EDHL, going through this. Now that's a halter, and it's been halting a couple times. 560 back down to $4. We'll wait to see if EDHL has any sort of movement behind it. IREC, not doing anything. QH, no. STFU, maybe. That one's not doing too much there either. So right now there's been nothing really halting all afternoon. So, maybe just that VEE. Twin V is not doing much either. So
very disappointing.
Yeah, we wait on all of these trades. You know what I'm saying?
That might even break down. It was good It was good this morning, but like all morning long, it just trended higher. And since it broke the trend, it's holding under VWAP. But at least it's holding the lows at 33. It could still break VWAP and get going. But look at the volume. I think the volume's really not that good. You look at it in the afternoon, even when it was going to the downside, it was at least giving you spikes. You were holding up a little bit better the last couple of days. Now you've got near pre-market trash volume on this bad boy. So we'll see what happens there. That EDHL really does ring a bell. Let's go back up to Adara. Got another update.
Keep an eye here in AAPL, guys. We had a drop and then a pop back up here as we get some reports that House Select Committee on China Chairman John Moulinar, along with another Congressman, Representative Whitesides, have sent a letter to U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick urging him not to allow for the American purchase of memory chips from Chinese companies. Now, why is this significant? Because you know Apple's trying to do that. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but this is not the first time I've heard this today. Again, we're getting Representative John Moulinar, chairman on the House Select Committee of China, trying to urge Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick not to allow American companies, including Apple, to push or to purchase rather these chips from China. Let's also take a look here at some of these crypto names, including Coinbase, including IBIT, another kind of politically tinged story here. Politico reporting that there's going to be some crypto regulatory text that is set to be released today, but apparently this text does not have support from all the senators. Apparently Senate Democrats do not support this text. Now, this is interesting because we know that a group of senators was set to meet with U.S. President Trump today. Reportedly, that group included Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, but we don't really have any more details on it other than that. Either way here, that is also was reported by Politico. So again, after we hear that the senators are set to meet with Trump on crypto, we get some news here that apparently the crypto regulatory text that could be released doesn't have support from all of the Senate. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. It's not a good day for like the random volume spike continuations. Like there was, right before we came on, there was that headline for MSOS, right back into the lows. And then just now there was that spike down on Apple, although I guess it bounced right back, but I guess it's heading lower now. And then Alphabet was able to catch a bid right away. It didn't get to it never filled in the gap all the way down under 360. I suppose it could still head into the bottom. But it's another reason why it's a different ball game when you have the algos making up the liquidity in the market, or more than half the liquidity in the market. Pull bids, pull offers, and that's just their first reaction. And a lot of times, if you end up chasing the void, you get things like, I feel like this happens almost every single time with MSOS, or some of the smaller names that don't have the liquidity. When the market makers just dry it up, anybody that sort of gets caught punching the void is just gonna almost automatically lose. Like, think of the follow through that you need for that. Anyways, that is what it is. MSOS is just a dog. Yuck.
Nothing in the marijuana space is very good.
I can't think of anything in that
UNH
space.
thought they were having a good day today until the market
FCell.
opened up. Yeah, Sharif is in I think a swing
Fuel
long
cell?
or something on FCell. So I don't know. I think that's been getting crushed.
I don't know.
I'd rather figure that
They
out.
report.
I don't know if they report or when they report, but we can look at FCEL, downward parallel. Downward parallel.
Oh, I see it. Look at the daily chart on FCell. It was like this thing was hugging the 50 period. Like look how tightly it hugs the moving average. Broke it and then rejects. That's a great looking short. Like hugs it the other direction and then drops off. But is that candle real? This one? Yeah, that's absolutely real. Like look at the failure at the same point
today
too.
alone.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out why it's down 15. There must be a story we're not looking.
Yeah, I think there was somebody talking about it this morning. I think something about fuel cell. But yeah, UNH today, opens up at 455 there, and just downside play now down into 430. So looking for some good quality names that have really been sort of inching higher here, like daily. Just not as dramatic as like you'll see those bigger AI kind of names go up. But UNH has just been sort of chugging right along. I mean, it had such a great movement from March. I mean, these stocks that have almost doubled right there. Nice move there on UNH. But the story this afternoon, I guess, is going to be Google. The volumes here, it's not even like it's huge volume. Again, you see the volume off the open, right? Oh, that's yesterday's close, actually. There's a volume off the open. We're starting to dwindle down a little bit now as we maybe break the lows here on Google, 361.75. I don't really want to trade it. I mean, I've just been getting out more on the NASDAQ, as the market made moves down lower. And so this is not going to look like a huge move down, but it's pretty good. This will be my largest P&L name today, and we don't have a red name, but at the end of the day, it's about trying to be consistent with it, and watching this go to the downside, and TQ is so far so good here, and in the whoopsie moment of the day for me was right here with Meta. We put the wrong price, it tanked, but then it ripped up to 682, and look at this, man, right into some pre-market levels, and then whoosh to the downside. The reason why we go short on everything today, including IBIT and Meta and everything, is just that we had the feels of the market being short day, right? I mean, so that's why we take SpaceX to the downside, and we had to hold this one against us like 50 cents to make $7 or whatever. So that's not horrible there. I think getting out of the 200 break would be, you know, the next most reasonable thing. So let's cancel our stop there at 137. 137.50, sorry, right up into here, and we'll put it now at 133. So we'll put a stop here at 133, and then, hey man, if it, if it gives us an opportunity to get back into it or whatever, we'll do that at a higher level. So we'll just hold on to that and see if it does want to break through. It doesn't look like the 135 meant a whole bunch today, but yeah, that short printed out, good movement down there. And yeah, we'll wait to get a little bit more on the TQs at some point here, maybe VWAP, but we're just getting out and out and out of all these positions. So 15% left here, and I don't know, maybe 5% or so on SpaceX, so it's not huge what we have left right now. Netflix goes tonight, so that should be an interesting one. That was one of Ramin's, I think, picks last time. Today, not great here for Netflix over the last little while. Hopefully it holds 70, man. We'll see what happens tonight. It's so hard to make calls into earnings. I mean, you know, you saw what Taiwan Semi came out with last night, and it was just a banger of a report. And, you know, it was down 5% earlier. Thankfully, it's rebounded a little bit here once the market opened. But yeah, now Samsung, I keep calling it Samsung. Taiwan Semi just still down off of a monster report.
The only consistent truth is that the good banks, even if they dip, will catch a bid.
Yeah, banks are forever.
Like everything else is a crapshoot, but like with Goldman and JP and Morgan Stanley, that they're gonna catch a bid on the first day usually if they're down, and if they're not down, then well, I mean, it doesn't matter if they're not down; they're just going to go up because you know they're going to have big numbers. You know they're going to raise the dividend. Like that's, but everything else is a crapshoot. What's not a crapshoot around here, and is an absolute certainty, is that we're going to get some goods at the screen from Adair.
Thank you very much for that intro, Neil. And Sean, you kind of accidentally teed this up for me unless you happen to see this visual. But here is a Netflix themed to the window, to the wall, where we pick up an infographic window here. We talk about it in the wall. Now you might be thinking, what is the assault on my eyeballs that is this infographic? The reason I chose this background is because it's supposed to emulate that image that you see when you turn on Netflix for the Netflix originals. That was what the whole goal for this visual was in the background. Let's talk about what we're actually expecting from Netflix tonight. This infographic already available on X at TTV Research. As always, I'll repost it a couple minutes before the report's set to come out at 4:05 p.m. Revenue estimate here, $12.57 billion. EPS estimate, 79 cents per share. Now, last quarter, they beat on EPS, they beat on sales, and their cash from operations was like massive. They almost doubled what they did in the prior year quarter. Their guidance, though, kind of wanted to cover your eyes because it wasn't too good. Q2 sales outlook, $12.57 billion. Obviously, now that matches analyst estimates, but the prior analyst estimate at that time was $12.64 billion. So they actually missed on sales guidance. They also, unfortunately, missed on EPS guidance, 78 cents, versus 84 cents expected. And that sales outlook also was just kind of middling compared to estimates. So Netflix right now, there is a lot that we want to see from this company. We'll have to wait and see if we, kind of get this double beat, because I think for NFLX, you want to see a double beat. You want to see, a strong guidance raise, and they also release data from how their content's doing. Now, we know they had a lot of really strongly performing original content at the end of fiscal 2025. I've been hearing some reports that apparently so far their original content has not performed that well, specifically the second seasons of shows like One Piece, like Running Point. So I want to see if they have any data on how those shows are performing, which they usually release. That'll give us a good gauge of if we're going to see continued momentum on Netflix into the second half of the fiscal year. You can find this, I know, very eye-popping, for better or worse, visual on X at TTV Research. I'll see you guys at the wall around this time tomorrow, but I'll see you at the desk even sooner as we send you back up to the guys.
Thanks, Adair. I mean, with Stranger Things done, what do they have at Netflix that we're waiting for?
Well, that's what she was saying there. We got to watch. I'm watching Running Point. I mean, we actually watched an episode yesterday, but we hadn't watched that in a while. It's just a basic show. I don't think there's much going on there. That's like the Lakers and all that kind of stuff.
That's the one with
Yeah, I forget her name.
Yeah.
It's a blonde.
You were
very, very
talking
famous.
About this before. It's
Megan.
She was in a Matthew McConaughey film.
Yeah, she's
huge.
I know. It's a good show. Anyways, and then the other one was we started actually watching One Piece season 2, and we kind of stopped. So yeah, to your point, Adair, there. Not much in our family right now for Netflix. The wife likes all that like Dubai Bling and all these kind of shows.
those
And
things?
they just got Hot Ones on there as well, and they are buying some content.
My daughter likes the baking shows. we
Kate
like
Hudson.
we're doing Nailed It. Kate Hudson's great.
That's what it is.
We like that. Like, well,
Yeah,
my
today
daughter
it's
likes
SpaceX.
Nailed It more than I do.
Nailed it.
Nailed It it's fun for a bit, but after a while, that show just gets, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't watch it.
They're mucking stuff up and making mistakes that the producers are like, okay, you got to do something
they do it on
egregiously wrong.
purpose, yes.
And they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, like you're putting metal in the microwave on purpose, and then at the last second taking it out. Like you're just
Metal in the mic.
like you know that person isn't really making that
Sometimes
mistake.
they're
You're
kids,
just doing
right?
it for
The ones
show.
you guys watch, or
We love the kid baking show.
Yeah.
What I love about it is it gets Erin excited to try stuff.
exactly.
And then she'll
especially
want to,
cooking.
then she'll want to like try something out that maybe she'll see there. It's inspiring stuff.
Oh yeah, The Hawk. That comes out today. That's the Will Ferrell episodes where he's a golfer. I definitely want to watch that. Shout out. I was watching The Daily Show yesterday. Molly Shannon's in it as well. That should be a
Nice.
good one. The Hawk.
Okay. Well,
that's
there you
the
go.
Will
There's
Ferrell.
something.
That's the one that you were watching and you started cracking up on, right? Where he's a golfer.
The trailer. That's I'm watching that for sure.
That's coming tonight. So
I was dying watching the trailer.
That'll be huge.
Alphabet just lost 360.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it is still. Right, that's the page I'm on, so that's one I went to. Oh, STDN, which is. Anyways, no one's gonna. STDN. I gotta be able to. Standard, whatever the heck it is. That's the IPO today. It finally broke the $13 level. So I'm going to take it if it breaks 13. That being said, there's like a size here at 1290. STDN. I'm saying it out loud so you get it right. Like immediately, there's like a 1290 bid. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So I got slipped to 94. I'll give it to like just above the 13. Usually I give it to the quarter, but what's this guy doing there? That's why it didn't fall through. It broke the 13 even. I wanted to take the first flat bottom break when it wasn't going higher, and now there's just like a bid sitting out in front. So there's the breakdown. The low was actually 1305 at the time. This is a unique one because I'm sure it's happened before, but the IPO issue price was $15. They were talking about 18 to 20. So they wanted 18 to 21 was what they were talking about going into today. They eventually priced it at 15, and now it's breaking 13. So Standard Nuclear has gone absolutely in the wrong direction. But the fact that bidder is right there at that 90 level.
Not gone nuclear.
No, it is not.
I mean, that's how you tell that those.
Fourth
things
gun
are
Chernobyl.
Pretty silly to trade. Whenever there's no volume there, I mean, we watched SK Hynix, we watched Cerebras, and obviously SpaceX just kind of go pretty hard off their first day. But yeah, not much going on there. Yeah, there's Google breaking 360, but right back up into 361. What's up in there?
Keep an eye here on GOOGL, Google in focus. We already heard this report here. They're going to be delaying Gemini. I have a few more details, though, basically. So this is going to be the 3.5 Pro AI model specifically. This could also be delayed by a matter of months. So slightly longer delay here. Basically, the issue is they're trying to improve coding capabilities in multiple layers of internal review, but there's some slow development, I guess, and slow updates to that. There's also apparently growing internal frustration amongst employees, specifically engineers and managers over at Google, due to the slow pace of development. So just a little bit of context here as to what's going on in Google with that Gemini delay. Also worth mentioning here, just so you guys are aware, seeing Iran State TV reporting that, quote, American projectiles have hit areas of southern Iran. Again, we can't confirm that, but just be aware, it sounds like there is unfortunately some more bombing and more tensions here in the Middle East. Back to you.
American projectiles are hitting. Like they're throwing rocks or something? No.
Yeah, they're throwing shoes. Like that one person threw something at a tempo girl the other day. They threw their shoe at one of our players. Stay classy.
I think there's been a history of that in the WNBA. I think there's like a.
I never heard of that. But yeah.
No, I remember there was something about that a couple of years ago.
Oh, was
too.
there?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll continue to watch out for that one. But yeah, we will be having Steve Tileman coming through 2:45 from, again, Trade the Pool. We had Mitch earlier. So put your questions in the chat right here. If we see them, we can ask Steve about any of these names that you potentially would like to cover. We'll be here for that when Steve gets right back in. Steve! Hopefully he'll have something to say. Okay. All right. I mean, a name, I was just looking here, DraftKings, I don't know why I still have DraftKings on my board here. I mean, it doesn't do a whole bunch of volume. It's not like a super, super exciting name, but, DraftKings is right here at the 200 period moving average on our 5-minute chart. We kind of got up there earlier, fell back in. It's there right now. Potential short, I guess, for DraftKings 25.35 could be an interesting level there for DKNG. And of course, we continue to not necessarily worry about it, but there has been a pretty good downside push here in SK Hynix today. So again, another just wild back and forth sort of struggle with SK Hynix. And what I mean by that is some days you're up huge, other days you're down quite huge. And, just like that came out of nowhere. That was basically from the levels that we were just at 160. This thing ripped up to 195. Now you're back down to 150 2 days later. Basically one trading day and give it a half day today, all the way down to 154 from 195. This is pretty brutal how some of these memory names just can't really find their footing right now on SK.
I think the low is exactly 150.
Yeah, I think this is close to
I have 150.
Yeah, I mean that would make sense here. I can SKHY.
But I don't have,
I'll see what it is
on E-signal.
While the E-signal chart is a little bit messed up here as well. But let me zoom back out. Oh, no, it's gonna be too hard. Let me zoom. Okay, so it's saying 151.30 is about the
151.30. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they have. 151.30 there on SK Hynix. So yeah, this is whoop, 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 whoop. So right now we wait for 150, I guess, on SKHY. What's up, Sia?
The SPY currently down 0.54%. The triple Qs are down 1.5%. We have the Dow down 0.31% at the moment, and the IWM down inching closer to 0.15% right now. Let's take a look at a couple of things I want to talk to you about. MAN, that is Manpower and Group, up on the day 34 almost percent, has for its third quarter revenue to rise 2 to 6% versus the FactSet consensus estimate of 1.7%. Adjusted earnings in the second quarter coming in at 99 cents per share on revenue of $4.9 billion, topping Wall Street's call for 95 cents per share and $4.72 billion. Let's also take a look at CTAS. That is Cintas Corporation, is up 7.4% on the day. Bank of America has just upgraded this name from neutral to buy. You also have ASTS here. That's AST Space Mobile. Stock has fallen over 16% after its announced plans to offer $1 billion of convertible senior notes that's due 2034 in a private offering. And finally, AVAV, AeroVironment, is up 6.3% on the day. Upgrade at Raymond James to outperform from market perform. The firm has said that AVAV's bookings are recovering and its backlog is poised to grow. With that, AVAV is up on the day 6.3%.
Thank you there, Sia. And Galadriel. There's I don't know if you're into Lord of the Rings. Good name. Do we use Thinkorswim? No. We are here at Real Trading, all of us sitting at Real Trading, and we use P8, which is a platform. It's a prop floor, so P8 is proprietary to Real Trading. So if you're with Real Trading with the campus program, then you get an opportunity to use P8. So yeah, again, that's what everyone is using here. If you see someone executing on the platform, we're all using exactly the same things. I'm not going to here to recommend any broker. All I will ever say about a broker is the most simple one. Find a broker that works for you, right? Do they have the features you want? Are they responsive to your requests? Are you satisfied? At the end of the day, those are the things that matter. Can you get your money in and out? It sounds like pretty simple stuff, but understand that there's always options out there. We're just blessed to have been fortunate for a very long time here on a prop floor, which is very different. So no Thinkorswim, although I know of people that have used Thinkorswim, but it's not my. It's not enough for me to tell you that I know some people that use it.
Yeah, no. Shout out there to whatever platform everybody's using. Yeah. All right, so man, unbelievable that we have Intel written down again as a short today, and it just bleeds like crazy all day. But of course, like I said, trading in the open can be a little difficult, which is why, you can see right now we're short the TQs and we're short SpaceX, $8 in the money on those two trades, but we weren't able to hold Intel. And that's going to happen sometimes. You get into a position and it just doesn't really, pan out for you the way you thought it was going to, and it just didn't keep on going, comes right back into those levels, and then downside from there. We did have an opportunity to reshort it, but once we got out of Intel, I tried to reshort it right there, as you can see. So I still did believe in the short, but then it just took off, and we are quite thankful that we stuck to our rules and didn't get back in there. But yeah, into pre-market sort of highs there for Intel. We could have, been into that one as well to the short side, as here we go, man. The market's doing all over again. And I don't know, we got that question about, where does it stop? And I'm, when I'm in tomorrow, I'll probably write down shorts. I mean, today's ideas were 4 shorts. And that's how we have the net, and that's how we have these trades on board. It's SpaceX short, it's TQ short, it's IBIT short, it's Intel short.
I don't think anybody had a long today.
I don't know what anybody else had, but
I didn't have a single long idea.
Yeah.
No, but I don't think Joe had any longs either.
I don't really. I mean, I'm
talking about sentiment. I'm just talking.
Yeah. No, that's all good.
It's very rare that it is completely one-sided.
Sure. But right into here, though, this is what we're talking about. It's just, being able to try to hold on to something, make the money that way, and, just calling it all out for the shorts. And I know that some people, look, some days it's not right? We call the short and it goes back up to the other side of it. So that's why, we're here to talk about it. And I always mention it, this is an extremely tough job when you're trying to hold on to things and pick winners like that. It's there's a reason why it's something like 98% of the people that deposit money into a brokerage account trying to day trade will lose it all. And it's tough. I mean, you guys that have tried out on prop floors and things like that, I don't need to tell you how hard it is to become a successful trader. And it's just watch us every day, hopefully try to learn. And I don't even, I'm sitting here and somewhat successful, but there's a lot of money to be made that is left on the table, and there's a lot of money. And you guys don't see our P&Ls or anything like that, and we don't even, talk really about that, but it's tough. It's really tough. And, it's just one of those things where we're just average guys trying to make an average living. And honestly, man, it's sometimes you think about it, it's not as easy come as you think. So stay with us, man. Hit the subscribe, hit the like button, and hopefully together we can all just become better traders every single day, right? And I mean, that's the idea, as you mentioned, right?
Get that icky.
Who cares if you're green every day or red every day? You're trying to look at it, as Neil most infamously says, look at it quarter over quarter or whatever, and figure out, what your nets are at that point, and whatever strategies you have, just keep on rolling them if they're working, and if they're not, get away from them, right? Like the IPO trade has been such a huge trade, and that really is almost my whole year is SpaceX.
But it's not all IPOs. I think that's the key thing, and I know we say this all the time. The IPO long trade is, I think part of the alpha is identifying which ones you're going to go for.
Well, not every IPO.
Not because it's not every IPO. Because if you take every IPO long, it doesn't work out, and the ones that don't work are like rinse jobs, like that. What was the one we were just talking about?
Well, we would never take. I mean, the only money I've ever made is on big ones.
That's what I'm saying. It's the big ones where the liquidity is going to be there. There was a Blinky had a great comment. He was just saying they were trading for. I was trying to find it, but I can't find it in the scroll now. I think it was Blinky was essentially saying they've been trading for a long time, and correct, it is absolutely not an easy thing to be a day trader. I also saw some comments saying, when you have the ability to learn on prop or sim, yeah. If you're just starting out and the platform you're on or whomever you're with has a simulator, everybody starts on a simulator because you want to be able to figure out what you're going to do. And when you're figuring out your strategy, you might as well do it in sim. When you're figuring out how the platform works, how to throw orders out, how to use stop orders, how to use trailing stops, you might as well do that in sim. Why learn those types of lessons for real? It doesn't even make any sense. It's one of the things I love about, I don't know, if you you coach, and I know one of the things I love about really coaching now young kids is how great practice is for the kids that it's their first time playing, where they've never played it before, and you can see that for them, if it's their first year, the kids that show up to practice are the ones that makes a huge difference. It's almost more important than the games. But that being said, we'll get back to the market for a quick second here. SLV just did the 50 hold. So LOD hold, there's the bounce, back through. I want to continue to play trend with this. I did miss one hump. It's kind of on the walk. When it broke back down under VWAP, I got back into it. Then it caught a reversal candle, so I got out, and then I went for the walk and then missed this trade. So the first available pop was this one into 50 and a half. The next bounce, for now, the trend would tell me like 50.30 to 50.40, but that's subject to change. I mean, it's a trend line, so therefore, if it continues sliding down, then the bounce starts moving, kind of like how VWAP would move. And then STND, that's that standard nuclear. So it broke the low and did not fall over itself. There's a buyer at 90, so I just stuck some out in front of them because they're just a movable object at this point. And I'm even tightening up the stop. Like, it's not moving. When an IPO on day one breaks the first even dollar underneath, like, the expectation is that it just falls all over itself. So when that doesn't happen, then I'm not willing to risk as much. So I'm literally tightening the stop up because it's not going. Then we'll go hunt for something else. So out of SLV, and gonna look for the re-entry if we can grab it. Kind of have eyeballs on DRAM again, as it's still back at the lows. I don't think it gets into the volume weighted average price, so that might not be a bit of a thing. The frustrating one is, like, I had a plan of action for Boyle that was very, very specific. It was whatever happens at 10:30, just take the break of the support level and then scalp it out. And then Boyle decided to defecate all over itself. But either way, that's actually coming back upside, so I might take a shot at this in through VWAP, because that's been trending down every single day. Nat gas has been, I mean, it's not gonna, they reverse split all the time, but they reverse split, it goes down, it trends down. It's all the same thing. Like, nat gas is out of control. And everyone, all our American viewers know the truth here. Like, the supply of nat gas is just like through the roof. Like, USA is producing more nat gas than ever. And there's just constantly more and more supply.
Yeah. I like nat gas, and right here SMR. I got to give. I have no idea how I haven't out at $57. I actually got out of my position up here. I have no idea how that even happened that day. But yeah, all the way back in, we did buy a little bit more into this area. But yeah, SMR, looking and waiting to finally put some money back into this. It's finally starting to break down pretty low into $7 right now for SMR. Like, that's been absolutely crushed. And I mean, just another name where if you put some money into this one, it's been getting just beat up like so bad over the last 2 months. Like, this was $12, $13, like cut in half. I mean, there's a lot of names that cut in half, but SMR not looking good. Go with a better name, I think, in Oklo, if there was something that you're looking for. Still above the 200 period moving average on the weekly chart, and just today, like, broke below this level as well. So all these names, as we talk about different energy plays, really getting hit there today. You know, the play that I like, CEG, is one that I've most recently bought, and it's trying to hold out pretty good. So we actually bought some at 300, then we bought some at 260. Remember, our average price was 280, so it's still underwater for me, but that's one that we're going to have to wait for, try to buy it on the way back in, and we'll have to see where that goes from here. But CEG, not a horrible play, I don't think, anyways, moving forward on that. IREN, a lot worse. IREN is just more of you're trying to figure out if you're going to be able to get some kind of a movement like this on IREN. Just trying to figure out what just printed over there. Oh, the futures are at the low of the day right now, so that's hopefully going to be a good trade moving forward. But yeah, IREN right there at $35. There could be some decent buying opportunities if this can get into here, but then you have that break as well, breaking back down below 32. These are all names. We are going to have Steve coming through soon, and we could talk to him about some of these longer term charting plays. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Another parallel channel coming up here on Robinhood. So
but it's only good if it holds.
Yeah, 106.60 right now on Robinhood. I mean, yeah, down 8% today. Just, again, like, the structure is pretty good on this one. Like, it holds there, holds again, and now you're kind of slipping up. So obviously, Robinhood's coming back in pretty nicely right now, into $100. I mean, that's where you want to see the hold. So I would say nothing's breaking down yet, but until we get into that $100 mark and you lose that, like, you don't want to lose that last sort of area of support. And I just think psychologically 100
and the 200,
and then, yeah, it's all about Bitcoin too, right? Bitcoin's battled back nicely there. And with more SpaceX trading, they're going to catch some more money on equity trading now, because there's been a lot of interest in SpaceX. There's been a lot of interest in, the declining moving averages here of many of these names, like a Micron or like a SanDisk. And I just think as traders, traders tend to, get very excited about bids rather than offers. And, SanDisk, I feel like people aren't buying this on the way down. Maybe they're waiting for it to get into something, but we don't have too much of a relief rally. 2,200 down to 1,400 SNDK. Yeah, exactly. We can go over to Adara for this story if you want it. I mean, she'll tell it better than us.
Oh, the alphabet?
No, we just had someone asking another $2 here if you could maybe repeat the alphabet story.
Yeah, for sure. So basically there's a report, and I still haven't seen what outlet reported it, but basically there's a report that there are some internal concerns here about, I believe, some of the coding that's happening here with this Google Gemini, this 3.5 Pro AI model. And because of those concerns, this could be delayed by a number of months. And again, they're citing some internal disagreements. This is just a report. It's not confirmed, but that's why Google is to the downside. I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it must help. If you
Well, I
can't
mean,
find
you
it-
wanted the story, you got it.
Yeah,
It
if
has
you
to-
can't
of
find
course
it, I think
helps.
you'd be able to Google it and search it for this point. But yeah, I mean, Adara brought us this. Unfortunately, you couldn't really act on it. As soon as the news hit, obviously the algos get it and breaks through that day low, or at least it was maybe not the day low. Yeah, I guess it was breaking through 369 there, just whoosh to the downside. That's a great breakdown trade, without the news, and then you get that little extra, oomph
I guess
to
sometimes
it as we crank down lower. I mean,
that
I
makes
think
it fall
Google's
more, I suppose. But
yeah, I would probably, but I would think that Google, I mean, obviously you can see the positions we have on short right now. Yeah, I'm short the market and I'm short SpaceX. And SpaceX just continues to be, for me, man, the belle of the ball. It's just huge moves down. We wrote down 136 today, and oh boy, did that hold right there into the downside. So SPCX, monster move lower there once again today, creating new all-time lows on SPCX.
all-time lows. Oh my goodness.
I think all-time lows maybe more tomorrow.
Should have listened to myself. The hilarious thing is I told my brother asked me, he's like, what should I do with my Rocket Lab and ASTS? And I was like, well, I mean, you want to sell the news before SpaceX.
Yeah, I thought we solved that.
And then he's like, well, so then should I buy SpaceX? But it was like, oh, no, wait a few months. And then what do? I already start buying SpaceX.
Yep.
Because I'm not a very patient person. I don't know, it's the ARM thing. I've said this before, like after ARM, I'm just gonna nibble in. If I want the stock, I'm always gonna nibble in early because I don't want to miss it completely.
Yeah,
Salvador.
but ARM you had like 8 months or something.
I'm so mad about that one.
That should be the reason
know.
why you don't buy it.
I shouldn't, but I was so mad at myself over ARM because I ended up getting into ARM at effectively like almost double the price that I should have, given that I wanted, and I hate myself over that one. Salvador, yeah, I thought I did go over SLV, but I don't mind. So the simple thing is triple top this day, and then trend down ever since. So it's like look net short, and then
That's why.
typically speaking, if it's not like a pop and fail break of the high or trade into resistance, my first thought is, okay, it's trend down and I'm not in the trend in the pre-market. Does it fail a lower high and give you VWAP, right? So there's your, effectively, like there's your trend in the pre-market. It fails that, enter VWAP. It ends up bouncing off this trend line. Try it basically in here, which I don't like. That was sloppy, so we just get in and out flat. Then I'm looking at it holding this trend line here. When it breaks that, short VWAP again, basically the same thing. Miss that re-entry, and then I'm setting up what's the next trend. There's the next trend. It bounces into the trend line, go short, have set the stop, and then play it to the low of the day. Effectively, it's just that the stock is going down, and you want to short the pops. I got to get rid of some of these because what will happen is when I hit save, they just save there for days, and I don't really need them all. No, so when a stock is going down, just looking for general short setups. And you know what? I remember the first time I started looking at things that way for stocks that are trending down, not just stocks that are trending up. It was with one of those things that was going bankrupt, and it was it Beyond Meat? I remember there was. It wasn't Beyond Meat. It was Bed Bath & Beyond, whatever it was. There was one of them that after like this one day that it tried to squeeze, it just was like the slowest death.
Oh, it was probably Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, I think it was Bed Bath, and it was like every single day it would try to go, and then it would just stair step to the downside. And it's like the most basic setups would work. The same way during the meme craze, you were just finding ways to go long the things that were going up every single day. The same thing applies there. We do now have our good friend, I believe.
But we're going to see it.
Oh, sorry. No, we're going to go up to the desk first. We've got Sia.
0.13% at the moment. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers for now. GTS 0.70% to the upside. Not a crazy move here. Gray Media and the Atlanta Hawks have today announced a landmark broadcast partnership that will be bringing all non-nationality televised Atlanta Hawks regular season games to Gray Media's Atlanta broadcast television station. That's WANF, W-A-N-F, Atlanta's news first, and Peachtree Sports Network during the 2026 to 2027 NBA season. ELVA, Electrovia, is down 19% even after a strong buy rating by Raymond James. And STRL, Sterling Infrastructure, is down 5%, continuing to slide to the downside, even though the company's e-infrastructure revenues have surged 174% year over year, driven by robust demand for site development services, contributions from the CEC acquisition, and continued momentum in mission-critical projects. STRL down 5%, ELVA down 19%, GTS up 0.70%.
All right. Well, thank you, Sia. But yeah, without any further ado, I just asked the chat, get your questions in there because Steve has returned. And we want everyone to start getting their questions set up for you, Steve, because you're a great reader, obviously, of the technicals, have some great ideas, and always are answering questions. What are you drinking over there?
I have questions.
Some free advertising. I guess it's a iced vanilla Red Bull. It's a new one for me. But.
Ooh, iced vanilla Red Bull. Okay. Red Bull's not a public company, though, I do not believe, unless they're wrapped up with somebody, maybe Celsius, you could trade if you're looking over there. But how's the week been? Or I guess we haven't seen you in a couple weeks, maybe 2 weeks. So how you been? The market definitely seems like it's turned upside down a little bit here.
Yeah, apologies I couldn't make it last week, but I'm happy to be here. Happy to have a little bit of a breather. So SPY in general, kind of doing what we're looking for, having a lot of compression, just very tight action this week, as I think what we're waiting for are a few of the catalysts coming in today and into next week. So first off, we have Trump speaking tonight. I'm curious to hear what he says, curious to see if he can perhaps boost the market, or, I mean, God forbid, maybe that's what it takes to crack this tight consolidation, this kind of flag on top of a flag. So ideally, that plus Netflix earnings, both positive enough to get us some upward momentum into the big earnings coming in next week. But so far this week, the name of the game was survive bank earnings, survive CPI and PPI, both came in cool. So we're setting the stage for a big move, but I'm just hanging out here in the pocket, waiting to see which side cracks.
Yeah, we had Brian Shannon on Tuesday, and I was talking to him, and I brought up AMD, and I was like, you know what, man? I mean, all these AI names have really taken a hit, you know, and it's like Marvell's down from 330 down now to 180, you know, like absolutely crushed. And AMD was hanging out, and it's just a couple of days ago when he was on, and you know, it was up here 550, 560, and then I was like, man, this is a name that I think I want to get out of because everything else is falling back in, and we're still above the 50-period moving average. So, you know, the discussion that we had was basically, let's wait until it makes this move to really maybe get out of your long positions, because sometimes we panic out, and then the next day is a battle right back. So what are you thinking here on AMD? I mean, it's right at its sort of precipice here of 495, breaking below the 50-period moving average here on a daily. Do we need to take a longer look at this, or is it maybe time to ring the register, wait for a pullback to maybe get a little long? You know, what's your opinion here on advanced micro devices?
Well, this is a tough one, and I'm glad you're bringing it to the radar here. This is one of the most watched names that I'm seeing, both for bulls and bears, both for believers in the next leg of this AI infrastructure, AI build-out cycle, as well as those saying, hey, if there's one I want to short, this is the one. So what we're seeing is essentially a battle of two narratives. We're seeing this ascending triangle. It's been incredibly resilient. Kospi's gone down 30%. AMD stayed flat. Kospi's gone up 30%. It stayed flat. It's weathered a lot of this volatility while maintaining structure. Good news until it cracks, right? So now we are seeing the potential crack happening, and it might be that we're not actually seeing this ascending triangle. We're really seeing kind of a scalloped, rounded top that's starting to crack here. So for context, some of the other leaders, they've started to get this washout a little more severe. Same kind of look here for A-Lab. They got the crack, the back test, and rolling off. In general, your semiconductors overall, it's a tough look. And I don't know about you guys, but this gives me flashbacks to maybe 3-4 years ago by now, when the tops were being put in on a lot of these semis. They looked like they were forming a pennant to break out. They even tried to do a little false break and then really got clobbered. And I'm just getting a little bit of the similar vibes here. So keeping the possibility of a bigger washout here in the chip space, just because we cannot seem to hold, and we are cracking these what look like now pretty confirmed as distribution ranges up here.
I just want to get out here. If you come to my screen, we're short the NASDAQ here with the TQs is the sort of the venue that I use or the instrument that I use to do this. And we're right back to day's low. So I'm getting another piece out. Just want to give everybody that update there. So look, I mean, Steve, I think it's part of what's frustrating for most traders is, you know, it's like, this might happen, you know, this is what's happening. You look at your portfolio and it's like, okay, you know, a couple weeks ago, you know, people were bullish on Marvell and, you know, people were bullish on, you know, the DRAM ETF or SK Hynix that just came out or, you know, forget about SpaceX, but, you know, SK Hynix obviously in the Kospi, so it's well traded as well. And then that's down again today, you know, so much, and then 9%. It was up 27% 2 days ago, down 9% yesterday, down 11% today. So just kind of wiping out that whole move that we had just seen. Like, in your opinion, what is changing the rhetoric so much here? Like, how could we have basically nothing happen? I mean, I know we had TSM come out, but I thought TSM's earnings were actually pretty good last night, right? And that move happened yesterday before that came out. But like, why are we swinging like this? I mean, Micron's down here. Is it just a rotation into other names? Or is this, like you just mentioned there, are we seeing that top in basically the whole DRAM space? I mean, it's kind of like, if we've been holding the bags, what should we do? Do we continue to hold? Is there a pressure point where we say, hey, no more, and we tap out here? Like, what is exactly your opinion here on like a lot of these names? You can pick and choose any of those. And I know we just went over AMD and you sort of showed that, but it's just frustrating for a lot of traders because you sit in here and you hope this is going to hold, and then you come in the very next day, Steve, and you're down. Like, that was $62 here 2 days ago on DRAM, and now it's 52. Like, that's a decent hit for a lot of people's portfolios. So it's like, do you just grit your teeth and bear it, or do we just get out the minute something goes wrong?
Well, it's a great question, and I think it's really contingent upon where your entries are. So, pardon me, if you have caught a lot of this move, like, not to pat ourselves on the back, but, you know, with the ARM trade, this was a big component of my semiconductor exposure. So for me, I got stopped out of the very last chunk when it lost this 50-day with conviction. In general, that's how I like to play them.
Okay.
I don't want to be the guy who's selling the first day we sell or we close under our 9-day moving average after an amazing move up. I want to be the guy who's trimming, you know, on the big surge, and then I can hold through a little bit of pain. That being said, I also don't want to be the jerk who won't ring the register when it's time. So for me, coming out from way down here at 160, it's very easy for me to say, hey, I will take an 100% gain on the last chunk there. And that doesn't feel so bad, right? If you entered up here, it feels pretty bad to take a 20% loss when you're trying to get involved with the trade that maybe you missed. And I think that's what it comes down to. This is not an easy trade anymore. The reason we liked it was down here when it was the easy trade, catching that 80%. We missed the very top. You know, I didn't sell it 450 like it says on my lines. I should have. I missed that. You know, I took that last tranche out $100 lower. And that's, I think, the reality of trading these high flyers. You're going to get slammed on one tranche of those unless you absolutely perfect it. So for me, and a lot of smart traders, I'm not seeing the smartest traders call a top or call, you know, anything other than, hey, time to ring the register. No longer an easy trade. Let's see where the easy money is. And I think that's what we're seeing, and probably is the primary driver of this move. I think it was just too much, too fast, and we need some more confirmation. We've kind of stretched that check writers to check cashers trade, if you know what I mean. Like, you have all the hyperscalers, they're writing these checks. All the chips, they're cashing them. At some point, it's just the jaws have opened too wide and they need to start closing. So what I have on screen here is IGV over SMH, the daily chart here. And to me, this is looking really constructive. To me, this is the easy trade now. Just taking a position in some longs in the the software space. So Microsoft, for me, a big one. I like some of the riskier ones like Fastly, just names that I think are holding up strong on a higher time frame because they're so much less extended. So guys, I don't necessarily even think that this means the market's going to keep ripping on up. We could have a real lot of chop into the end of the year. But what I do know is I'd rather be in the beatdown sectors that are just starting to show some love. And, you know, Microsoft's the easy button there. And that's how I'm expressing my risk on take here. Taking all the profit from semiconductors, leaving a tiny bit, but really nothing. and then putting it into those areas that I think will work a lot easier.
Okay.
I like that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the simple, I mean, again, what a great answer. I mean, we were just talking about getting out, and you just gave us some more knowledge there about something you're trying to get into. Neil's going to ask you about Figma, so that's going to be right on that IGV. So I'm going to throw it over to him, but I think generally speaking, what you had mentioned there was 50, and it's just trying to get it back for the people in the audience there, Steve. Put Steve back on. Let's see what I'm talking to over here. There he is. I just wanted to say about the 50 period, right? You mentioned one word in there, 1 to 50 period on the day breaks with the big key word that you mentioned, conviction, right? So the minute you get that answer and it's definitely a break, start to exit some of your positions. So I think that was the answer that a lot of people were kind of looking for there.
Exactly,
so yeah, thanks, Steve, and we're going to throw it over to Neil.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to take any credit for this question because if we can throw this up here, this is from X2C in our chat right away. The second you were on, some questions came in. We want to make sure we get the viewers' questions. Steve, Figma inverse Head and Shoulders on the 1 day. That's on the daily chart. Figma inverse Head and Shoulders. What are your thoughts, Steve? And I'll just shut up and let you get to it.
Well, I'll be honest, this is not a name that I've looked at a ton. I do have some old lines in here. I don't really know what I was looking for here. What I will say, I see potential double bottoming happening. Usually I'll start with a weekly chart on something like this. And to me, this looks like a name that's probably washed out just about as much as it needs to. These are always tough post-IPO. You know, it'd be easy to try to catch a bottom here at 35, maybe at 20 here, and then we need to kind of just keep on chopping. But what I will say, I'm liking that these oscillators are starting to look constructive. We've got some uplift on the weekly there. We'll check in with the daily there as well. Still room higher, but it's kind of this grind. So I don't think this is going to be a straight shot, just screamer here to 50. But I think this is a good place to look for positions, look for your spots off of these key moving averages. You see it gave one today off that 9 moving average at about 22.69. It seems like it's consolidating in an upward manner in kind of the elbow, the kind of right side of this. Let me draw it for you. Potential W pattern here. So if we do get this W pattern, then this is one of my favorite areas to get involved, somewhere around here after it's kind of confirmed this bottom, or at least a midterm bottom. The idea is you get involved here on the confirmation through in the back test of the neckline. You can add. This is something I don't see people doing with this. They're selling this first tap, which is fine, but I'm more interested in accumulating a stronger position if it's something I have conviction in. Then I think that we do have a lot of targets up ahead. I'd love to take some off at 30 and then hold some for the bigger move because I think a lot of these names are putting in a bottom.
Going down.
I think that's a great answer, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you for that. But I got another one. I don't have it something to do with the old-fashioned way. This is from Drew Farrell, and they're asking, "What do you think about drone stocks?" But I want to hold that thought for a quick little second because I also want to expand on something. Whoops! I was just looking at Hood. That has nothing to do with anything. Okay. You had mentioned you had just mentioned rotation, right? And you talked about the IGV. So drones, defense could be one place. We've already seen the banks look pretty good. Healthcare, there's some names that are interested. So the first part is I want you to get to Drew. What do you specifically think of drone stocks? Is there one you like? But is there also somewhere else other than the IGV and software where you're seeing a potential place for rotation out of those chips and into something else?
I have an answer, but I don't think people are going to like it.
Got to be real.
I got to be real. And drones, it's looking tough on the ones I'm watching. I'm just keeping tabs on RCAT. Pardon the messy charts here. These are definitely ones I've traded a good amount in the past. I'm not seeing any reasons to believe that the bottom is in for these yet. We'll pull up one more here. Kratos, KTOS. Amazingly explosive stocks, but they haven't come. They're kind of in no man's land for me. You know, they're kind of just drifting here. So if we get hammered back down here, I'm a lot more interested. We can also check out, what is it? DFENS, I believe, is going to be DFEN. There's the ETF. And to me, this is not looking like something that's necessarily ready to lift off into the next leg. If anything, it looks kind of in the middle. So I can't say for sure that I like these plays. What I do like, and it's in a similar vein, you know, if we are going to get more volatility, more potential geopolitical fracture here and risk, I mean, I still think that it's a good time to be buying energy. I think energy on a higher time frame perspective looks very, very strong. Here's Chevron with a massive cup and handle here, starting to break out back test and seems very strong. If we just check in with oil in general, It's a little bit spooky, guys. It's a little bit spooky. You would hope that this would have gotten stamped out last week. Instead, we've broken a lot of key levels. And I do think that we got to entertain the possibility with the leading sector in chips looking this weak and with energy looking this strong. Meanwhile, I don't really know what the heck's happening over in the Strait of Hormuz, but it doesn't feel like we're getting the full picture. This could lead to oil being sustained higher for longer and potentially spiking even higher than it was a couple months ago. So that's what I'm looking at for the potential barbell here. I also have a lot of healthcare. It's boring, so that's not the first thing I wanted to talk about, but I also have a decent chunk in healthcare, biotech, and medtech devices. So if you want exposure there, IHI, that's the ETF, and I think this one, on a high time frame, this is a good place to look for money to flood into as well, similar to the biotech trade that we saw over the past month or so. That's what I'm thinking.
Did you just call don't tell me you just called bio and healthcare boring. Boo.
Not biotech.
Biotech, you consider that boring? I don't know, man. Like, I think healthcare has gotten, how can it possibly have a bad rep? The names that I love are all doing
Oscar Health, let's go.
Like,
Oscar,
what are we talking about? UNH just reported earnings. That was
don't
huge.
upset Oscar the Grouch over
We
here.
love Eli Lilly. If we're going BioPharm, AbbVie's been going. J&J's been giving you a great pullback.
Steve, you've clearly upset Neil over here. I think the biggest thing to do would just be to apologize.
No, it's not that. It's just I don't think I've heard anybody call them boring before. Really?
Well,
I like them. They're good
fired
gamers.
up I've seen you. I love this. I think I put myself on blast more than anything. I'm a little boring in my holdings. I got a whole bunch of Eli Lilly, and I'm not leaving. I know what I got, and I'll sell in the high 1,000s, not these low 1,000s. So boring for me as I wait for that big breakout. But fair enough. Good points being made there.
No, I'll take it because I like having some boringly upward sloping stocks in the portfolio. I think they're absolutely fantastic. But I'm gonna so now I'm gonna get back to Robinhood because we gave some viewer questions that we got in there, and we did actually have one about Robinhood in this channel, super chat, before you came on. Now this is a case where I'm just gonna draw that so you can see, everyone can see the upward sloping. Robinhood had a long accumulation on the pullback, and then it's been in this nice upward channel. Everything seems to be dipping a little bit. What's interesting here is it's had a disconnect from Bitcoin. Right, so Bitcoin went sideways and did nothing, and it was able to go up. It's broken above both the 50 and the 200. However, it's still a downward sloping 200 period moving average. So my question to you would be, and I just want to get your thoughts here, this is in a clean upward trend where it's bounced every single time, and you've got clear support at the major moving averages. This looked like a buy the dip type of spot for something like a Robinhood to you, or will you just be happy that this name has given you what it can and take your 30% or 40% and run?
Well, no wrong answers here. And again, I think it comes down to entry. If you sniped the bottom off of 70, I would be ringing the register to some extent. We're back up to the middle point of the new handle range. But notice I said handle range, guys. I think this is just starting. And I think this also really loops back into our idea of where the money is rotating into greatly. Because this is fintech. Fintech has been kind of beat on in the past year. Hood was the strong leader, and it still took a 50% haircut. Where did it really go down to, though, guys? Kind of just rechecking in with the swing high from the IPO.
Yep.
I think this is a beautiful chart. And what's really helping me believe in this leader is, well, even the laggards, even the unlovables are getting some play. PayPal's been our best trade of the month so far. And this has just been a screamer off 45. Of course, we got the help with the Stripe potential acquisition. They gave an offer at $60 per share. But I think that just, again, shows the appetite in this space. I think institutions are recognizing, man, why the hell is PayPal $45? Let's buy some of this, And I think that can transcend or, carry over to the leader. I love Hood. I think it's a $400 stock. Just give it a couple years.
Wow. I hope Robinhood does it. If you're talking about Robinhood there, I believe in it too. And you cheated by going to the weekly chart, so I'm not going to bother doing that now. Thanks, Steve, for stealing a bit of the thunder. Look, we have had user questions, John had questions for you. You've taken everything we've thrown at you and been able to handle it, of course. But is there anything that's on your mind? We're going into earnings season. Any names that you want to get to us before we get you out of here that you haven't had a chance to talk about?
Yeah, really quickly. Just going to run over a few mega caps. I think mega cap rotation is super hot right now. It's kind of like, Zoolander? It's so hot right now. So I like these as this easy rotation along with software in general. And hey, why not double up with the Microsoft exposure there? So a few more to put on your radar there. real quick. That's Mag 7 kind of doing a nice breakout over the horizontal and downtrend line. Meta, that's my favorite. I love this one. I want to buy it off the 200 when everybody else is scared, thinking the breakouts failed. I think this is an amazing play, and I love that they're in the NeoCloud space. Meta, that's number one. But I gotta shout out Netflix, guys, because we're doing an earnings special report today, starting in, well, as soon as I get off here, I'll be back on Trader TV, back on Trade the Pool. That's where I work for. We'll be talking Netflix, giving you a nice presentation going into earnings, telling you exactly what we're looking for on the fundamental side as well as the technical side. I'll give you a sneak peek though, guys. I would love this bread and butter setup for me. The prior swing high, major swing high, aligning with a rising 200 week, and you buy the panic of everybody else thinking these names are in the dirt. So that's what I did with Microsoft. That's what I did with IGV. I would love to add Netflix to that cohort this week on a flush and reclaim of the 200 week at $70. If you want more information, guys, you can find us over at Trade the Pool, starting just after I hop off here.
Well, thank you very much, Steve. Thanks once again. Actually, one last one. What's the hat?
San
Francisco? But I haven't seen that style.
Yeah, got to represent the citrus. Guys, I don't know if you know, but us Cali folks, we're putting the economy on our back here, mostly in the produce sector there. So got to shout out to my farmers.
There you go. Steve Talman.
Definitely not with Silicon Valley these days, I guess.
No, it ain't.
You know,
Not at all.
kind of throwing us in the dumpster there. But yeah, shout out to the Giants. Great team. Would love to get to
Great
that part,
stadium.
that's for sure.
It looks gorgeous. I've never been.
Go swimming there and catch some home runs. But thank you, Steve. I'll make sure that everybody goes and joins you. Thank you so much. They probably won't join you until after 4 o'clock, but you never know. It's Trade the Pool. It's Steve Talman. Thank you so much. And the information, I mean, you can't get enough of it. Come back whenever you want it, Steve. Thank you so much, my friend. Ciao.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll have to catch a Giants game next time you're out.
I love it.
If I'm ever in San Francisco, it's on the bucket list. It's on the bucket.
Don't tell us twice. Okay, we'll be there. There it is, man.
Big thank you to Steve. Meta.
Again, a great job there. Well, the thing about it is, this is the kind of stuff. This is why I like Steve. This guy actually, puts it out, makes some calls, and not just like wishy-washy with what his decisions are here. Like he likes it it's a pullback, right? So he needs it. He was talking about pulling it back into the 200. He likes that call. We just broke through it. And I mean, that's kind of the stuff you're looking for, right? It's sloping up 50-period moving average. So Meta's the call for him. And then also Microsoft. And I do have to say, like, Steve was, again, talking about, we hadn't seen him in 2 weeks for sure. So it was at least 2 weeks ago, because I remember Microsoft was on his radar. So great call there as we break up back through 400. And I really do like the whole, IGV possibility there for a rebound. I mean, I'm thinking myself too, Palantirs of the world, Microsofts. And we talked about Copilot earlier, and we're just kind of playing around with it because Joe has been talking about Copilot for a minute. So, Microsoft, could be part of that equation there, as well as the IGV today with the NASDAQ down 1.7%. I don't normally do those kind of charts where he had the one against the other there. So that was pretty cool to see that. So thanks for that, Steve.
The chart I was talking about was for the software names was really more just look at their price versus their revenue growth.
Yeah.
Plot those. And if you look at like the names that have diverged the most, it's all of the best software names. Basically, like, you're not going to find it's Microsoft, it's Palantir, it's ServiceNow. At one point, it was also like CrowdStrike and Palo Alto. That's no longer true.
Adair's got Adobe as a short for one of her ideas. So I think the market could still, obviously break lower there as well.
I don't really like Adobe.
The thing about Adobe is, it's more than just a software name. It's like their software is being basically shot at like every single day. Like, I open up the Grok app on my phone, and it's instantly like, hey, would you like us to make like an animated picture of your sticky note or something? It's like, what the so it's exactly what the so it's just stuff like that keeps on getting
Meta's coming at them too. Before we go up to Adair, I just want to give a quick update. I tightened that stop on STDN. It just, the flat bottom break didn't go anywhere. See it consolidate, so we just jumped out. Got slipped by 1 cent, so that's actually not that bad.
I know you haven't lost any money on it, but I just want to give another point to it. You mentioned about making money today, and it's just funny that the two names that basically you've lost on, and it's not a lot of money, but are these IPOs that we had said we don't really like these IPOs.
But I only went short them.
Yeah, no, it's okay. And
it's a very different trade
than what we're used to.
Just taking like a short trade, then taking the opening print and trying to grab that. This is just a regular momentum trade.
Yeah.
It is a break of the low with a stop at the prior low and a consolidation. Like that's regular, normal stuff. Like, to me, the IPO trade is, gimmick's the wrong word, but in some ways it's the right word. It sits in a category of itself, because you're not going to find an IPO open trade replicated much of anywhere. Like the only thing that comes close to it would be like maybe like a closing imbalance trade. Back in the day when people used to trade like the jobs report at 8:30, when before when people could actually do that, and now like, it's death to do it the way that some traders used to do it at 8:30. You just get smoked. But yeah, like it's a very gimmicky liquidity event moment kind of deal. But there's one thing happening I want to jump to. We're going to go to Adara. This is what I actually wanted to get into. Lucid is pulled back. Oh, sorry, it's going to be to Sia.
Wow, Neil.
As I've said before, it is the highest of compliments that it's just muscle memory and it's completely seamless that Sia has joined the news desk. But Lucid is at VWAP. Once it fails it, I'm going short. Let's go to Sia.
It's okay, Neil. I'm sure that you will get there one day. The SPY is currently down 0.69%. Let's take a look at the sectors. Electric tech, NVIDIA is continuing to slide down almost 3% on the day, but Apple holding a stronger momentum, up 2% on the day. AVGO, MU, AMD, INTC chip names seem like they're having a rough day today, had a rough day yesterday. You have GE, SNDK, Marvell, WDC all sliding down. MU is down 6.4%, Marvell down 9.11%, and WDC 10.3%. Tech services, Google also continuing to lag a lot over there, down 4.5%. Meta's down 2.5%. Microsoft is up close to 2%. Oracle is down over 5.5% here. Palantir and Netflix trading flat on the day. You have PANW on the downside, 0.60% at the moment precisely. You have IBM, IBM not looking bad today, 3.4%. They'll be reporting next week, so we have to look out for that. Finance, BRKB trading flat with BACEXP, while JPM is down 1%, and Visa, MasterCard still holding the same momentum they were earlier in the trading day, up over 2% on the day. MS and GS both continuing to slide more than 5% on the day. Citi is also down very close to 2%. For retail trade, we have Amazon down 1.2%. Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, TJX looking strong today, looking pretty good look over here. We have producer manufacturing where you have names like AMAT, CAT, LRCX, GEV having a bit of a bearish day. LRCX down by 5.3%, whereas Triple M is up by 1%. You have ITW up 3.8%, in PCAR up 2.4%. Transportation, consumer non-durables. Let's talk about this sector. It looks like one of the strongest sectors on the S&P 500 today, with all the names as the bull today. KO is up 2.7%, PG up 1.8%, PM is up over 3.5%, PEP is up very close to 3%. We have health services, UNH reporting their earnings up 1.5%. ELV, however, down 4% on the day. Energy minerals also looks like a strong sector today, with XOM CVX up over 8%. Health tech as well, seeing pretty strong sectors here for today if you exclude electric tech, but that's okay. We have health tech, Lilly and J&J both on the upside of 1%. J&J up a bit over 1%, whereas ABBV and MRK are up over 3% on the day, and ABT soaring over 10% on the day. Industrial sector services, you have WM up 4% and PWR down 3%. And with that, you have transportation. Finally, UNP up 3.6%, Uber up 1%, UPS up 3%. However, Dash and UAL not having the best day, with UAL down 2.5% and Dash also down 2% on the day.
DoorDash.
Hate to be Moderna. That's all.
Yeah, that was the only. And here's the earnings. Someone was asking for the earnings report list that's coming through here today, right? And so, yeah, it's not too complicated here. We had in the pre-market GE, United Health, and Abbott. We could definitely have a look over there and see how those names are moving for you. No problem. Alphabet's down 5% right now, and it's down to it's getting crushed. Maybe we should go back to that in a minute. There's Netflix, Alcoa, and Intuitive Surgical. So all these names coming tonight with nothing in the morning, and then we get it going next week. I don't know, Adair, if you have next week's calendar up yet.
So Sean, I always post it just for everybody here is watching as well. The daily calendars go usually 3 p.m. the day before, so the calendar for tomorrow came out at 3 p.m. today. The weekly calendar, so they come out at 3 p.m. on Friday. So it's actually done. I've already scheduled it. I've already started working on the daily calendar for next
I want
week.
it now. I want it now.
I can pull it up for you, but it's not going to be released, though, until tomorrow. But I will give you a sneak preview because we're here and I have it ready. This is the weekly calendar for next week. It's actually not that crazy for earnings. I thought it'd be a little bit crazier. Wednesdays of note here, obviously Tesla, IBM, Google, ServiceNow, Texas Instruments. But other than that, nothing like too wild. Intel the day after Tesla, as is usually the case. So that's the weekly calendar, guys. And the daily calendar for Monday, because you might be like, oh, you said 3 p.m. Yeah, so the daily calendar on Monday comes out at 3:30 p.m., so half an hour after the weekly calendar is released tomorrow.
Man, I might hide under a rock there. Wednesday, Thursday, man, you got Intel. You've got Intel on Thursday. Wednesday, you got Tesla, and you got Google and IBM, and it's just going to be. That's why I wanted to get that going there. Thanks, Adair, not to ruin the work there. But yeah, tomorrow at 3 p.m. will be posted there. I just wanted to see because like next week is going to be huge, and we did see. By the way, let's go. Thank you so much to Ronnie and everybody in the chat saying that we had good stamina on most of these trades here today, and including this short. And I was waiting for the 200 period moving average, which is this green line. And, now we can change it. I mean, we put this on at the beginning. I'm just trying to show that it's possible. Scalping in and out is fine, but it's not really profitable at the end of the day. Sometimes you got to have, these bigger moves. And I just, this is from experience. I've been here 25 plus years, and I'm trying just to be as honest and as real as I can be with everybody. It's very, very hard, especially nowadays, to try to battle some of those algos, because if you're just scalping out for 10 or 20 cents, most of the time you get run on some of those news pieces. And next thing you know is like, you can lose that 20 cents just because the market decides to do one thing. And especially with Trump these days and about oil and everything like that, like you got to be very, very specific on your plays and have your stops out there because they can get run, And so for me, it's been widening the stop a little bit there. And again, like I'm taking out, I only have a small piece left. It's taking out, when key levels are hit, and especially when it goes 2 to 1. Or so, like this stop at 137, we talked about 137.50, right? And so our first takes here, this is 136 area where we started, that's at $1. So those are all 2 to 1, and then you come into 3, 4, 5 to 1, and now it's 10 to 1. So, but at the end of the day, that's what I'm trying to do. And even the same thing with these TQs, right? It's reload, get stopped out when we're wrong. And sometimes when you get stopped out when you're wrong, you get out and it's kind of like, okay, we could have re-engaged that one at least. So it's just about trying to be patient, trying to do the best thing that we possibly could. And now Fabian is testing a microphone beside us. But without any further ado, Ozan, man, don't ask me for any more cow animations, okay, my guy over there. I won't be like Joe, all in his feels over there and ban people. But Ozan right there, one of our good friends coming through there. Yeah, Joe is the new chat sort of moderator over there. So you got to be careful when he's on the 1s and 2s. But it's right now, it's Adara, and we missed him yesterday, and he came back all dressed up over there.
So fresh, so clean.
Now he's just like, you know what, man, I'm going to show these guys what's going on over here. And I'm going to wear a jacket, says one. So how's it going, Fabian? Oh, I'm switching mics over here? Okay. Let's go back over to 1.
All dressed up and nowhere to go but to go through these charts here. We're going to talk about the Asian market because it's been a pretty crazy week of volatility, especially for Kospi. So Juan's going to take us through this.
Yes, thank you, Adair. Yeah, definitely a very volatile week in Asia right now. I mean, second last day of the week, we see a lot of tech hardware de-risking and returning to Asia, as well as a lot of DRAM oversupply anxieties and AI fatigue, triggering a major capital exodus. You mentioned about the Kospi. They pretty much took the brunt of it, all right? They were plunged by around 6.37%. That's dropping below that of the 7,000 baseline. Horrible. We got SK Hynix down by 11.58%. Even Samsung down by nearly 9% overnight. Other than Kospi, we also had Japan, North Asia pretty much in terms of tech all the way down. Nikkei 225 dropping nearly 2.8%, but some of the big names such as Tokyo Electron, they were down by 3.9%. SoftBank Group down by 6.3%, as well as Advantest down by 5.3%. But let's hope for a better open tomorrow. So let's see what should we look out for in terms of the Asian Open. All right, so TSMC, that was one of the big news yesterday, their earnings. Got to monitor how regional chip makers price in that of TSMC's blockbuster Q2 earnings. Given that there was a little bit of volatility in terms of US ADR pricing, watch for a tech short squeeze as well as sell defect pullback, especially in Taiwan. Now, Kospi, 6,800 support level. That's, of course, after dropping below 7,000 last night. Watch if institutions defend that 6,800 baseline at the open, or if there's any retail margin liquidations triggering a deeper gap down in South Korea. And then in Shanghai, try keep a lookout for the People's Bank of China liquidity operations. We know that Shanghai Composite is now at their 3-month low, especially on weak GDP growth, those prints coming out. So see if there's any reverse repo volumes or reverse requirement ratio, reserve requirement ratio, the RRR cut signals, whether they can defend that 3,850 support level. And over in India, okay, so they had a little bit of a gap down in terms of financial and real estate. See if that profit taking spills over into Friday. A clean break below that of 24,000 could trigger some automatic selling, and your next support in the Nifty 50 would be around 23,850.
Lots of levels and markets to look at in the Asian session. We'll hear all about it tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. You can also join us with one at 11:30 a.m. to talk about the European markets. Back to the guys.
Juan on fire as usual. Good to have him back, looking fresh and clean, giving you the goods. The Kospi is always going to be, it's going to be a topic for a while now because there's nothing is going to change with the Kospi. It's the volatility is through the roof that they're changing the rules mid-game. With basically some of these leveraged ETFs for Samsung and SK Hynix, but there's not much you can do about it. The entire market is those two stocks, and the volatility is going absolutely nowhere when it comes to SK Hynix. And I don't know, it's now been 2 days in a row, and I haven't traded that stock. I don't know, because by the way, trend came in again on SLV, so there's the wick of the trend. Didn't have a very clean opportunity to grab it there because it fell down, but there was more of a clean topping tail and underneath, so stopped there, played into the low. But as far as SK Hynix does go, I think we see the defend of 150. I think we determined it was about 150, like 151's the actual low. But anyways, 150, same thing on Friday, tomorrow. So I think we see that 150 level. It's set up for, a break. It'll be, the problem is it's down 12% today, and it was probably down double digits yesterday. So tomorrow it's going to be SSR. So that 150 break on SK Hynix, you can set it all you want, but whether you get it is going to be the real question mark. So I plan to look for the breakdown. I don't know how much I'll cross 24 hours in advance, but a 150 break on this does seem at least a little bit inevitable. And the other way to play it is to just just go for DRAM. The DRAM's not going to have an obvious level. Oops, that's still on the, DRAM doesn't have an obvious level. There's 50 psychologically, but that breakdown already happened. So looking pretty nasty, but I think tomorrow we get a chance for that. It's not an all-time low. It's the, we'll call it the issue low, because I can't really call it an IPO. The issue low on SK Hynix tomorrow, I think we grab that.
Yeah,
I
have it there, Fabian. He wants to go through the stock picks again here. I thought there's stock portfolio tracker. Oh my God, there's so many. I have to refresh this thing, I guess, now. There's so many names on here now, isn't there, Randy, Fabian? So we're all in here. Okay, this is all, you've been testing something here. Current value, what, Randy? Starting at 10,000, now 121,000? What is going on over here? I don't know if this is right yet. If we go over to the, it's starting from a year ago. Oh, because he had SanDisk. That's why, yeah. So this is also, it definitely is working right there. So if you go over here to stock ranking, you'll be able to see what all these, these are okay right here. Wow, all right. So technology. So this is good.
I like that. Get sectors.
Cool. Everything that what our picks are and how they're performing and average return by sector. So I think a lot of names are going to be in the tech sector. But great job, Fabian, so far as we continue to go on. So far, I've made, I'd mentioned Fabian that was going to be Micron. was going to be one of my picks. So we'll do that. Wow, I should have invested in that last year. Look at 21,000 there for Micron. So we'll stick with Micron, but I'm going to announce another pick right now, and it's a name that I've been talking about for a minute, and they reported yesterday it's Johnson & Johnson. I mean, so far to join with Micron, I think we got a good opportunity to get some Micron demand. I mean, Micron, we've been talking about this. Micron sold out into 2027. I like the demand side for Micron, and the supply continues to be a problem. I think Micron's going to be a winner. I'm going to take that in the portfolio. I mean, everyone else taking SanDisk and all these crazy things. So I got to take a Micron to see if that can go. And again, I like Micron better than SK Hynix simply because you don't have to worry about outside risk, right? This is a local, American company. I like Micron for those reasons. What just happened to SpaceX? Broke through 132. That's it. End that trade. Spin it. Right there, SpaceX, one of the top stocks today, obviously, as it takes it out right there at the 200 period moving average. But Johnson & Johnson, just to get something consistent in the portfolio, a name that's, continuously raising the dividend upside, right? They got the oncology now. They've got, from what I've been reading, a great pipeline to go for Johnson & Johnson. So I'm going to take J&J, big move higher. Whatever, we're making the picks today, and I'm just going to go with
pull back in the price.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with whatever. Obviously, price happens tomorrow. I mean, we have to, but Johnson & Johnson. I liked it down here. I like it up here. I think we get hit on their quarter. That'll be brought back to the upside. So I'm going to go with Johnson & Johnson as my fifth pick coming tomorrow.
Well, I hinted, I kind of got caught while we were talking to Steve already looking at the chart. So if you didn't guess it, number 4 for me was Robinhood. That's why I brought it up with Steve. So look, all the reasons we already talked about. And then he pulled up the weekly chart on Robinhood before I even got a chance to show you guys that little, a bull flag, he calls a cup and handle, bull, whatever you want to call it, but pulling right back into the pre-IPO high and going. But we didn't do a poll. Something's reporting tonight, and its name is Netflix. So very quickly, we did a poll yesterday and it was about the Mag 7s, but hey, we have earnings tonight. So everyone in the chat, here's what you're going to do. It's very simple. You're going to type 1 if you think Netflix goes to the moon, which really we're just talking about a good-sized up move. 2 if you think it's going to be Flush City for Netflix, which is what it's been doing lately. Or 3 if you think it's an absolute nothing burger and only those selling options are going to be happy because everyone's going to get rinsed because it's going to do nothing. So 1, 2, or 3. Keep it simple, everybody. We'll leave that one up into the close, which is only 27 minutes away. Okay, didn't even do the early look in the bounces. So get your votes in. Netflix is either the belle of the ball or, I don't know, it's going to be the bane of our existence when it's down 10% tomorrow. I own Netflix. That's why I'm saying bane of our existence. That's why I can say mine. Quickly, early look imbalances. RKT, 3 million sell. Kenvy, who cares? Goro, what is GORO? I see something on the Amex, and I just kind of get interested in it if there might be a closed trade. So Gold Resource Corporation on the Amex, and it's a penny stock, so who cares? HPE, 2 million sell. CNQ, 2 million to the buy side. That would be the IPO at 130. Who cares? Soxel, that's pretty small for Soxel, only 850,000. So nothing too crazy on the early looks. Maybe, or I guess RKT for 3 million shares would be somewhat decent there. Oh, easy peasy. There we go. Just saw the super chat. Hungover, follow Sean Apple, Neil Short, DRAM, 1K. Shout out to you, easy peasy. Why are you hungover? Good night last night?
Yeah,
maybe watching. Well, I don't know. Maybe you're watching the game and celebrating.
This guy don't got kids.
I don't know. I'm hungover from the disappointment of England last night. That's my.
Yeah, good look there on Apple. I mean, Apple just absolutely ripping. I mean, I wish I would have obviously held on to that, but we got a lot out on the way up and just held a little bit and got stopped out there when we took VWAP. And there goes Apple, man, new all-time highs. I'm going to scrap that Micron pick. I'm not going to pick Micron into that. So I'm going to come up with 2 more picks for you guys tomorrow. I was really close to potentially doing Palantir as a play. So let me look at some more charts here today. I just think for Micron for the next 6 months, it's convenient, obviously, that we're choosing. I'm glad we're doing this before the earnings come through for all these mega cap names. Just a little nervous here, and I think that Micron, I don't want to take a name for a 6-month trade or anything like that does have so much more downside. Now, I think the upside's there. It's not that I don't like it. It's just we only have 5 names, and this one may continue to do something that we don't like, and that's of course making more lows based on whatever we hear from those CapEx numbers. I just think it's so sensitive to that if I would make a play in the space, it would be with here.
ETF.
It would be with DRAM because at least then you get a little bit of everything else, but still, like it's still the same reason why not to do it. It's risky, and it's nothing wrong with risk. I mean, we want to put on some risk. I've already got QCOM, which I think at a 17 PE is good for that, and I think that there's some other angles there that can work for them, including autonomy of vehicles there. I really, really like Qualcomm as opposed to the rest of these names. So I'll talk my way in and out of it, and maybe tomorrow I'll take Micron again. But we definitely have to have them locked in by tomorrow at this time. So, okay, we are going to go to SIA Money Talks, but I mean, right now, man, the market is at the lows, and we're just starting to, like every 50 cents, man, I'm just taking more out. So, trying to do the best by holding this, going to the downside right now. So here we go, downside right now. Hey, Mike, how's it going there? It's nice to see you. Mike back in the building. Good to see you, my friend, as we go. But okay, downside play continues here in the NASDAQ. Not a great day, down 2%. It's guess who? It's SIA at the big desk.
Oh, I see how you got it right.
Got to get it right.
John, you got my name right. Yay. Let's take a look at the dollar. Slightly higher compared to earlier today, trading around the 100.74 to 100.778 region right now, up roughly between the range of 0.18% to 0.29%. Looking not too bad over here. Open near 100.47 to 100.51 area and climbed throughout the day on stronger than expected economic data, also including the weaker jobless claims report that came in. So there was a drop in the jobless claims. Good look over there. Dollar, you have 0.28% towards the upside.
Thank you very much there, SIA. As always, I get the name right too.
That's just because you heard me get it right. That's why.
Look, first of all, don't even act like I don't know the way that you said he's like going to SIA.
Exactly.
That's as you should. That's
trying to prove a point over here. That's what just like I said in the chat over here.
Okay, just hear something DraftKings.
Yeah,
you hear that?
Just Netflix. DraftKings. What's going on?
I'm just hearing something DraftKings.
Oh, okay. We can check out DraftKings. Netflix was getting a little bit of a bid here into the close, so you're seeing Netflix go from $73.50 all the way up to $74 right there. The market's not doing anything, but Netflix is. I just want to bring that to everyone's attention there. It's interesting that Steve, man. I mean, I think if we had a call for Steve to make his picks, I think he sounded pretty bullish there for Netflix.
He's bullish Netflix, Microsoft.
Yeah, some of the IGV, I guess.
IGV in general.
Over there. So, okay, so we got Computron Net over there talking about DraftKings here. Suing the state of Philadelphia. Okay, not really sure why. Maybe they're not operating Philadelphia yet, and who knows, but state of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. Someone wrote in there Philadelphia, but maybe it's the city, or I don't know if it's the state of Pennsylvania, but so I know DraftKings not operating in Texas, I believe in Florida as well. So right now, Pennsylvania. I don't know if I just read what was in the chat there. Maybe it is going to be, it has to be statewide, right? I mean, why would a city, why? I don't know why anybody would sue DraftKings. So we'll have to get that story in a minute, but downside right now. And Adair does all that work with the attorney generals and all these things starting to sell off, and different states doing this and that. So I wonder, Pennsylvania, I know on the eastern seaboard there, they tend to get a little excited about suing different companies for different reasons.
I mean, New York was actually tied for first when I made the visual. Yeah. They have actually now shot into a heavy first place, even above the incredibly litigious Ken Paxton, AG of Texas. So I mean, they're Letitia James over there is making sure the lawsuits are getting filed.
Well, people got to get paid, right? I mean, if these poor elected officials had nothing to do, then maybe they wouldn't get elected anymore, right? And so it's just like that's part of what has to happen, man. You gotta build up your portfolio.
Shout out to elected officials.
Shout out to lawyers.
And to enter politics, get a modest salary, and leave it still with the wealth of everyday average citizens that have that level of salary. I think that is like one of the biggest litmus tests for like ethics. It's like, find somebody that did that. I didn't even know if that exists, but if someone does. Here, so X2C, I should say, is FCell a hold overnight? I'll say this. When we asked about FCell before, we were asked about FCell. I asked Adara, I looked up, I couldn't see the story here. So it's just kind of like down 15% for no reason. And then there's like the 50-period break, the breakdown. So you're long, like if something is down like this and trend breaking, I don't like it. Unless like the reason it was down is something I think is fugazi. Like maybe that would give me a reason, but I can't say that I'm a fan here. Because I don't know the stock really that well. I think Sharif probably at least is in it, so might have some real thoughts about it. But for me, it's a trend break already in the 50 that just lost support and did so without a major news story that I was able to find. So let it base out or find a bottom. Not a gigantic fan here. There was I saw a couple people in the chats can we go over Alphabet again? If you're wondering what's the big thing that happened that still caused the market to drop, Alphabet delaying the launch of Gemini 3.5, possibly by months. And it's tried to bounce a couple of times, but it's still going lower. It just bounced 352 is now the low. I think at its worst point, we were down 5% here on Alphabet. So not a good look for Alphabet this afternoon. It's been pretty nasty, specifically for them. It's been nasty for a lot of stocks, but for the last last hour or so, it has been them. West Palm Beach trades. Your outlook on the NASDAQ 100 forward contract and NQU for the next week. Oh boy. I'm not trying to predict earnings. I think as a day trader, the job is to come in and sort of feel like what do you like that day? What do you think is the direction? And effectively try to go from there. My overall thought right now is I'm generally thinking I'm thinking chips are short till prove otherwise. I'm thinking metals are short till proven otherwise. I'm thinking that no longer, I don't actually think that about Bitcoin anymore because it's shown relative strength the last little bit. But you know how quickly that could change? Take Alphabet, for example. They just got bad news and we just plunged in the afternoon. If the response tomorrow morning is to buy the living you-know-what out of this, right, after it's given you this dip, it's an instant recovery to the 50-period moving average, then my thoughts can change. It just broke the 50 today. I want to see what the confirmation is. But for the actual cues, we just lost a 50-period. I'm looking shorts again tomorrow. That's the thought. Can my mind be changed? Of course it can be changed. But in the short run, that's what I'm thinking. And in earnings season, definitely go day to day more so than everything else. Just a quick update. This little low of the day here just held on that trend. So this is now the third time we bounced off the lows on SLV, and I didn't get that bottom tick. So if it breaks the trend line, I'm just going to hop out, which is now break even. It's also 343, so always tightening of stops anyways at this time of the day. Thank you for the super chat. I had to read that twice. Overweight spider. I hate spiders. I really hate spiders. Yep. Fabian actually pranked me once pretty well on the show. So good for you, Fabian. Can you look at Rocket Lab? Okay, well, look, it's probably not going to look pretty. I can't imagine it's going to look pretty for Rocket Lab. Okay, 11%. Pretty much as bad as I would have expected for Rocket Lab. Everything about this is losing the bid. Did I think it would have this bad of a defense of the 200-period average? 200-period moving average? Actually, I didn't. I didn't think it would be this bad. I thought it would at least attempt to bounce to 200 because it has before. I don't own this stock. I think it's an interesting name, and I probably will look to buy the dip somewhere for a trade. But this is all of the hallmarks of, again, what did I just say? Sell till it's not. It lost to 50 without even tried to bounce, rejected, right? So even when it tried to bounce off the 200, it rejected the 50. Second defense, no good. Now you have to go way out because when this happens, Procter & Gamble's a great looking chart. Sorry, I was just going over some charts when we were talking earlier. Here's what the monthly chart looks like on Rocket Lab to give you an idea of what this pullback is giving you. So I think you're really thinking about 50, in the 50s until proven otherwise is where I would start looking back at interest. I hate to say it, but sometimes these massive, if the biggest name in the space, IPOs, there's a big difference between SK Hynix coming with a US listing when there's Micron is a huge company and Samsung's a huge company and SNDK is a big company. SpaceX came to market and it dwarfs all of these other things put together. right? And like if that can't find buyers, why are we expecting this one to find buyers anytime soon? So I feel like it's a short till it ain't. And ringing the register made a ton of sense on the IPO hype for SpaceX. I do believe in the future here. I think they're going to carve out a bit of a niche because they're like the little guy to SpaceX's bigger loads, and I think that's a good niche for them. But the sentiment is what it is, and right now they're out of favor. And when a name like this, when you're not making money, gets out of favor, it can last a heck of a long time, a heck of a lot longer than people stay liquid or, don't get burned out or blow up accounts. So not here. Certainly when it has a 5 handle on it, that looks a little bit more interesting, just looking at previous price levels. The trend is your friend till the end. And we've got 3 minutes now till the imbalances. Yeah,
I was starting to look them up a little bit here, but we still don't have, NASDAQ or anything here yet. So we're just going to wait for Goro here. I don't know, 14 million shares, probably a buyout.
It's a penny stock.
Yeah, underneath $1 right now, so not doing too much else there. SOXL is coming as a bid on the NYSE American. So, you've seen a little bit of a rally back, I felt like. Not really. It's coming near the lows of it. Wow.
This is a delete.
I mean, all right, Ozan, we're friends again. I'm just playing with you. But there it is, man. I mean, let's celebrate it up, man. Stand up, everybody, if you're short right now. I mean, that was a good move in the NASDAQ there as we, like we said earlier, wrote down the short, really wanted to play that today, and really glad that we did, man. I was really hoping that it didn't, and again, just to talk about, risk to reward. I mean, putting on trades and seeing them and being like, oh, this guy's short, who really gives a what? But this is where my stop is. So we go short here at 54 with a stop into this area there. So a 50-cent stop, you're now in the money $3, and so you stair step it down. Like I said, I got to do a little bit better work here. But on this move right there, our first out is $1 right there. So that's 2 to 1. Then again right here at this lows, then more at this lows. And once we break it, we just start to wait for this to drip back down in, right? And so very, very important there that you understand not just okay, I'm short, we're looking short, we love the short today, everything written on here is short, okay? But at the end of the day, it's more about finding the trade, finding your way into the trade, and then really kind of having the conviction and your own strategies, of course, to hold something for this kind of a move, right? And so there it is on SpaceX. And to get out there at the 200 period, I think is great. I'm learning more and more, try to hold things, until certain things are hit. But on SpaceX, it was trading really funny early on, where it was kind of back and forth there. And then, Intel's still a big trade. It's still my 3rd best stock today. Needless to say, the short was right until we got stopped out there. And just to show you one more thing here, as we get closer and closer to these imbalances, is that I tried to get back in. We got ran right there, and I still believed in the short. So I got right back in the same minute that I got stopped out. I got back in, and then whoosh, went right down to the bottom almost immediately there, and we were able to take a little bit of profit. Then I just put the stop out on that same breakout again, and that hit for us there to the upside. So sometimes it's in that first half hour or an hour, it does become a problem. I'm testing all these different microphones.
How many mics do you need?
And then I get in trouble when I do something wrong. So, all right, let's go back. We'll go to Neil, and I'm going to get a new microphone on.
Well, we're going to do, I think we have the imbalances coming in about 30 seconds or so. We're going to make sure we handle those. Nick, I see you super chat. We'll get to that on the back end of the imbalances. I know we're also going to go to the desk with Sia, but we'll just very quickly hang around. This penny stock, Goro, whatever the heck it is, it's actually a delete today. So there might be something there from the S&P competition index, also from the S&P total market, apparently. So GORO, it's supposed to be a sell, and it's indicating an early look sell. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw SOXL or something pop up on this list, or even an NVIDIA in a day where the chips are going crazy, but you never really know until these imbalances come out. I just tightened the stop again on SLV. Don't expect that to be there, but on the off chance, wouldn't want to have it blow one way or the other. There's NVIDIA. NVIDIA, 4.6 million to the buy side on NVIDIA, 3.7 million to the buy side on Intel. Those are the 2 biggies for sure. You're also going to have Pfizer. Everyone cares about Pfizer. Apple, 1.1 million to the buy side. SMR, 1 million to the buy side. Someone wants to buy that stock. Alphabet, 1 million buy. Walmart, 1 million buy. Marvell, almost 1 million to the buy side. So pretty much everything is a buy. Market 4.4 billion shares buy side, NASDAQ 2.4, the MAG 7, 860 million. Yeah, I guess profit taking is buys, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I just, as soon as I saw that, I got out of the TQ, so we get out there at 94, and now it's starting to run a little bit higher to end the day, man. We'll finish the day at our highest spot, and part of that is just having that sort of patience to wait for those plays. But, look at SpaceX, just ripped right there, right through. So again, following the rules, pretty good decision right there. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I don't know if you saw Google on that list or not.
It was, but 900,000, that wasn't that big.
Straight to the downside there for Google. Nasty move there on Gemini News for Google. Really starting to help this move down. But you know what? We're going to go for crypto in a second. But it was Microsoft as well that sort of, I thought, caught a little bit of a bid there when we got the news about Gemini, and then all of a sudden, downside there into the close. But bouncing nicely off VWAP. I wish I would have seen that maybe, but ahead of imbalances, very, very risky trade there. So, hey man, we have a perfect day on the board today. Apple, IBIT, Intel, Meta, SpaceX, and the Qs, all shorts. Let's go over to the desk here with Sia and your crypto update.
So E-Trade from Morgan Stanley today had announced the rollout of spot trading in digital assets, giving eligible clients the ability to buy, sell, and hold Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana directly on E-Trade's award-winning, quote-unquote, award-winning platform in partnership with Zero Hash, which is a leading digital asset infrastructure provider. Bitcoin to the downside, not too far from 8%, trading around the $64,190 region. Also, on top of that, not publicly held, but Crypto.com has said as of today that Citadel Securities has also invested $400 million in the crypto exchange at a $20 billion valuation in its first ever institutional raising round. And finally, we have Solana down on the day, close to 2%, trading around the $75.7 region, and Ethereum trading around the 1,872 mark, down on the day, inching close to 2.5%.
I kind of figured on
Thank
that
you
one.
very
here.
much, OC.
I just wanted to say here, I just saw something there from Charlie. I couldn't find it on our thing there because I think it was blocked. What's up, Charlie? 1.3K day today for you on the QQQ shorts. You'll be dreaming about my face tonight. Do not do that, man. Do not. If you want to turn your dreams into nightmares, that might be something that you want to do real quick. But thank you so much, Charlie. That's really kind of you, man. I mean, like I said, I'm just here to try to show you that it's possible to make that dream happen. And we talked about how hard it is to become a day trader. Hopefully we're showing you some winning trades. But a big shout out to everybody that's giving these super chats right here as well. Thanks to Bravely. Thanks to Peter Beck again. Everybody that's here on TikTok today, we want to give a big shout out to all of you as we look at the chat all the time. And it's just been such a great little run for us here, and especially on TikTok, as that's starting to get a little popular once again. So if you prefer TikTok, you prefer YouTube, get on whatever one you do, and Neil and I will be watching out for those super chats. We'll be watching out for those comments and little funny things like that. So shout out to you, Charlie. I know you've been here for quite a while. That's pretty funny, but yeah, I'll make sure to tell. I mean, at least someone's dreaming about me, right? So that's I'll take it on that one. Microsoft downside, and there's a super chat.
Yeah, thank you, Nick Dubs. I can't, man. You took a swing long into Alcoa going into the earnings. Reminds me of the AEHR chart. Mind giving your thoughts? I mean, anybody that knows me knows, I don't love the notion of swinging in front of an earnings in the gamble shot. It would have to be so perfect, or just a stock that I'm in love with for some fundamental reasons I want to hold for a longer time. It's downward sloping and not looking good on Alcoa. So that's not really my cup of tea under the 200 period moving average. So it's hard for me to really like it from any technical standpoint. But look, you've made some great calls on your own for swing trading. You probably do way more of it than I do. That's for sure. I'm going to get Dangelsdorf? Run freight stocks, CHRW, JVHT sector related. Well, there is a bunch of rotation going on. So JB Hunt, certainly, a lot of times we'll see this, right? When money comes out of something that has been trending up, the low-hanging fruit is for it to go into things that are, hey, well, what's still strong and what can go? We saw that with the financials, right? We saw that earlier with healthcare, although healthcare's pulling back now, and now you're getting some transports going to, well, they've been trending upside anyways. I think this is more the case of, hey, good stock just continues to go higher more than, I don't know if you can just take that in the sector rotation. No, it's just been upward trending and it's a good one, respecting the moving averages. And we have more super chats here, 5 minutes to go, and they're just all getting them in.
They're all lining up.
So Modi Botros in the chat. You're looking for a straddle on Netflix. Joey Option's still here. That's who you got to ask. Our viewers right now are very, if I show you, even just our viewers are very indecisive. It is basically 40% up, 40% down, 20% flat for Netflix. So I don't think there's any conviction in the direction that Netflix will go. And I'll tell you, the problem with Netflix is I don't necessarily think having a good quarter or not is going to be the difference here. I think the sentiment is so bad for Netflix at this particular point, like ever since, there we go, I want to zoom in. Ever since it made that top after the WB deal went the other way, its sentiment's just been like all over it. Like they don't seem to care right now. There's just no buyers on the stock. So I'm kind of I hate the word hope. I'm in like hope mode that it doesn't fall apart because I think the quarter will be solid, but it just hasn't seemed to matter.
We do have
not even a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we already said that there wasn't too much going on there on the Netflix content side of things. I mean, still wait for the live sports to hit. I think that's going to be
they win
obviously another shoe to drop right into here. I love our little banner here. Make sure you do come back every single weekday. And I just want to show you right here, 580,000 subscribers. So I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's been subscribed up to us right now. Wow, we have over almost 7.3, so 7,300 videos as well posted up. So, we're doing work for you every single day. And this is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. every single day. The U.S. markets are open and soon to be, virtually 24 hours a day as we get Kuala Lumpur ready to go very, very soon for you. And our good friend One will be over there. So we're really excited to launch that very soon. But shout out to YouTube. And we're about to get even bigger and better, man. And you can go find me speaking all kind of Spanish as well over there on the YouTube Spanish channel, if that's still up. I'm going to make an announcement right now. One of my picks for tomorrow is Google. Enough is enough. We keep on sitting back here and we watch Google all the time. We talk about it being that tech ETF. I'll take advantage of this temporarily today. Anyways, we'll see what tomorrow brings. But for a play for me moving forward, I wanted to take an ETF as well in the account. I know Neil's got XLF, and I was debating XBI, but I took Johnson & Johnson instead. I'm going to go with Google as a play, man. I feel like their earnings are going to be good. I like what they're doing with Waymo. YouTube, we just talked about it. I love that YouTube angle. I think Google does have the cloud behind it. And oh boy, man, happy to grab Google as a play as one of my top 5 picks moving into the next 6 months. So I'm going to add Google to the board there and take it regardless. I mean, today's down 4%. Tomorrow
and it's like an ETF.
Tomorrow, yeah, it's sort of. I know Joe sort of mentioned that there. It is, but it isn't. At the end of the day, I like Google. I think it's okay. I still use Gmail. I know. That's why
you're saying that like it's a bad thing.
No, I think everybody has Gmail. That's why a dramatic pause there for all.
You still have a Hotmail account.
Hotmail users or you've got mail right there from AOL. So if you guys are still using AOL, shout out to you.
Not anymore.
Over there. I actually said a funny thing to my one of my daughter's coaches, and he sent an email out. And it was blah, blah, blah at hotmail.com. And I immediately just text the guy. It's like, look, I'm going to refuse to email you at Hotmail. It was just a joke. I said, you're the only guy that I know that actually has like their primary address as a Hotmail.
That's the key. I still have my Hotmail. It exists, but is your primary? At some point, you got to move on. I'm an old head, too. I don't mind people making fun of me over that, but come on, son. We talking about that? Yeah, well, primary? In 20 seconds, the market's going to be closed. And Netflix, hey, look what they're doing here. They're making a move. They're making a nice move here right into the close. Netflix looks like it's going to close right at the high of the day, which is brought to you, this bell, by VinFast, ticker VFS. Want to shout them out and thank them for sponsoring the afternoon and the closing bell, as it has been, well, let's call a spade a spade. It's been a bloodbath today. It's a bloodbath for the memory names. Nasty at the end of the day for Alphabet. That kind of came out of nowhere. We didn't expect to see that happen for them. It was bad for SpaceX. It was bad for FSL. I don't even know why FSL was down. We got questions about it, and it was getting its butt kicked. So there's a lot of negativity. But at least the name that's reporting tonight is going to the upside. The next candle comes red here. But here goes Netflix.
Well, we can wait if we get it. But I don't, actually, I looked at my account in the middle of the day, and it was actually, this is before the Google news. But I think we were lucky today that it wasn't too spread out. Like Apple's still up 2%, Microsoft's still up 1.5%, right? Some of the big names that people own, Eli Lilly, the XOMs of the world, still doing okay. But yeah, it definitely bloodbath as far as the AI and the chip race is concerned, man, with all those names, including Robinhood as well and SMR. And some of these names that are just maybe don't deserve the value that they had. There's Netflix right now. It's probably fine. Only down to $72, man. It's looking like it's getting a little worse right now for Netflix. They're reporting 80 cents versus 79. So that's fine. I don't see a big, huge reason for that. There's the move down into $71 right there for Netflix. It's just coming right back upside. Netflix on the report. If you have the numbers, Darryl, we can actually just throw them. We don't need to go to you. If you do have them, we can put them on the screen right there. But yeah, take your time. We'll stay with you guys for a couple more minutes. Netflix on the way down right now, downside. So I'm hearing everything in my ear, but I don't actually have the numbers. And when they come in, we'll give those to you. But what you're actually looking for here is a break of 70. So that's kind of like a very, very key spot there. Right now, it's kind of a nothing burger for Netflix. All you've done right now is go back to where we were at 10 o'clock. But Netflix on the way down right here. So there it is. EPS 80 cents for 79. Go ahead, Adara.
I'm not seeing the numbers yet. I'm seeing guidance. And again, I don't want to get ahead of it in case this is incorrect. But looks like they're guiding for the second quarter in a row, EPS and revenue below estimates. Yeah, I'm literally still only seeing guidance here on Netflix.
So I see the numbers. It's 80 versus 79. The sales is 12.56 versus 12.58. So
slight miss on revenue.
Yeah, it's a slight beat on EPS and a miss on revenue. So missing on revenue is a problem.
That's not good.
They spend all this money trying to gain new subs. And we'll find out if they give that sub number what that looks like. But guess what?
Well, they like something
Netflix is right back, baby. There it is. It's going higher. There goes Netflix through $75, starting to go a little higher. This is why when we get those questions about hey, are we bullish? Are we bearish on Netflix? It's like you got to weed these numbers through. Even when we have these numbers, the market's still trying to figure it out. All right, Adara, one more time. What you got?
Yeah, so they're missing estimates for all of their guidance pretty much here for the next quarter. So again, EPS, narrow beat, revenue was a miss, free cash flow, $1.53 billion, well below estimates of $2.7 billion. But Netflix's guidance here is going to be really interesting. Q3 EPS, 82 cents versus 84 expected. Revenue for Q3, $12.86 billion. It's going to be a miss compared to $13 billion expected. Q3 operating income, $4.27 billion, below estimates of $4.36 billion. Q3 operating margin outlook, 33.2% versus 33.5% expected. They're guiding fiscal 2027 revenue, $51 billion to $51.4 billion. That's going to be narrower than their prior guidance of $50.7 billion to $51.7 billion. They're now guiding 13 to 14% growth, so more or less in line with their prior estimates. Yeah, guys, the fiscal 2026 guidance isn't as bad. The Q3 guidance, I think, is something to be concerned about.
Rinse everybody through the bottom, and now threatening to literally rinse the breakage because every time it breaks out yesterday's highs, it seems like it comes right back in. So all they're doing is screwing people in both directions here in the aftermarket. Yeah. But for now, it is to the upside. So, hey, it's not a bad look. You can't really be mad if it is up 1%, but that's a nothing burger because obviously it's going to be underneath the expected move. So once again, it is flat that wins the day, which is often the case. So
we're going to Costco. We had our practice canceled tonight, so we're going to go. I'm going to Costco tonight as we drop our daughter off at volleyball. That's right, she plays volleyball, baseball, and hockey. Joe's on the phone with somebody else. I was wondering if he was talking to us. But all right, down to $73. Thanks, Adair. Thanks, Sia. Thanks, Neil, for again another great show. Have fun tonight. I guess everyone's staying inside around here.
You have to.
Thanks, thanks, Fabian, Brendo, everybody that's over there. Tiffany. Yeah, what's up? There's one over there. Tiffany and Fabian, Ramin, and Andre as well. And then Sharif.
And a big thank you to Steve this afternoon and Mitch this morning as well.
Yeah, and an interview earlier as well. So we want to say a big shout out to everybody for watching. Thank you so much. And if you want to come to my screen, you can see what Netflix is doing just real quickly here. I don't know if we should tell you about it. But there goes Netflix right now. back to the lows, but you didn't hear it from me. Netflix down to 71.50 right now. Uh-oh, there's that break, man. Remember, it was actually 71.05 was the price that we're looking for the break, and it may have just held, but Netflix looking lower. We'll catch you on the flip side, man. It's 4:06. That's 6 minutes of overtime now, Neil. See, even we do it as well. So, ciao, everybody. Stay safe and stay fun.